with Secretary Julian Castro.
Castro? Who?
Good evening. Y bienvenidos a Texas.
I did put it on the card!
It's great to be here at TSU.
I should
home
have
of the
put speaking
Tigers.
Spanish on the card and I didn't.
You know, on January 20th, 2021, at 12:01 p.m., we're going to have a Democratic president, a Democratic House, and a Democratic Senate. There will be life after Donald Trump. But the truth is that our problems didn't start just with Donald Trump, and we won't solve them by embracing old ideas. We need a bold vision. Universal pre-K and universal health care, unleashing millions of new jobs in the clean energy economy.
But the Midwest, maybe that's why, because I live in Indiana.
Work for a living. But first we have to win. And that means exciting a young, diverse coalition of Americans who are ready for a bold future. That's what
But young people don't
Kennedy
get involved
did.
in politics.
It's what Carter did. It's what Clinton did. It's what Barack Obama did. And it's what I can do in this race. Get back Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia,
I
and
just,
Arizona,
I didn't put it on the
and
card
finally,
because I didn't think
turn
anybody
Texas
actually
blue
would again.
and say goodbye to Donald Trump.
I should have, though. I've clearly been proven
Senator
wrong.
Klobuchar.
Good evening, Texas Southern. I believe that what unites us up here, the 10 of us, is much stronger than what divides us. And I think that's true of our country, too. Now, I may not be
Yeah, I'll
the
put it on my
loudest
next
person
bingo
up here,
card.
but I think we've already got that in the White House. Houston, we have a problem. We have a guy there that is literally running our country like a game show. He would rather lie than lead. I think we need something different.
Stop being against
I'm
Trump.
someone that tells the truth. I don't make promises that I can't keep. I have people's back, and I believe that to win, you bring people with you, and that is how you govern as well. So you're going to hear a lot of ideas up here. Some will be great, but if you see that some of them seem a little off track, I've got a better way. If you feel stuck in the middle of the extremes in our politics and you are tired of the noise and the nonsense, you've got a home with me. Because I don't want to be the president for half of America. I want to be the president for all of America.
It's a bad opening. You shouldn't be against Trump. You got to be for something.
Congressman Beto O'Rourke.
It's an honor to be on this debate stage. It is wonderful to be back in Texas, in Houston, back here at TSU. On August 3rd, in El Paso, Texas, two things became crystal clear for me and I think produced a turning point for this country. The first is just how dangerous Donald Trump is, the cost and the consequence of his presidency. A racism and violence
Here's another one.
that had long been a part of America
was that on my card?
was welcomed out into the open and directed to my hometown of El Paso, Texas, where 22 people were killed.
It wasn't on
dozens
my
more
card.
grievously injured by a man carrying a weapon he should never have been able to buy in the first place, inspired to kill by our president. The second is how insufficient our politics is to meet the threat that we have right now. The bitterness, the pettiness, the smallness of the moment, the incentives to attack one another and try to make differences without distinctions, mountains out of molehills. We have to be bigger. We have to see clearly. We have to speak honestly, and we have to act decisively. That's what I want to do for you as President of the United States.
Obama may not have had a good cadence, but I feel like Obama had some energy when he spoke.
Senator
Without the
Cory
soul. Okay, yeah, I agree with you now.
It was over 20 years ago that I was a law student and moved to inner city Newark, New Jersey to serve as a tenants' rights lawyer to try to address the challenges
Where's
in
it
my
at?
community. And I was sobered by them, the gun violence, the substandard housing. But it was my greatest mentor, a woman named Miss Virginia Jones, who challenged me. She said, boy, if all you see in this neighborhood is problems, that's all there's ever going to be. But if you're stubborn and defiant and can put forth a vision that can unify people, then we can make transformative change. She was a church woman that said, without vision, the people will perish. Well, that's exactly what we did. We created extraordinary unity in our community, and we did things that other people thought was impossible. That's the story of America. At our best, we unify. We find common cause and common purpose. The differences amongst us Democrats on the stage are not as great as the urgency for us to unite as a party, not just to beat Donald Trump, but to unite America in common cause and common purpose. That's why I'm running for president, and that's how I will lead this nation.
Entrepreneur Andrew Yang.
In America today, everything revolves around the almighty dollar. Our schools, our hospitals, our media, even our government. It's why we don't trust our institutions anymore. We have to get our country working for us again instead of the other way around. We have to see ourselves as the owners and shareholders of this democracy rather than inputs into a giant machine. When you donate money to a presidential campaign, what happens? The politician spends the money on TV ads and consultants, and you hope it works out. It's time to trust ourselves more than our politicians. That's why I'm going to do something unprecedented tonight. My campaign will now give a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for an entire year to 10 American families, someone watching this at home right now. If you believe that you can solve your own problems better than any politician, go to yang2020.com and tell us how $1,000 a month will help you do just that. This is how we will get our country working for us again, the American people.
Is that his big hype?
Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
That was disappointing to me.
It's original, I'll give you that. The American people are divided.
I don't like it.
And doubtful at the very
That was a
moment
weak
we
start.
need to rise to some of the greatest challenges we've ever seen. As a mayor of an industrial city coming back from the brink, as a veteran of the war in Afghanistan, I know what's at stake in our national leadership. We keep sending politicians to Washington, asking them to fight for us, but then when they get there, they seem more interested in the part about fighting than the part about us. Good politics is supposed to be not about the day-to-day fights of the politicians, but about the day-to-day lives of Americans. We just marked the anniversary of 9/11. All day today, I've been thinking about September 12th, the way it felt when for a moment we came together as a country. Imagine if we had been able to sustain that unity. Imagine what would be possible right now with ideas that are bold enough to meet the challenges of our time, but big enough as well that they could unify the American people. That's what presidential leadership can do. That's what the presidency is for, and that is why I'm asking for your vote.
Senator Kamala Harris.
Thank you. It's great to be back at TSU. So I plan on spending tonight talking with you about my plans to address the problems that keep you up at night. But first, I have a few words for Donald Trump, who we all know is watching. So President Trump, you've spent the last 2.5 years full-time trying to sow hate and division among us, and that is why we've got nothing done. You have used hate, intimidation, fear, and over 12,000
She said her strategy was to attack Trump. This is what she's going to be doing.
Your failed policies and your broken promises. The only reason you've not been indicted is because there was a memo in the Department of Justice that says a sitting president cannot be charged with a crime. But here's what you don't get. What you don't get is that the American people are so much better than this. And we know that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us, regardless of our race, where we live, or the party with which we're registered to vote. And I plan on focusing on our common issues, our common hopes and desires, and in that way unifying our country, winning this election, and turning the page for America. And now, President Trump, you can go back to watching Fox News.
Stop it. Stop giving him more attention.
Senator Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I don't think she's a strong campaigner.
Senator Sanders.
Let me be blunt and tell you what you don't hear much about in Congress or in the media. And that is, it goes without saying that we must and will defeat Trump, the most dangerous president in the history of this country.
Darn it, Sanders, you can't do that.
But we must do more. We must do more. We have got to recognize that this country is moving into an oligarchic form of society where a handful of billionaires control the economic and political life of this country. And as president, I am prepared to take them on. Yes, we will raise the minimum wage to a living wage. Yes, we will finally make sure that every American has health care as a human right, not a privilege. And yes, we will address the catastrophic crisis of climate change and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel.
Sounds like he needs a lozenge.
Senator Elizabeth Warren.
So I was born and raised in Oklahoma, but I'm sure glad to be in Texas tonight. All three of my brothers served in military bases here in Texas. That was their ticket to the middle class. Me, I got my big opportunity about a half mile down the road from here at the University of Houston, back when it cost $50 a semester. For a price that I could pay for on a part-time waitressing job, I got to finish my 4-year degree and I became a special needs teacher. And after law school, my first big job was back here in Houston. By then, I had 2 little kids, and when childcare nearly brought me down, my Aunt Bee moved in and saved us all. The paths to America's middle class have gotten a lot smaller and a lot narrower. Today, service members are preyed upon by predatory lenders. Students are crushed by debt, and families cannot afford childcare. I know what's broken, I know how to fix it, and I'm going to lead the fight to get it done.
I think that was a really strong opening. I think that might have been the strongest one thus far.
Joe Biden.
You know, when President Kennedy announced the moonshot, he used a phrase that sticks with me my whole life. He said, we're doing it because we refuse to postpone. Well, I refuse to postpone one more minute, spending billions of dollars on curing cancer, Alzheimer's, and other diseases, which if we invest in them, we can find cures. I refuse to postpone giving every single child in America, no matter their zip code, pre-K all the way through high school and beyond. I refuse to postpone any longer taking on climate change and leading the world in taking on climate change. Look, this is the United States of America. There's never been a single solitary time when we've set our mind to something we've been unable to do it. We're walking around with our heads down like, woe is me. We're the best equipped nation in the world to take this on. It's no longer time to postpone. We should get moving. There's enormous, enormous opportunities once we get rid of Donald Trump.
I thought he was doing okay. I don't like the last statement, but otherwise it was a decent opening.
Several of you said you are more united than divided, and that is certainly true. All of you agree on one big thing, the goal of defeating President Trump, driving the country in a new direction. But out on the campaign trail, you have outlined big differences over how far to go and how fast to go. And Vice President Biden, the differences between you and the senators on either side of you tonight strike at the heart of this primary debate. Both Senators Warren and Sanders want to replace Obamacare with Medicare for all. You want to build on Obamacare, not scrap it. They propose spending far more than you to combat climate change and tackle student loan debt, and they would raise more in taxes than you to pay for their programs. Are Senators Warren and Sanders pushing too far beyond where Democrats want to go and where the country needs to go?
That'll be for the voters to decide that question. Let me tell you what I think. I think we should have a debate on health care. I know that the senator says she's for Bernie. Well, I'm for Barack. I think the Obamacare worked. I think the way in which we add to replace everything that's been cut, add a public option, guarantee that everyone will be able to have affordable insurance, number one. Number two, I think we should be in a position of taking a look at what costs are. My plan for health care costs a lot of money. It costs $740 billion. It doesn't cost $30 trillion. $3.4 trillion a year, it turns out.
But what are the extra costs for people paying for health insurance?
Budget is. That's before it exists now, without interest on the debt. How are we going to pay for it? I want to hear tonight how that's happened. So as far as my distinguished friend the senator on my left has not indicated how she pays for it. And the senator has, in fact, come forward and said how he's going to pay for it, but he gets him about halfway there. There's a lot of other things that need to be done. I have a bold plan to deal with making sure we triple the money for at-risk schools that are Title I schools from 15 to $45 billion a year. But I go down the line, and each of the things we're talking about, I lay out how I can pay for it, how I can get it done, and why it's better.
Senator Warren, let me take that to you, particularly on what Senator Biden was saying there about health care. He's actually praised Bernie Sanders for being candid about his health care plan. Senator Sanders has been candid about the fact that middle-class taxes are going to go up and most of private insurance is going to be eliminated. Will you make that same admission?
So let's be clear about health care, and let's actually start where Vice President did. We all owe a huge debt to President Obama, who fundamentally transformed health care in America and committed this country to health care for every human being. And now the question is, how best can we improve on it? And I believe the best way we can do that is we make sure that everybody gets covered by health care at the lowest possible cost. How do we pay for it? We pay for it. Those at the very top, the richest individuals and the biggest corporations, are going to pay more. And middle-class families are going to pay less. That's how this is going to work.
Direct question. You said middle-class families are going to pay less, but will middle-class taxes go up to pay for the program? I know you believe that the deductibles and the premiums will go down. Will middle-class taxes go up? Will private insurance be eliminated?
Look, what families have to deal with is cost, total cost. That's what they have to deal with. And understand, families are paying for their health care today. Families pay every time an insurance company says, sorry, you can't see that specialist. Every time an insurance company says, sorry, that doctor is out of network. Sorry, we are not covering that prescription. Families are paying every time they don't get a prescription filled because they can't pay for it. They don't have a lump checked out because they can't afford the copay. What we're talking about here is what's going to happen in families' pockets, what's going to happen in their budgets. And the answer is on Medicare for All. Costs are going to go up for wealthier individuals, and costs are going to go up for giant corporations. But for hardworking families across this country, costs are going to go down, and that's how it should work under Medicare for All in our health care system.
Senator Sanders, you were invoked by the Vice President. Also take on that question about taxes.
She didn't answer it.
That Medicare for All will cost over $30 trillion. That's right, Joe. Status quo over 10 years will be $50 trillion. Every study done shows that Medicare for All is the most cost-effective approach to providing health care to every man, woman, and child in this country. I, who wrote the damn bill, if I may say so.
Oh, there it is.
Intend to eliminate all out-of-pocket expenses, all deductibles, all co-payments. Nobody in America will pay more than $200 a year for prescription drugs because we're going to stand up to the greed and corruption and price fixing of the pharmaceutical industry. We need a health care system that guarantees health care to all people as every other major country does, not a system which provides $100 billion a year in profit for the drug companies and the insurance companies. And to tell you how absurd the system is, tonight on ABC, the healthcare industry will be advertising, telling you how bad Medicare for All is because they want to protect their profits. That is absurd.
Vice President Biden,
respond, George.
You get a response, then we're going to broaden out the discussion.
Okay, number one, my health care plan does significantly cut the cost of it. The largest out-of-pocket payment you'll pay is $1,000. You'll be able to get into anyone who can't afford it gets automatically enrolled in the Medicare type option we have, et cetera. But guess what? Of the 160 million people who like their health care now, they can keep it. If they don't like it, they can leave, number one. Number two, The fact of the matter is, we're in a situation where, if you notice, he hadn't answered the question. This is about candor, honesty, big ideas. Well, let's have a big idea. The tax of 2% that the senator's talking about, that raises about $3 billion. Guess what? That leaves you about $28 billion short. The senator said before it's going to cost you in your pay. There will be a deductible in your paycheck. You're going to, the middle class person, someone making 60 grand with 3 kids, they're going to end up paying $5,000 more. They're going to end up paying 4% more on their income tax. That's a reality. Now, it's not a bad idea. If you like it, I don't like it.
Okay, now I want everybody to keep to the time, but you did invoke both senators. I have to get responses from them, then we will run out. Good. Senator Warren, you go first.
So let's be clear. I've actually never met anybody who likes their health insurance.
He's actually strong.
I've met people.
It was good for him to call them out on not answering the question.
I've met people who like their nurses. I've met people who like their pharmacists. I've met people who like their physical therapists. What they want is access to health care. And we just need to be clear about what Medicare for All is all about. Instead of paying premiums into insurance companies and then having insurance companies build their profits by saying no to coverage, we're going to do this by saying everyone is covered by Medicare for All. Every health care provider is covered. And the only question here in terms of difference is where to send the bill.
Senator Sanders.
Let us be clear, Joe. In the United States of America, we are spending twice as much per capita on health care as the Canadians or any other major country on earth.
This is America.
Yeah, but Americans don't want to pay twice as much as other countries, and they guarantee health care to all people. Under my Medicare for All proposal, when you don't pay out of pocket and you don't pay premiums, maybe you have run into people who love their premiums. I haven't. What people want is cost-effective health care. Medicare for All will save the average American substantial sums of money on his or her health care bill.
Senator Klobuchar, you said in your opening statement you want to represent the people stuck in the middle of the extremes. Who represents the extreme on this stage?
I think you know that I don't agree with some of these proposals up here, George. So I'm talking
Which
about
ones?
if I could respond to some of the proposals from my friends. First of all, Senator Sanders and I have worked valiantly to bring down the cost of pharmaceuticals. That was a Klobuchar-Sanders amendment to allow for drugs to come in from less expensive countries like Canada. We have worked to bring down the cost by fighting to allow 43 million seniors, that's a bill I lead, to negotiate for better prices under Medicare. I figure that's a lot of seniors and they should be allowed to get a better price. But when it comes to our health care and when it comes to our premiums, I go with the doctor's creed, which is do no harm. And while Bernie wrote the bill, I read the bill. And on page 8 of the bill, it says that we will no longer have private insurance as we know it. And that means that 149 million Americans will no longer be able to have their current insurance. That's in 4 years. I don't think that's a bold idea. I think it's a bad idea. And what I favor is something that what Barack Obama wanted to do from the very beginning, and that is a public option, a nonprofit choice that will bring down the cost of insurance, cover 12 million more people, and bring down the prices for 13 million more people. That is a bold idea.
Senator Warren.
Bernie doesn't get a response?
She says 149 people will lose their health insurance.
I'm sorry.
She said page 8 of the bill, 149 people will lose their health insurance.
Look,
current health insurance.
149 million.
Million, excuse me.
So let's be clear about this. People will have access to all of their doctors, all of their nurses, their community hospitals, their rural hospitals. Doctors won't have to hire people to fill out crazy forms. They won't have to spend time on the phone arguing with insurance companies. People who have sick family members won't have to get into these battles. What this is about is making sure that we have the most efficient way possible to pay for health care for everyone in this country. Insurance companies last year sucked $23 billion in profits out of the system. How did they make that money? Every one of those $23 billion was made by an insurance company saying no to your health care coverage.
Mayor Buttigieg.
The problem, Senator Sanders, with that damn bill that you wrote and that Senator Warren backs is that it doesn't trust the American people. I trust you to choose what makes the most sense for you, not my way or the highway. Now, look.
I don't know if I trust most
I think
Americans
to
make
far
those kinds of
beyond
decisions.
tinkering with the ACA. I propose Medicare for all who want it. We take a version of Medicare, we make it available for the American people, and if we're right, as progressives, that that public alternative is better, then the American people will figure that out for themselves. I trust the American people to make the right choice for them. Why don't you?
Senator Sanders, 45 seconds.
George, you talked about, was it 150 million people on private insurance? 50 million of those people lose their private insurance every year when they quit their jobs or when they go unemployed or their employer changes their insurance policy.
Yep.
Medicare for All is comprehensive health care, covers all basic needs, including home health care. It allows you to go to any doctor you want, which many private insurance company programs do not. So if you want comprehensive health care,
look at they're trying to get
freedom of choice regarding doctor or hospital, no more than $200 a year for prescription drugs, taking on the drug companies and the insurance companies, moving to Medicare for All is the way to go.
Senator Harris, you started out co-sponsoring Senator Sanders' bill. You now say you're uncomfortable with it. Why?
I want to give credit first to Barack Obama for really bringing us this far. We would not be here if he had the courage, the talent, or the will to see us this far. I want to give credit to Bernie. Take credit, Bernie. You know, you brought us this far in Medicare for All. I support Medicare for All, I always have, but I wanted to make the plan better, which I did, which is about offering people choice, not taking that from them. So under my Medicare for All plan, people have the choice of a private plan or a public plan because that's what people want. And I agree we shouldn't take choice from people. But here's the thing. Everybody on this stage, I do believe, is well-intentioned and wants that all Americans have coverage and recognizes that right now 30 million Americans don't have coverage. But at least 5 people have talked, some repeatedly, on this subject, and not once have we talked about Donald Trump.
Stop!
So let's talk about the fact that Donald Trump came into office and spent almost the entire first year of his term trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. We all fought against it, and then the late, great John McCain, at that moment at about 2 o'clock in the morning, killed his attempt to take health care from millions of people in this country. Fast forward to today, and what is happening? Donald Trump's Department of Justice is trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump's administration is trying to get rid of the ban that we placed on denying people who have pre-existing conditions coverage. Donald Trump is trying to say that our kids up to the age of 26 can no longer be on our plans. And frankly, I think this discussion has given the American public a headache. What they want to know is that they're going to have health care and cost will not be a barrier to getting it. But let's focus on the end goal. If we don't get Donald Trump out of office, he's going to get rid of all of it.
George, 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Let me get to Congressman O'Rourke and then bring you. Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
15 seconds. Look, everybody says we want an option. The option I'm proposing is a Medicare for all, in a Medicare for choice. If you want Medicare, if you lose the job from your insurance company, from your employer, you automatically can buy into this. You don't have no pre-existing condition can stop you from buying in. You get covered, period. And if you notice, nobody's yet said how much it's going to cost the taxpayer. I hear this large savings. The president thinks, my friend from Vermont thinks that the employer is going to give you back if you negotiate his union all these years, got a cut in wages because you got insurance. They're going to give back that money to the employee?
Matter of fact, they will.
Well, let me tell you something. For a socialist, you got a lot more confidence in corporate America than I do.
Senator Sanders.
1 minute, George.
Go ahead.
All right.
That's not on this
2
card.
points.
Yep.
You got to defend the fact that today,
I like this.
not only do we have
Finally some blood.
87 million people uninsured and underinsured, you got to defend the fact that 500,000 Americans are going bankrupt. You know why they're going bankrupt? Because they suffered a terrible disease, cancer or heart disease. Under
I
my
love this. I am
legislation,
so happy.
People will not go into financial ruin because they suffered with a diagnosis of cancer. And our program
This
is
is a
the
chance
only
for Bernie and
one
Warren to
that
score a
does
lot of
that.
points here.
I know a lot about cancer. Let me tell you something. It's personal to me. Let me tell you something.
Oh,
Every
God.
single person who is diagnosed with cancer or any other disease can automatically become part of this plan. They will not go bankrupt because of that. They will not go bankrupt because of that. They can join immediately. And we're talking 4, 6, 8, 10 years, depending on who you talk about, before we get to Medicare for all. Come on. I've been there. You've been there. You know what it's like. People need help now, hope now, and do something now.
Congressman O'Rourke.
Yeah.
Darn, Biden's strong right now.
Thank you. Listen,
Finally.
I'm grateful that we all agree about the urgency of this challenge and the fact that Donald Trump is undermining the limited protections that we have right now. But I also think we're being offered a false choice between those who propose an all-or-nothing gambit, forcing tens of millions off of insurance that they like, that works for them, to force them onto Medicare, and others who want to, as a vice president does, incrementally improve what we have, which will still leave many, maybe millions, uninsured and uncared for in a state like Texas, where the largest provider of mental health care services is the county jail system. We've got to do better. In my proposal, Medicare for America says everyone who's uninsured will be enrolled in Medicare. Everyone who's insufficiently insured, cannot afford it, can move over to Medicare. And those, like members of unions who fought for the health care plans that work for them and their families, are able to keep them. That is the best possible path forward.
Healthcare is the top issue for everyone in the country. I want to make sure everyone gets 1 minute to respond. So Senator Secretary Castro, Andrew Yang, and then Senator Booker, you all get a minute.
Thank you. And, I also want to recognize the work that Bernie has done on this. And, of course, we owe a debt of gratitude to President Barack Obama. Of course, I also work for President Obama, Vice President Biden, and I know that the problem with your plan is that it leaves 10 million people uncovered. Now, on the last debate stage in Detroit, you said that wasn't true. When Senator Harris brought that up, there was a fact check of that, and they said that was true. I grew up with a grandmother who had type 2 diabetes, and I watched her condition get worse and worse. But that whole time, she had Medicare. I want every single American family to have a strong Medicare plan available. If they choose to hold on to strong, solid private health insurance, I believe they should be able to do that. But the difference between what I support and what you support, Vice President Biden, is that you require them to opt in. And I would not require them to opt in. They would automatically be enrolled. They wouldn't have to buy in. That's a big difference, because Barack Obama's vision was not to leave 10 million people uncovered. He wanted every single person in this country covered. My plan would do that. Your plan would not.
They do not have to buy in. They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago. You just said 2 minutes ago that they would have to buy in. You said they would have to buy in.
Have to buy in. If she qualifies for Medicaid,
are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Are you
forgetting already what you said just 2 minutes ago? I mean, I can't believe that you said 2 minutes ago that they had to buy in, and now you're saying they don't have to buy. You're forgetting that.
I said anyone like your grandmother who has no money.
We need a healthcare system
you're automatically
enrolls people regardless of whether they choose to opt in or not. If you lose your job, for instance, his health care plan would not automatically enroll you. You would have to opt in. My health care plan would. That's a big difference. I'm fulfilling the legacy of Barack Obama, and you're not.
I'll be surprised to him.
Andrew Yang.
This is why presidential debates are becoming unwatchable.
Yeah,
This reminds everybody of what they cannot stand about Washington. Scoring points against each other, poking at each other.
This is a mess.
And telling each other that you're my plan, your plan. Look, we all
That's
have
called a
different
Democratic
visions
primary
for what is
election.
better about
That's called an election. That's an election. This is what we're here for. It's an election.
Yeah, but a house divided cannot
I don't know.
stand.
I missed it.
And that is not how we're
Look,
going to
everyone, we know we're on the same team here. We know we're on the same team. We all have a better vision for healthcare than our current president. And I believe we're talking about this the wrong way. As someone who has run a business, I know that our current healthcare system makes it harder to hire people, makes it harder to give them benefits and treat them as full-time employees. You instead pretend they're contractors. It's harder to change jobs. It's certainly harder to start a business. The pitch we have to make to the American people is we will get the healthcare weight off of your backs and then unleash the hopes and dreams of the American people.
Senator Booker.
Now, I am Asian, so I know a lot of doctors. And they tell me that they spend a lot of time on paperwork, avoiding being sued, and navigating the insurance bureaucracy. We have to change the incentives so instead of revenue and activity, people are focused on our health in the healthcare system. And the Cleveland Clinic, where they're paid not based upon how many procedures they prescribe, shocker, they prescribe fewer procedures, and patient health stays the same or improves. That is the pitch to the American people.
Senator Booker, close out this discussion.
Thank you very much. Look, there are a lot of people watching at home right now, listening to us, that are afraid because they are in crisis. They don't have health insurance. Their health insurance doesn't go far enough. They can't afford their prescription drugs. Look, I'm clear in what I believe. I believe in Medicare for all. I believe it's the best way to rationalize the system. But dear God, I know that every one of my colleagues on this stage is in favor of universal health coverage and comes at this with the best of intentions. And I'll tell you, there is an urgency right now in this nation. Everybody feels it. And as a person who has an
I hope
ideal,
this is another where we talk about
cannot
healthcare for
sacrifice
like an hour and a half.
Progress on the altar of purity. Because people in my community, they need help right now. They have high blood pressure right now. They have unaffordable insulin right now.
I'll be right back.
And this must be a moment where we as Democrats can begin to show that we can not only stake and stand our ground, but find common ground, because we've got one shot to make Donald Trump a one-term president. And we cannot lose it by the way we talk about each other or demonize and degrade each other. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. If I am the leader, I will work towards the ideal of health insurance, health coverage being a right for all Americans. But every single day, I'll join with other Democrats to make progress happen in our nation for the people that are struggling and suffering today.
Candidates, thank you. Lindsay Davis.
Thanks, George. Since we're here at an HBCU, I'd like to start with young black voters. Several recent polls indicate their #1 concern is racism. This campus, this state, and this nation are still raw from that racially motivated attack on Latinos in El Paso. Now, we know that the racial
Glad we're finally
divide
moving on
started
to a new
long
topic.
before President Trump and President Obama, but each of you on this stage has said that President Trump has made that divide worse. Congressman O'Rourke, coming to you first. Why are you the most qualified candidate to address this divide?
You know, I called this out in no uncertain terms on August 3rd and every day since then, and I was talking about it long before then as well. Racism in America is endemic. It is foundational. We can mark the creation of this country not at the 4th of July, 1776, but August 20th, 1619, when the first kidnapped African was brought to this country against his will and in bondage and as a slave, built the greatness and the success and the wealth that neither he nor his descendants would ever be able to fully participate in and enjoy. We have to be able to answer this challenge, and it is found in our education system, where in Texas, a 5-year-old child in kindergarten is 5 times as likely to be disciplined or suspended or expelled based on the color of their skin.
Wow.
In our healthcare system, where there's a maternal mortality crisis 3 times as deadly for women of color, or the fact that there's 10 times the wealth in white America than there is in black America. I'm going to follow Sheila Jackson Lee's lead and sign into law a reparations bill that will allow us to address this at its foundations. But we will also call out the fact that we have a white supremacist in the White House, and he poses a mortal threat to people of color all across this country.
Secretary Castro, 45 seconds to respond.
You know, I want to commend Beto for how well he has spoken to the passion and the frustration and the sadness after what happened in his hometown of El Paso. He's done a great job with that. Look, a few weeks ago, a shooter drove 10 hours inspired by this president to kill people who look like me and people who look like my family. White supremacy is a growing threat to this country, and we have to root it out. I'm proud that I put forward a plan to disarm hate I'm also proud that I was the first to put forward a police reform plan, because we're not going to have any more Laquan McDonalds or Eric Garners or Michael Browns or Pamela Turners or Walter Scotts or Sandra Bland here from the Houston area. We need to root out racism, and I believe that we can do that, because that doesn't represent the vast majority of Americans who do have a good heart. They also need a leader to match that, and I will be a president that matches that.
Senator Booker, you have said, quote, the real question isn't who is or isn't a racist, it's who's going to do something about it. Senator, what do you plan to do about it?
Well, first and foremost, I want to hit that point, because we know Donald Trump's a racist, but there is no red badge of courage for calling him that. When racism exists, the question isn't who isn't a racist, it's who is and isn't doing something about racism. And this is not just an issue that started yesterday. It's not just an issue that we hear a president that can't condemn white supremacy. We have systemic racism that is eroding our nation, from healthcare to the criminal justice system. And it's nice to go all the way back to slavery, but dear God, we have a criminal justice system that is so racially biased. We have more African Americans under criminal supervision today than all the slaves in 1850. We have to come at this issue attacking systemic racism, having the courage to call it out, and having a plan to do something about it. If I am president of the United States, we will create an office in the White House to deal with the problem of white supremacy and hate crimes. And we will make sure that systemic racism is dealt with in substantive plans.
It doesn't help their cause. It doesn't win people over. The whole like name calling Trump as racist, whether it's true or not, is not good for Democrats.
The racism that we see in environmental
but they're all
injustice
like on stage doing it right now.
All around this country.
Mayor Buttigieg, you've been struggling with issues around race in your own community. You've also said that anyone who votes to re-elect President Trump is at best looking the other way on racism. Does that sort of talk alienate voters and potentially deepen divisions in our country?
Yes. I believe what's deepened divisions in the country is the conduct of this president, and we have a chance to change all of that. Look, systemic racism preceded this president, and even when we defeat him, it will be with us. That's why we need a systemic approach to dismantle it. He
didn't answer the question.
It's not enough to just take a racist policy, replace it with a neutral one.
Put me on stage. I can answer this.
Better on their own. Harms compound. In the same way that a dollar saved compound, so does a dollar stolen. And we know that the generational theft of the descendants of slaves is part of why everything from housing to education to health to employment basically puts us in two different countries. I've proposed the most comprehensive vision to tackle systemic racism in every one of these areas, marshaling as many resources as went into the Marshall Plan.
Okay, Cyrus, I didn't know that was
this time a Douglas plan.
I'm sorry to laugh at that, but that is funny.
To make sure that we're not only dealing with things like the
and I will code right. That whole healthcare discussion was so chaotic. I hated it.
Entrepreneurship, raising to 25% the target for the federal government to do business with minority-owned businesses.
I love milk. I go through like a gallon of milk a week.
The next generation of entrepreneurs. We can and must do that, but
I had no idea.
Transcending this framework that pits us against each other, that pits a single black mother of three against a displaced auto worker. Because where I come from, a lot of times that displaced auto worker is a single black mother of three. We've got to say that and bring people together.
Also a concern for people of color is criminal justice reform. Senator Harris, you released
I hate their answers.
Just this week.
I will code. I'm so frustrated at like everybody on stage right now. These are terrible answers.
Now you don't. You used to oppose outside investigations of police shootings.
I'm
now
sorry,
you don't.
Cyrus.
You've said that you changed on these and other things because you were, quote, swimming against the current.
These
and
answers are terrible.
The currents have changed.
Also,
when
this question of racism gets to
why
Biden,
didn't you try to affect change
who thinks he's going to invoke Obama's name?
So there have been, I'm glad you asked me this question, and there have been many distortions of my record. Let me be very clear. I made a decision to become a prosecutor for two reasons. One, I've always wanted to protect people and keep them safe. And second, I was born knowing about how this criminal justice system in America has worked in a way that has been informed by racial bias. And I could tell you extensively about the experiences I and my family members have personally had. But I made a decision that if I was going to have the ability to reform the system, I would try to do it from the inside. And so I took on the position that allowed me, without asking permission, to create one of the first in the nation initiatives that was a model and became a national model around people who were arrested for drugs and getting them jobs. I created one of the first in the nation requirements that a state law enforcement agency would have to wear cameras and keep them on full time. I created one of the first
She has no energy right now.
Trainings for police officer on the issue of racial bias and the need to reform the system. Was I able to get enough done? Absolutely not. But my plan has been described by activists.
She's only talked like
as
twice,
being a bold
and she has no energy.
comprehensive plan that is about ending mass incarceration, about taking the profit out of the criminal justice system. I plan on shutting down for-profit prisons on day one. It will be about what we need to do to hold law enforcement, including prosecutors, accountable. And finally, my plan is about making sure that in America's criminal justice system, we de-incarcerate women and children, that we end solitary confinement, and that we work on keeping families intact. And as President of the United States, knowing the system from the inside, I will have the ability to be an effective leader and get this job complete.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Senator Klobuchar, during your 8 years as a prosecutor in Minnesota, there were dozens of incidents where black men were killed by police. Critics say that too often you sided with police in these cases. The ACLU's legal director in Minnesota has said that you showed no interest in racial justice. Do you wish now that you had done more?
That's not my record. We are here at a historically black college. And I think of an alum of that college, Barbara Jordan, and something that she once said. She said, what the people want is simple. They want a country as good as its promise. And that same can be said of the criminal justice system. So when I was there, the way we handled these
minor drug
police
charges
shootings,
need to go.
I actually took a stand to make sure outside investigators handled them. I took on our major police chief in Minneapolis. But in the prosecutor's office, they were handled with the grand jury. That's how they were all handled across our state. I now believe it is better for accountability if the prosecutor handles them and makes those decisions herself. That aside, I am proud of the work our staff did, 400 people in our office. The cases that came to us, the African-American community that came to us, they said there was no justice for their little kids. There was a kid named Byron Phillips that was shot on his front porch. No one had bothered to figure out who did it. When I came into that office, we worked with the community groups, we put up billboards, we found the shooter, and we put him in jail. We did the same.
Not prosecuting police should go too.
Yep,
Edwards, absolutely.
Who was doing her homework at her kitchen table and was shot.
We need to hold police to really much higher standards than they are now. Whatever agency holds them accountable or investigates them needs to be external. And I feel like anytime somebody is killed, when there's police intervention, it needs an instant investigation. I almost want to say anytime a gun is fired.
90% of people that are incarcerated
but
in local
that's
and state jails.
Similar,
let's reduce those sentences for nonviolent offenders, and let's get them jobs and let them vote when they get out of prison.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. You all believe that the war on drugs has put too many Americans behind bars. Vice President Biden, you have a plan to release many nonviolent drug offenders from prison. Senator Booker
I wish
says
Tulsi
that your
Gabbard was
plan
on
is
stage
not
right now.
Ambitious enough. Your response?
Well, first of all, let me say that
I hope she'll make it to the next
when
one
I
if
came
she
back from
sticks
law
in.
school, I had a job with a big-time law firm. I left and became a public defender because my state was under siege. When Dr. King was assassinated, we were occupied by
I don't
the National
believe
Guard
that.
for 10 months. I've been involved from the beginning. As a young
If he
congressman,
changed, it was
as a
probably
young,
because of opportunity or
councilman,
money.
I
Just being
introduced legislation
realistic.
to try to keep them putting a sewer plant in a poor neighborhood. I made sure that we dealt with redlining. Banks should have to lend where they operate, et cetera. The fact of the matter is that what's happened is that we're in a situation now where there are so many people who are in jail and shouldn't be in jail. The whole means by which this should change is the whole model has to change. We should be talking about rehabilitation. Nobody should be in jail for a nonviolent crime. As when we were in the White House, we released 36,000 people from the federal prison system. Nobody should be in jail for a drug problem.
But did you do that?
Directly to a rehabilitation. We build more rehabilitation centers, not prisons. I'm the guy that put in the the drug courts to divert people from the criminal justice system. And so we have to change the whole way we look at this. And we put people in prison, we have to equip them to.
But when you say we were in the White House, do you mean you did it or Obama did it?
For example, immediately upon being released, they shouldn't be in there for that should be a misdemeanor. They should be out and their record should be expunged. Every single right should be returned. When you finish your term in prison, you should be able not only vote, but have access to Pell Grants, have access to be able to get housing, have access to be able to move along the way.
That's surprisingly progressive from Biden.
Plan along those lines. And the fact is we've learned so much more.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator Booker, 45 seconds to respond.
Our criminal justice system is so savagely broken. There's no difference in America between blacks, whites, and Latinos.
Surprisingly progressive of him.
Dealing drugs. But if you're African American, you're almost 4 times more likely to be arrested and incarcerated, destroying your lives. And so much of this comes down to privilege. We have a criminal justice system that Brian Stevenson says treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. And so I have challenged this whole field. We can specifically and demonstratively now show that there are 17,000 people unjustly incarcerated in America, and all of us should come forward and say, when we are president of the United States, when I am president of the United States, we will release them. And let me be specific. I joined together and led in the United States Senate the only major bipartisan bill passed under this president for criminal justice reform that has already led to thousands of people coming out of jail. If 87
that's the
members
if,
of the United
though,
States Senate
Osiris. I think he will.
If
he doesn't, he has a really strong
we
shot.
Didn't make it retroactive. We could literally point to the
but
people
it's such
that
a
are
long
in jail
way to go
unjustly right now. Everyone on this stage should say that we are going to give clemency to these 17,000 people. And I challenge you, don't just say big statements, back it up with details of the people in prison right now looking for one of the most sacrosanct ideals of this nation.
If I were one of the speakers, I would actually ask every individual candidate to raise their hand on that.
And we must do it now. Every day we wait is too long.
Thank you,
I still think Biden has a good
turn
chance,
to
but
the
I think he'll mess
mass
up.
shootings here in this country, and of course we are all mindful tonight of where we stand. We are here in Texas tonight, where 29 people have lost their lives in just the last month alone. El Paso, which we've discussed, in Odessa, and I know there are survivors from El Paso right here in the hall tonight. Vice President Biden, I do want to direct this to you because we all remember Sandy Hook. 26 people died in that school, 20 of them children. Those first graders would be in 8th grade today. At the time, there was a groundswell in this country to get something done. President Obama asked you to lead the push for gun control. You have often pointed to your ability to reach across the aisle to get things done. But 4 months after Sandy Hook, a measure to require expanded background checks died on the Senate floor. If you couldn't get it done after Sandy Hook, why should voters give you another chance?
Yeah, we're here.
Because it got done before. I'm the only one up here who's ever beat the NRA. Only one ever beat the NRA nationally.
Ooh.
I'm the guy that brought
See the hands going up?
In the focus and became law. And so that's number one. Number two, after Sandy Hook, a number of things happened. It went from a cause to a movement. Look what's happened now. Mothers, the organization, Mothers Against Violence, gun violence. We've seen what's happened again. Now we have all these young people marching on Washington, making sure that things are going to change. There has been a sea change. Those proposals I put forward for the president had over 50% of members of the NRA supporting them, and overwhelmingly the rest of the people supporting them. Now the numbers are much higher because they realize what I've been saying and we've all been saying is correct. Over 90% of the American people think we have to get assault weapons off the street, period. And we have to get buybacks and get them out of their basements. So the point is, things have changed, and things have changed a lot. And now what's happening is, and by the way, the way Beto handled, excuse me for saying Beto, what Congressman...
That's all right. Beto's good.
The way he handled what happened in his hometown is meaningful. To look in the eyes of those people, to see those kids, to understand those parents, you understand the heartache.
But this is
we are ready to do this.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. You did bring up assault weapons here. You did bring up assault weapons here, and many of you on this stage have talked about executive orders.
Hands
Senator
up.
Harris, you have said that you would take executive action on
Everyone
guns
wants a
within
piece of
your
this.
first 100 days, including banning imports of AR-15 assault weapons.
That's right.
President Obama, after Sandy Hook, more than 23
see you in a
executive
second,
actions,
Cyrus.
and yet here we all are today. In recent days, former Vice President Biden has said about executive orders. Some really talented people are seeking the nomination. They said, I'm going to issue an executive order.
So much
Biden
water,
saying there's no constitutional authority to issue that executive order when they say, I'm going to eliminate assault weapons, saying you can't do it by executive order any more than Trump can do things when he says he can do it by executive order. Does the vice president have a point there?
Some things you can, many things you can't.
Let's let the senator answer.
Well, I mean, I would just say, hey, Joe, instead of saying no, we can't, let's say yes, we can.
Let's be constitutional.
Didn't he start off by saying we can do anything?
We can, because I'll tell you something. The way that I think about this is I've seen more autopsy photographs than I care to tell you. I have attended more police officer funerals than I care to tell you. I have hugged more mothers of homicide victims than I care to tell you. And the idea that we would wait for this Congress, which has just done nothing, to act is just, it is overlooking the fact that every day in America, our babies are going to school to have drills, elementary, middle, and high school students, where they are learning about how they have to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner if there is a mass shooter roaming the hallways of their school. I was talking about this at one of my town halls, and this child, it was 8 years old probably, came up to me. It was like it was a secret between the two of us, and he tugged on my jacket and he said, I had to have one of those drills. It is traumatizing our children. El Paso, and Beto, God love you for standing so courageously in the midst of that tragedy. You know, people asked me in El Paso, they said, you know, because I have a long-standing record on this issue, they said, well, do you think Trump is responsible for what happened? And I said, well, look, I mean, obviously he didn't pull the trigger, but he's certainly been tweeting out the ammunition.
Senator Harris, thank you. Vice President Biden, do you still stand by what you said on an executive order?
What I said was, the question, speak to constitutional scholars. If, in fact, we could say, by the way, you can't own the following weapons, period. They cannot be sold anymore. Check with constitutional scholars. Now,
Mr. Vice President,
John,
thank you.
could I tell
Congressman
you what you
O'Rourke, I
could
want to
do
come to you on
in
this.
100 days?
I'm going to work down the row here, but I do want to come to Congressman O'Rourke because I know this is personal to you. El Paso is your hometown. Some on this stage have suggested a voluntary buyback for guns in this country. You've gone further. You said, quote, Americans who own AR-15s and AK-47s will have to sell them to the government, all of them. You know, the critics call this confiscation. Are you proposing taking away their guns? And
a lot of people here, I'm surprised about how strong they're showing.
A weapon that was designed
whereas Sanders
to
is
kill
really weak right now.
On a battlefield. If the high impact, high velocity round, when it hits your body, shreds everything inside of your body because it was designed to do that so that you would bleed to death on a battlefield and not be able to get up and kill one of our soldiers. When we see that being used against children, and in Odessa, I met the mother of a 15-year-old girl who was shot by an AR-15, and that mother watched her bleed to death over the course of an hour because so many other people were shot by that AR-15 in Odessa and Midland. There weren't enough ambulances to get to them in time. Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore.
Congressman, thank you.
And I want to say this. I'm listening to the people of this country. The day after I proposed doing that, I went to a gun show in Conway, Arkansas, to meet with those who are selling AR-15s and AK-47s and those who are buying those weapons. And you might be surprised, there was some common ground there. Folks who said, I would willingly give that up, cut it to pieces. I don't need this weapon to hunt, to defend myself. It is a weapon of war. So let's do the right thing, but let's bring everyone in America into the conversation. Republicans, Democrats, gun owners, and non-gun owners alike.
Can I make a point?
Congressman, thank you. I want to bring in Senator Klobuchar.
That's the strongest I've ever seen Beto.
Talked about your uncle and the proud hunters back home in Minnesota.
Surprising.
So I wanted to get your response to Congressman O'Rourke tonight. Where do you stand on mandatory gun buybacks?
I so appreciate what the congressman's been doing, and I want to remind people here that what unites us is so much bigger than what divides us. Everyone up here favors an assault weapon ban. Everyone up here favors magazine limitations, which, by the way, would have made a huge difference if that was in place in El Paso, in that store where all those ordinary people showed such extraordinary courage. And certainly in Dayton, Ohio, where in 30 seconds, one man guns down innocent people. The cops got there in 1 minute, and it still wasn't enough.
Bernie and Warren aren't getting asked anything, are they?
That's what unites us. You know what else unites us? And I'll tell you this. What unites us is that right now, on Mitch McConnell's desk are 3 bills. Universal background checks, closing the Charleston loophole, and passing my bill to make sure that domestic abusers don't get AK-47.
Senator
So
Klobuchar.
we want to get something done. And I personally think we should start with a voluntary buyback program. That's what I think, David. But I want to finish this, because if you want action now, we got to send a message to Mitch McConnell. We can't wait until one of us gets in the White House. We have to pass those bills right now to get this done.
Senator
because
Klobuchar.
we cannot spare another innocent life.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to turn to
That's
Senator
a pretty
Booker,
strong
because
statement
you have
by
said
her.
just this week about guns and about the candidates on this stage that the differences do matter. Those were your words. You have argued if you need a license to drive a car in this country,
Yeah,
you should
when
have
was
a
the last time
license to buy a
Sanders
gun.
or Warren
Gun
said
owners would not
anything?
only have to pass a background check, they would have to obtain a federal license to buy a gun. This would require, as you know, Congress to pass legislation. If Democrats can't get universal background checks, how would you get this done? And can you name one Republican colleague of yours in the Senate right now who would be on board with this idea?
So background checks and gun licensing, these are agreed to by overwhelmingly the majority of Americans. 83% of Americans agree with licensing. This is the issue. Look, I grew up in the suburbs. It was about 20 years ago that I came out of my home when I moved to inner city Newark, New Jersey, and witnessed the aftermath of a shooting. It's one of the reasons why shooting after shooting after shooting in neighborhoods like mine for decades, this has been a crisis for me. It's why I was the first person to come out for gun licensing. And I'm happy that people like Beto O'Rourke are showing such courage now and coming forward and also now supporting licensing. But this is what I'm sorry about. I'm sorry that it had to take issues coming to my neighborhood or personally affecting Beto to suddenly make us demand change. This is a crisis of empathy in our nation. We are never going to solve this crisis if we have to wait for it to personally affect us or our neighborhood or our community before we demand action. You want to know how we get this done?
Then.
We get this done by having a more courageous empathy where people don't wait for this hell to visit upon their communities. They stand up and understand the truth of what King said, that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I will lead change on this issue because I have seen what the carnage creates in communities like mine, because we forget national shootings, these mass shootings are tragedies, but the majority of the homicide victims come from neighborhoods like mine. Nobody has ascended to the White House that will bring more personal passion on this issue. I will fight this and bring a fight to the NRA and the corporate gun lobby like they have never seen before.
Senator Booker, thank you. A quick follow-up, though, because Americans watching tonight know the reality of Congress in Washington. I asked, do you have a Republican colleague in the Senate who would be on board with this idea to get this done?
Yeah, you know, if that was the attitude when Strom Thurmond had the longest filibuster ever on civil rights, if it was this idea that we can't get it done because of the situation in the Senate, I'm looking to lead a movement. The number one reason why governments are formed is to protect the citizenry. Think about this. We have had more people die
He hasn't
due to
answered
gun
it.
violence
He's
in
not
my
going to.
lifetime than every single war in this country combined from the Revolutionary War till now. This is not a side issue to me. It is a central issue to me. That is the kind of fight, because the majority of homicide victims, we have a mass shooting every single day in communities like mine. We must awaken a more courageous empathy in this country so that we stand together and fight together and overwhelm those Republicans who are not even representing their constituency, because the majority of Americans, the majority of gun owners agree with me, not the corporate gun lobby. It is time for a movement on this issue, and I will lead it.
Senator Booker, thank you. Senator Warren, I want to come to you.
He never
next,
answered it. Press him
because
to
you've
it.
actually said in recent days that
It's not
there are
difficult.
things you can get
Ask
done
him a
with
question and make him
Republicans
answer
in the
it.
Senate. What can you get done on gun control?
So let's start by framing the problem the right way. We have a gun violence problem in this country. The mass shootings are terrible. but they get all the headlines. Children die every day on streets, in neighborhoods, on playgrounds. People die from violence, from suicide and domestic abuse. We have a gun violence problem in this country, and we agree on many steps we could take to fix it. My view on this is it's not going to be one and done on this. We're going to do it, and we're going to have to do it again, and we're going to have to come back some more until we cut the number of gun deaths in this country significantly. But here's the deal. The question we need to ask is, when we've got this much support across the country, 90% of Americans want to see us do, I like registration, want to see us do background checks, want to get assault weapons off the streets. Why doesn't it happen? And the answer is corruption, pure and simple. We have a Congress that is beholden to the gun industry. And unless we're willing to address that head on and roll back the filibuster, we're not going to get anything done on guns. I was in the United States Senate when 54 senators said, let's do background checks, let's get rid of assault weapons. And with 54 senators, it failed because of the filibuster. Until we attack the systemic problems, we can't get gun reform in this country. We've got to go straight against the industry, and we've got to change Congress so it doesn't just work for the wealthy and well-connected, so it works for the people.
Senator Warren, thank you.
First time she's spoken in a while, but that was pretty strong.
Which means you would need simply a simple majority in a Republican Senate to get something done. I want to turn to Senator Sanders on this, because you've said before of this, if Donald Trump supports ending the filibuster, which he's talked about himself, you should be nervous. Would you support ending the filibuster?
No, but what I would support absolutely is passing major legislation, the gun legislation that people here are talking about, Medicare for all, climate change legislation that saves the planet. I will not wait for
That's a Democrat thing, though. Democrats try so hard to compromise, and then nothing gets done.
You can do that through budget reconciliation law. You have a vice president who will, in fact, tell the Senate what is appropriate and what is not, what is in order and what is not. But I want to get back to a point that Elizabeth made, and that, in fact, in terms of gun issues,
I mean, leader of the Senate isn't compromising on anything.
What we are looking at is a corrupt political system. And that means whether it is the drug companies or the insurance companies or the fossil fuel industry determining what's happening in Washington, or in this case, you got an NRA, which has intimidated the President of the United States and the Republican leadership. I am proud that year after year I had an F rating from the NRA. And as president, I will not be intimidated by the NRA.
Senator Sanders, thank you.
It might be good that Sanders isn't having to say too much to that voice, though.
We've been hearing a lot about what's been happening here in Texas. Only a few weeks ago, the deadliest massacre of Latinos in modern U.S. history happened in this state, in El Paso. So the fear among Latinos, and you know this, is very real. So let me start with an issue that is causing a lot of division in this country, immigration. Vice President Biden, as a presidential candidate in 2008,
changing topics
you
fast.
supported the border wall, saying, unlike most Democrats, I voted for 700 miles of fence. This is what you said. Then you served as vice president in an administration that deported 3 million people, the most ever in U.S. history. Did you do anything to prevent those deportations? I mean, you've been asked this question before and refused to answer, so let me try once again. Are you prepared to say tonight that you and President Obama made a mistake about deportations? Why should Latinos trust you?
What Latinos should look at is comparing this president to the president we have is outrageous, number one. We didn't lock people up in cages. We didn't separate families. We didn't do all of those things, number one. Number two, Number two, by the time this is the president who came along with the DACA program. No one had ever done that before. This is the president who sent legislation to the desk saying he wants to find a pathway for the 11 million undocumented in the United States of America. This is the president who's done a great deal. So I'm proud to have served with him. What I would do as president is several more things, because things have changed. I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. I would change the order that the president just changed, saying women who were being beaten and abused could no longer claim that as a reason for asylum. And by the way, retrospectively, you know, the 25th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act is up. The Republican Congress has not reauthorized it. Let's put pressure on them to pass the Violence Against Women Act now. But then we'll go back.
You didn't answer the question.
Hey, how's it going?
Did you make a mistake with those deportations?
The president did the best thing that was able to be done at the time.
How about you?
I'm the vice president of the United States.
Secretary Castro, would you want to respond to Vice President Biden?
You know,
and let me put this in context.
You'd be streaming darn right.
Your party controlled the White House and Congress.
I don't post anything on Facebook because I don't think most people are going to care about that.
And this broke a promise made by President Barack Obama to Latinos. So why should voters trust Democrats now? I mean, now it is even more difficult, as you know, because you need Republican votes in the Senate. So are you willing, for instance, to give up DACA or give up a path to citizenship? Or
no.
Agree to build a wall in order to legalize 10.5 million
You have to say no to this.
Immigrants?
Jorge, thank you very much for that question. And look, I agree that Barack Obama was very different from Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a dark heart when it comes to immigrants. He built his whole political career so far on scapegoating and fear-mongering and otherizing migrants, and that's very different for Barack Obama. But my problem with Vice President Biden, and Corey pointed this out last time, is every time something good about Barack Obama comes up, he says, oh, I was there, I was there, I was there. That's me too. And then every time somebody questions part of the administration that we were both part of, he says, well, that was the president. I mean, he wants to take credit for Obama's work, but not have to answer to any questions. I mean,
Vice President Biden, you have 45 seconds.
Let me just say, that I was the first candidate in early April to put forward an immigration plan. You know why? Because I'm not afraid of Donald Trump on this issue. I'm not going to backpedal. I'm not going to pretend like I don't have my own vision for immigration. So we're not going to give up DACA. We're not going to give up protections for anybody. I believe that on January 20th, 2021, we're going to have a Democratic president. We're going to throw out Mitch McConnell and John Cornyn and have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House. And we're going to pass immigration reform within the first 100 days.
Vice President, 45 seconds.
I did not say I don't stand. I stand with Barack Obama all 8 years, good, bad, and indifferent. That's where I stand. I did not say I did not stand with him.
Okay, Senator Warren, hundreds of children have been separated from their parents at the border, and recently in Mississippi, we saw the largest immigration raid in a decade. You want to replace ICE, the agency in charge of rounding up undocumented immigrants. So how would you deal
the beginning on
with the millions of immigrants who are
healthcare was a mess.
Overstay their visas?
I wouldn't even want to go back and watch it. It was so chaotic.
To migrate to the U.S.
There's been a few good jabs though.
A statement of principles, and that is in this country.
But it's been a mess. Most of this has been like invoking Obama and Trump's names, neither of which are on stage, and the Democrats need to stop that.
Legal immigration and create a pathway to
fighting against Trump doesn't work for Democrats, and Obama's not on the stage.
For their grandparents and for their cousins.
I'll be right back. Sorry, just be on a minute.
Visas, and for people who came here to work in the fields, I want to have a system that is a path to citizenship that is fair and achievable. Down at the border, we've got to rework this entirely. A system right now that cannot tell the difference in the threat posed by a terrorist, a criminal, and a 12-year-old girl is not a system that is keeping us safer, and it is not serving our values.
Mr. Yang.
I want to add one more part on this because I think we have to look at all the pieces. Why do we have a crisis at the border? In no small part because we have withdrawn help from people in Central America who are suffering. We need to restore that help. We need to help establish and reestablish the rule of law so that people don't feel like they have to flee for their lives. We have a crisis that Donald Trump has created and hopes to profit from politically. We have to have the courage to stand up and fight back.
Mr. Yang, it is true that in the last few years we have seen the most severe anti-immigrant measures, from putting kids in cages to limiting asylum for people fleeing gangs and domestic violence. But it is also true that about 1 million immigrants enter the U.S. legally every year. So are you willing to raise the number of legal immigrants from 1 million to 2 million per year? And should there be a merit system, as President Trump wants?
So, yeah, I'm sorry, did you ask me or?
Mr. Yang.
Already said it, okay. Sorry.
My father grew up on a peanut farm in Asia with no floor, and now his son is running for president. That is the immigration story that we have to be able to share with the American people. If you look at our history, almost half of Fortune 500 companies were founded by their immigrants or children of immigrants, and rates of business formation are much higher in immigrant communities. We have to say to the American people, immigrants are positive for our economic and social dynamism, and I would return the level of legal immigration to the point it was under the Obama-Biden administration. I think we have to compete for talent, and I am the opposite of Donald Trump in many ways. He says, build a wall. I'm going to say to immigrants, come to America, because if you come here, your son or daughter can run for president. The water is great, and this is where you want to build a company, build a family,
Tell that
and
to
build
people
a
in
life.
Flint.
This country has been a magnet for human capital for generations. If we lose that, we lose something integral to our continued success, and that is where I would lead as president.
Alcalde Pitt, tengo una pregunta para usted.
Gracias.
Alcalde Pitt, 8 out of 10 Latinos in Texas fear another mass shooting targeting them. This is according to a new Univision poll. President Trump has called Mexican immigrants rapists and killers. Tried to ban
The debate's an
Muslims
embarrassment.
from
It
entering
is.
the
It's so
country and
chaotic.
separated children from their parents. His supporters have chanted, build a wall.
I hate
and send her
saying
back.
this. Sanders looks
Do you
really
think
weak.
that people who support
Yang has been
President
kind of
Trump
weak. He hasn't
and
gotten to
his
say
immigration
much.
policies are racist?
Anyone who supports
I think
this is
Beto,
supporting
Warren, and
racism.
Biden are looking the strongest
Este es
tonight.
racismo y es sencillo. The only people, though, who actually buy into this president's hateful rhetoric around immigrants are people who don't know any. We have an opportunity to build an American majority around immigration reform. In my community, a group of conservative
So far, I'm pretty
Republicans
disappointed
rallied
in this
around an
debate.
individual, a beloved local individual who was deported when he went into ICE to try to get his
It's been
paperwork
heated, but it's not the
sorted
kind
out,
of
because they
heated
never
I
thought it would
want.
happen to him. In some of the most conservative rural areas of Iowa, I have seen communities that embraced immigration grow, and it's why part of my plan for revitalizing the
Rewatch. It's gonna be a
economies of rural
3-hour-long
America
debate. It's a
includes
long one.
community renewal visas that would allow cities and towns and counties that are hurting not only for jobs but for population to embrace immigration as we have in my city. You know, the only reason that South Bend is growing right now, after years of shrinking, is immigration. It's one of the reasons we acted, not waiting for Washington, to create city-issued municipal IDs so that people, regardless of immigration status, in our city had the opportunity to have the benefits of identification. We have an opportunity to actually get something done.
I mean, I'm definitely
But we
going to finish
cannot
this, but
allow
I'm
this to
disappointed
continue
so
to be
far.
the same debate with the same arguments and the same clever lines, often among the same people, since the last real reform happened in the 1980s. We have to actually engage the American majority around the opportunities for not just growth in small communities, but our values, values of welcome, values of faith that all argue for us to manage this humanely and in a way that marries our values with our laws.
Congresista Beto O'Rourke, una pregunta para usted. In an interview 8 months ago, you were asked what to do with the so-called overstayers, people who come with a visa and then stay. And you said, I don't know. Do you have an answer now?
I do, and if you read the rest of that article in the Washington Post, I talked about harmonizing
Another 5
our
minutes. I
entry-exit
understand.
system with Mexico in the same way that we do with Canada.
Mess.
I think that could help us to keep a handle on visa overstays, but I think the larger question that we're trying to get at
It's
is how do
still
we
10 people
rewrite
on stage
this
is just
country's
not good
immigration
for
laws
debates.
in our own image.
They should have
In the
broken this
image
into
of
2
Houston,
nights.
Texas, the most diverse
And it was supposed
city
to be.
in
They
the United
didn't.
States
I don't know
of
why.
America. In the image of El Paso, Texas, one of the safest cities in the United States of America. Safe, not despite the fact that we are a city of immigrants, safe because we are a city of immigrants. Conocemos que si queremos asegurar nuestras comunidades y nuestro país, necesitamos tratar cada persona con respeto y dignidad. I will lead an effort to make sure that we rewrite our immigration laws in that way. Never cage another child. Make sure that there is accountability and justice for the 7 lives lost under our care and our custody, but also face the fact that Democrats and Republicans alike voted to build a wall that has produced thousands of deaths of people trying to cross to join family or to work a job, that we have been part of deporting people, hundreds of thousands just in the Obama administration alone who posed no threat to this country, breaking up their families. Democrats have to get off the back foot. We have to lead on this issue because we know it is right. Legalize America. Begin with those more than 1 million dreamers. Make them U.S. citizens right now in their true home country, and extend that to their parents,
lost his flame, maybe,
and their brothers, and ensure that we have a legal.
I don't know. I mean, there will be plenty of time for like smaller debate stages. I wonder who will still be in at that time.
Take a quick break. When we come back.
Oh, now you take a break. Okay.
The impact on American jobs and U.S. troops.
Jeez.
Candidates, one critical night, and now right after the debate wraps, the candidates.
Yeah, I'm surprised by who's doing well and who's not.
To the debate. What will they say now?
I had high expectations for Yang and Bernie, but neither of them are doing too well tonight. Like Yang had his big surprise. The crowd cheered for Yang, but I don't think he's been doing well overall, and he hasn't gotten to talk that much. Yang had his big surprise, which I was pretty let down by, but. Warren is strong, which I'm okay with Warren. Biden is strong, which I don't like. But. Even like I think Castro and Beto are even pretty strong tonight.
Thank you very much.
Okay, imagine the morning. I'm talking about a good morning. Imagine starting your day off with friends. What's better than that? You know, like the crazy smart friend who always keeps you in the know.
It's
the friend with a huge heart and smile who just makes everything better. Imagine hearing from people who open your eyes and your heart. Imagine knowing what's coming next in the day ahead. Well, I get to live this each morning together with you. Imagine that. How blessed am I? And that's what makes it.
Do you not like Biden because of his age? Age, I mean, I support Sanders, so age isn't a problem because Sanders is older. Generally speaking, Biden, let me just mute it. Biden's been fairly central on issues, which I would like to see the Democrat move towards a more progressive left. What was it he said earlier? I think he said, decriminalization of drugs and removal of, criminal records for those, like, low drug charges. That's surprisingly, like, progressive for Biden. That's not something you usually get from him. Typically, I mean, maybe I just haven't been paying enough attention. My big two, though, are Bernie and Yang, which I don't think either of them are performing very strongly tonight. There are others, like Warren, like, I would be okay if Warren got the nominee. She's not my first pick. Her thing, like, leading a grassroots campaign is an absolute lie, but whatever. I don't know if is there anyone else on that stage that I really would feel good about? I don't even know if I would feel good about Pete. Yeah, I'm hosting a roundtable after the debate, so I'll be on pretty late tonight. But yeah, I'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by when you could. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. I'm disappointed so far. I mean, there's still, obviously, there's a lot of time, but... Is this... Oh, this is when they were coming out. This isn't... Okay. The second half. Half? Yeah, actually, it's about half. What topics are we wanting them to talk about that they haven't, like, embraced yet? How is my bingo card going? I haven't been focusing on it too much, but I think it's up to date. They haven't talked about the Supreme Court yet. They haven't talked about anything regarding, like, LGBT or women's issues. I don't think any of them actually talked about cannabis, really. I think they said, like, the low-level drug charges being ignored thing, but that was it. They haven't talked about environmentalism. Yeah, they've still got a couple topics they haven't touched on yet.
All right, Pooja Lodia with our affiliate KTRK there with the students here at Texas Southern University, the first historically black college and university to host one of these debates. A lot of excitement here. We've seen clashes on healthcare, immigration, racism, and there at the end on the president's legacy, vice president's legacy, rather, with President Obama. Much more ahead here in Texas. Stay with us on ABC News Live. Our full political team will be standing by after the debate, and we'll send you back now to the debate hall. The debate continues here right now.
Let's see. I'm also trying to, like, post and do stuff on Twitter, which I'm typically bad at. But this is a decent chance to, like, leave a footprint and everything, so I do need to be, like, active during this.
Ismail? David.
Oh yeah, Beto O'Rourke, hell yeah, we're gonna take your AR-15. That was a pretty good quote for him. He appeared really strong there. Like, I'm pretty surprised with him.
This was your view.
My favorite view. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this whole thing is, I don't know. I am not enjoying tonight. I'm hoping it gets better during this half.
That has such a direct impact here at home. The US
we haven't done a lot of foreign policy yet either, you're right.
Trump's tariffs. We received more than 100 questions from viewers.
Are they starting? People aren't even in their seats yet.
So Mr. Yang, let me begin.
Oh, we're starting with Yang.
Would you repeal the tariffs on your first day in office? And if so, would you risk losing leverage in our trade relationship with China?
I would not repeal the tariffs on day one, but I would let the Chinese know that we need to hammer out a deal, because right now the tariffs are pummeling producers and farmers in Iowa who have absolutely nothing to do with the imbalances that we have with China. A CEO friend of mine was in China recently, and he said that he saw pirated U.S. intellectual property on worker workstations to the tune of thousands of dollars per head. And he said, one, how can my workers compete against that? And two, think about all the lost revenue to American companies. So the imbalances are real, but we have to let the Chinese know that we recognize that
Chinese don't really care about our intellectual property,
arbitrary and haphazard trade policy that has had victims on both sides.
Yang is the only person I would expect to even bring that up.
But yes, to making sure we come to a deal that addresses the concerns of American companies and American producers.
Mayor Pete, let me take that question. Let me take that question to you, because if you've seen President Trump's tweets, he says what's going to happen here is the Chinese are just going to wait him out so they can get a Democrat who they can take advantage of. How do you think about China? We've seen President Trump call President Xi both an enemy and a friend.
Well, the president clearly has no strategy. You know, when I first got into this race, I remember President Trump scoffed and said he'd like to see me making a deal with Xi Jinping. I'd like to see him making a deal with Xi Jinping. Is it just me, or was that supposed to happen in, like, April? It's one more example of a commitment not made. When that happens on the international stage, people take note. Not just our competitors, our adversaries, but also our allies take note of the inability of the United States to keep its word or follow through on its plans. And when that happens, there are serious consequences. We saw it at the G7, the leaders of some of the greatest powers and economies of the world sitting to talk about one of the greatest challenges in the world, climate change, and there was literally an empty chair where American leadership could have been. The problem is, this is a moment when American leadership is needed more than ever, whether it's in Hong Kong, where those protesters
I didn't get a card to climate change
know
on it,
that they have a friend in the United States, or anywhere around the world where increasingly we see dictators throwing their weight around. The world needs America, but it can't be just any America.
Would you repeal the tariffs?
I would have a strategy that would include the tariffs as leverage, but it's not about the tariffs. Look, what's going on right now is a president who has reduced the entire China challenge into a question of tariffs, when what we know is that the tariffs are coming down on us more than anybody else, and there's a lack of a bigger strategy.
Senator Klobuchar, you've actually supported the tariffs on steel.
What we've got right now, though, George, it's not a focused tariff on steel. What he has done here, he has assessed these tariffs on our allies. He has put us in the middle of this trade war, and he is treating our farmers and our workers like poker chips in one of his bankrupt casinos. And if we are not careful, he is going to bankrupt this country. One forecast recently says that it has already cost us 300,000 jobs. All right?
Wow.
There is soybeans that are mounting up in bins all over the Midwest, in my state of Minnesota and in Iowa. So what I think we need to do is to go back to the negotiating table. That's what I would do. I wouldn't have put all these tariffs in place, and I wouldn't have had a trade policy where on August 1st he announces he's going to have tariffs on $300 billion of goods. On August 13th, he cuts it in half. A week later, he says he's going to reduce taxes. The day after that, he says he's going to do it. The leaders of the world are watching this, and it undermines our strength as a nation. And yes, we want fair trade, but we must work with the rest of the world. And he has made a mockery of focused trade policy, which I think means enforcement, like we've done in northern Minnesota, passing bills, getting President Obama to do more on that so that our workers can benefit. So we are importing, exporting goods, and making sure that is a competitive policy, where our goal is that we are making things, inventing things, and exporting to the world. He is defeating that goal.
Secretary Castro, you actually in one of the previous
debates
identified China as the most serious national security threat to our country. I want to pick up on what Senator Klobuchar was saying, though. She said she'd go back to the negotiating table. The question is, what do you do for leverage? Where do you get it?
Well, look, I agree with those who have said that this erratic, haphazard trade war is hurting American families. As Senator Klobuchar said, 300,000 American jobs. It's estimated that it's cost $600 to the average American family. Just a couple of days ago, 60% of Americans said that they believe that we're in for a recession next year. So when I become president, I would immediately begin to negotiate with China to ratchet down that trade war. We have leverage there. I also believe, though, that we need to return to a leader when it comes to things like human rights. We have millions of Uyghurs, for instance, in China that right now are being imprisoned and mistreated. And in North Korea, this president is elevating a dictator. We need to stop that. We need to return to ensuring that America leads again on human rights. When it comes to this trade war, I would immediately begin ratcheting that trade war down. We have leverage in that discussion.
Senator Warren, let me bring you in on this conversation. President Obama signed the Trans-Pacific Partnership. In part, it was designed to rein in China, to bring China in to some kind of regulation. What do you think he got wrong?
So our trade policy in America has been broken for decades. And it has been broken because it works for giant multinational corporations and not for much of anyone else. These are giant
You mean like the super PACs you might take money from?
Shoot, if they can save a nickel by moving a job to a foreign country, they'll do it in a heartbeat. And yet, for decades now, who's been whispering in the ears of our trade negotiators? Who has shaped our trade policy? It's been the giant corporations. It's been their lobbyists and their executives. The way we change our trade policy in America is first, the procedures. Who sits at the table? I want to negotiate trade with unions at the table. I want to negotiate it with small farmers at the table. I want to negotiate it with environmentalists at the table. I want to negotiate with human rights activists at the table. And you asked the question about leverage. If I can just respond to that one. The leverage? Are you kidding? Everybody wants access to the American market. That means that we have the capacity to say right here in America, you want to come sell goods to American consumers, then you've got to raise your standards. You've got to raise your labor standards, and you've got to raise your environmental standards so our companies can compete on a level playing field. There
has to be an or what there. Raise standards, but what if they don't?
Not to undermine American farms and not to undermine
What if China just
small
says, screw
businesses
you, we're not going to be sending our electronics to America anymore
to
then?
help build a stronger economy.
Senator Harris, how would your
You have to be able to
your
back
trade
that up.
policy differ from President Obama's?
Well, first of all, I have no criticism of that more than just looking at where we are now, which is that we've got a guy in the White House who has been erratic on trade policy.
God.
He conducts trade policy by tweet, frankly, born out of his fragile ego. It has resulted in farmers in Iowa with soybeans rotting in bins, looking at bankruptcy. When we look at this issue, my trade policy under a Harris
He was so close to
administration is
T-Bone.
always going to be about saying we need to export American products, not American
It's
jobs.
not going to happen.
And to
There's
do
no
that,
way
we
he does
have to
that.
have a meaningful trade policy. I am not a protectionist.
It's just not
Democrat.
happening.
Look, we need to sell our stuff. And that means we need to sell it to people overseas. That means we need trade policies that allow that to happen. You asked earlier about China. It's a complicated relationship.
Oh, wait, did I have China on my card?
We have to hold China accountable. They steal our products, including our intellectual property. They dump substandard
How did I get a
products
card with
into
no
our
China on
economy.
it?
They need to be held accountable. We also need to partner with China on climate and the crisis that presents. We need to partner with China on the issue of North Korea. I am on, and I think the only person on the stage,
I didn't put North
the Senate
Korea on there. I
Intelligence
should've.
Committee and the Senate Homeland Security Committee. We need a partner on the issue of North Korea. But the bottom line is this: Donald Trump, in office on trade policy.
She's
he
keeping to her
reminds me
strategy of attacking
that
Trump.
guy in The Wizard
I
of
think it's a
Oz,
bad
you know,
strategy,
where
but she's
you
doing
pull
it.
back the
I'll give her
curtain, it's
this.
a really small dude.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not even going to take the bait, Senator Harris, but I am going to take this to Senator.
It wasn't about you.
I'm going to take this to Senator Sanders right now
There is a reason why in the last 45 years, the average American today, despite an explosion of technology and worker productivity, is not making a penny more than he or she made 45 years ago.
Why is that, Sanders?
And one of the reasons is that for decades we have had disastrous trade policies. And I got to say to my good friend Joe Biden, Joe and I strongly disagree on trade. I helped lead the opposition to NAFTA and PNTR, which cost this country over 4 million good-paying jobs.
T-Bone is not happening.
Is people who had those jobs ended up getting other jobs, making 50% of what they made in manufacturing. So Trump obviously hasn't a clue. Trump thinks that trade policy is a tweet at 3 o'clock in the morning. What we
Didn't
have
he
got
say
to
trade
do
was easy?
is develop a trade policy that represents workers, represents the farmers in the Midwest and elsewhere who are losing billions right now because of Trump's policy. A trade policy which understands that if a company shuts down in America and goes abroad and then thinks
This
they're
is
gonna
Sanders
get
neat. She can
online
do this all
to
day.
get a lucrative federal contract under Bernie Sanders, they got another guess coming.
Vice President Biden, he invoked your name.
Another guest coming?
Well, look, we're either going to make the policy or China's going to make the rules of the road. We make up 25% of the world economy. We need another 25%.
Poor T-Bone just wants
to
a
join
shout
us.
out.
And I think Senator Warren is correct. At the table has to be labor, and at the table have to be environmentalists. The fact of the matter is, China, the problem isn't the trade deficit. The problem is they're stealing our intellectual property. The problem is they're violating the WTO. They're dumping steel on us. That's a different issue than whether or not they're dumping agricultural products on us. In addition to that, we're in a position where if we don't set the rules, we, in fact, are going to find ourselves with China setting the rules. And that's why you need to organize the world to take on China to stop the corrupt practices that are underway.
Senator Booker, close out this round.
Sure. There's one point we're really missing on the stage right now, which is the fact that Donald Trump's America First policy is actually an America isolated, an America alone policy.
Exactly right.
From trade to battling China to global crisis of climate change, the challenges in the Middle East, he is pulling us away from our allies, out of the Iran deal, out of the Paris Climate Accords. And on trade, he's deciding to take on China, while at the same time taking on tariff battles with all of our allies. You literally have him using a national security waiver to put tariffs on Canada. Now look, I'm the only person on the stage that finds Trudeau's hair very menacing, but they are not a national security threat. We cannot go up against China alone. This is a president that has a better relationship with dictators like Duterte and Putin than he does with Merkel and Macron. We are the strongest nation on the planet Earth, and our strength is multiplied and magnified when we stand with our allies in common cause and common purpose. That's how we beat China. That's how we beat climate change on the planet Earth. And that's how American values are the ones that lead on issues of trade and workers' rights.
David.
George, thank you.
T-Bone's so proud of him right now for that.
Into America's longest war in Afghanistan. U.S. talks with the Taliban are dead, according to the president. Secret talks at Camp David have been canceled before they could happen. Many of you have weighed in on that already. So I want to move past that tonight to what all of you have promised on the campaign trail.
Trump tweets are down. Somebody mentioned something about
bring the troops home in your first term. Others have said in
no,
your first year.
So Trump
Senator
tweets,
Warren,
meaning Trump actually tweets during the event. That's what I mean by
President Obama wanted to bring the troops home. President Trump promised to
Thanks
bring
for looking out,
home.
though. I'm wanting that
space.
Afghanistan, I think that's one of my big ones.
Reach a peace settlement. It is time to bring our troops home. In your words,
yeah, it's in one of the corners
right now. Would you keep that promise to bring the troops home starting right now with no deal with the Taliban?
Yes. And I'll tell you why. What we're doing right now.
You're right. I didn't think about it, but that was my intention. That's what I meant.
Helping the safety and security of the United States. It is not helping the safety and security
Maybe
of
next
the world.
debate I'll change it.
It is not helping the safety and security of Afghanistan. We need to bring our troops home. And then we need to make a big shift. We cannot ask our military to keep solving problems that cannot be solved militarily. We're not going to bomb our way to a solution in Afghanistan. We need to treat the problem of terrorism
Sounds like quitter talk
as a
to me.
worldwide problem. And
that's
that
a joke.
means
Don't take that
we
seriously.
Need to be working with all of our allies, our European allies, our Canadian allies, our Asian allies, our allies in Africa and in South America. We need to work together to root out terrorism.
I mean, China is starting to take those over because we're not doing anything about it.
Economic investment. It means expanding our diplomatic efforts instead of hollowing out the State Department and deliberately making it so we have no eyes and ears in many of these countries. We need a foreign policy that is about our security and about leading on our values.
Senator Warren, a quick follow on that, because top U.S. leaders, military leaders on the ground in Afghanistan told me you can't do it without a deal with the Taliban. You just said you would. You would bring them home. What if they told you that? Would you listen to their advice?
I was in Afghanistan with John McCain 2 years ago this past summer. I think it may have been Senator McCain's last trip before he was sick. And I talked to people. We did. We talked to military leaders, American and local leaders. We talked to people on the ground and asked the question, the same one I ask on the Senate Armed Services Committee, every time one of the generals comes through. Show me what winning looks like. Tell me what it looks like. And what you hear is a lot of because no one can describe it. And the reason no one can describe it is because the problems in Afghanistan are not problems that can be solved by a military. I have 3 older brothers who all served in the military. I understand firsthand the kind of commitment they have made. They will do anything we ask them to do. But we cannot ask them to solve problems that they alone cannot solve. We need to work with the rest of the world. We need to use our economic tools. We need to use our diplomatic tools. We need to build with our allies. And we need to make the whole world safer, not keep troops bombing in Afghanistan.
Senator Warren, thank you.
But then how are these weapon manufacturers and everyone going to get money if we're not in constant wars?
On this stage, you served in Afghanistan.
You're not thinking about the economic boon
General
of
Joseph
war.
Dunford, the chair of the Joint Chiefs
Silly
of Staff,
Warren.
who said in recent days, I'm not going to use the word withdrawal right now. It's our judgment the Afghans need support to deal with the level of violence. If he's not even using the word withdrawal, would you put your promise to bring troops home in the first year on hold to follow the advice?
You know, I served under General Dunford, way under General Dunford in Afghanistan. And today, September 12th, 2019, means that today you could be 18 years old enough to serve, and have not been alive on 9/11. We have got to put an end to endless war.
Wow.
And the way we do it is see to it.
That's a way to put it in perspective.
That country will never again be used for an attack against our homeland, and that does not require an open-ended commitment of ground troops. Let me say something else, because if there's one thing we've learned about Afghanistan, from Afghanistan, it's that the best way not to be caught up in endless war is to avoid starting one in the first place. And so, when I am president, an authorization for the use of military force will have a built-in 3-year sunset. Congress will be required to vote, and a president will be required to go to Congress to seek an authorization. Because if our troops can summon the courage to go overseas, the least our members of Congress should be able to do is summon the courage to take a vote on whether they ought to be there. By the way, we also have a president right now who seems to treat troops as props, or worse, tools for his own enrichment.
All politicians do that. Come
apparently
on.
Being routed through Scotland just so people can stay at his hotels.
Oh, that's
I'll
different.
tell you, as a
Okay.
military officer, the very first thing that goes through your mind, the first time you ever make eye contact with somebody that you are responsible for in uniform, is do not let these men and women down. This president is doing exactly that. I will not.
Mayor Buttigieg, thank you. I want to turn to Vice President Biden because the concerns about any possible vacuum being
I'm not a
created
huge military
created in
person, but that was
Afghanistan
pretty
if we
good.
pulled the U.S. troops out,
I think it was good.
has been heightened by what we've seen in recent days on the ground in Iraq. When you were Vice President, President Obama turned to you to bring the troops home from Iraq. You have said on the campaign trail, quote, "I made sure the president turned to me and said, Joe, get our combat troops out of Iraq." There was a major drawdown of U.S. troops, and then ISIS seized, by some estimates, 40% of the territory in Iraq. You then had to send thousands of troops back in. Was it wrong to pull out of Iraq that quickly, and did the move actually help ISIS take hold?
No, it wasn't wrong to pull up. I want to answer an Afghanistan question. I've been in and out of Afghanistan, not with a gun, and I admire my friend for his service. But I've been out of Afghanistan, I think, more than anybody on this, and it's an open secret. You reported a long time ago, George, that I was opposed to the surge in Afghanistan. The whole purpose of going to Afghanistan was to not have a counterinsurgency, meaning that we're going to put that country together. It cannot be put together. Let me say it again. It will not be put together. It's 3 different countries. Pakistan owns the 3 counties, the 3 provinces, and the East. They're not any part of it. The Connies run it. I will go on and on, but here's the point. The point is that it's a counterterrorism strategy. We can prevent the United States from being the victim of terror coming out of Afghanistan by providing for bases, insist that Pakistanis provide bases for us to airlift from and to move against what we know. We don't need those troops there. I would bring them home. And Joe Dunford's a fine guy, but this has been an internal argument we've had for 8 years. With regard to Iraq, the fact of the matter is that, I should have never voted to give Bush the authority to go in and do what he said he was going to do. The AUMF was designed, he said, to go in and get the Security Council to vote 15-0 to allow inspectors to go in to determine whether or not anything was being done with chemical weapons or nuclear weapons. And when that happened, he went ahead and went anyway without any of that proof. I said something that was not meant the way I said it. I said from that point on, what I was argued against in the beginning, once he started to put the troops in, was that, in fact, we were doing it the wrong way. There was no plan. We should not be engaged. We didn't have the people with us. We didn't have our alliance. We didn't have allies with us, et cetera. And it was later, when we came into office, the president turned to me and said, Joe, when they said we had a plan to get out, he turned to the whole security and said, Joe will organize this. Get the troops home. My son spent a year in Iraq.
Did he,
and
though?
I understand. And we were right to get the combat troops out. The big mistake that was made, which we predicted, was that you would not have a circumstance where the Shia and the Kurds would work together to keep ISIS from moving in.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. I want to turn to Senator Sanders on this because the concern over Afghanistan is very similar to what we saw in Iraq when the troops came out. ISIS filled that vacuum. What do you make of people out there who are worried that if we pull out U.S. troops too quickly from Afghanistan, it will create safe haven all over again, like the plotters of 9/11?
David, let me answer that, but let me just comment on something that the Vice President said. You talked about the big mistake in Iraq and the surge. The truth is, the big mistake, the huge mistake, and one of the big differences between you and me, I never believed what Cheney and Bush said about Iraq. I voted against the war in Iraq and helped lead the opposition. And it's sad to say, I mean, I kind of, had the feeling that there would be massive destabilization in that area if we went into that war.
That's what the U.S. does, though.
As the former chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, I want to pick up on what Pete said. We cannot express our gratitude to all of the men and women who have put their lives on the line to defend us, who have responded to the call of duty. But I think also I am the only person up here to have voted against all 3 of Trump's military budgets. I don't think we have to spend $750 billion a year on the military.
Is he only one?
When we don't even know who our enemy is. I think that what we have got to do is bring this world together. Bring it together on climate change. Bring it together in fighting against terrorism. And make it clear that we as a planet, as a global community, will work together to help countries around the world rebuild their struggling economies and do everything that we can to rid the world of terrorism. But dropping bombs on Afghanistan and Iraq was not the way to do it.
Senator Sanders, thank you. I want to take this to Mr. Yang.
I don't even remember what the question was. I don't think he answered it.
Troops in Iraq and Afghanistan with the Vice President who was in the Situation Room, with senators who are on the Senate Armed Services, the Foreign Relations Committees, with an Afghanistan veteran who is on the stage tonight. As you share the stage with these candidates, what makes you the most qualified on this stage to be Commander-in-Chief?
I've signed a pledge to end the forever wars. We've been in a state of continuous armed conflict for 18 years, which is not what the American people want. We have to start owning what we can and can't do. We're not very good at rebuilding countries, and if you want proof, all you have to do is look within our own country at Puerto Rico.
No.
We've spent trillions of dollars to unclear benefits, lost thousands of lives, and thank you, Pete, for your service. And the goal has to be to rebuild the relationships that have made America strong for decades. I would lead our armed forces with restraint and judgment. What the American people want is simply a president who has the right values and point of view, and they can trust to make the right decisions when it comes to putting our young men and women into harm's way. And that's what I would do as president.
Mr. Yang,
he was asked twice qualified, though.
Thank you very much. Vamos a hablar de América Latina. You haven't been asked about Latin America in the previous debate, so let's begin. Senator Sanders, one country where many immigrants are arriving from is Venezuela. Yep. A recent UN fact-finding mission found that thousands have been disappeared, tortured, and killed by government forces in Venezuela. You admit that Venezuela does not have free elections, but still you refuse to call Nicolás Maduro un dictador, a dictator. Can you explain why, and what are the main differences between your kind of socialism and the one being imposed in Venezuela,
oh my God,
Cuba, and Nicaragua?
Well, first of all, let me be very clear. Anybody who does what Maduro does is a vicious tyrant. What we need now is international and regional cooperation for free elections in Venezuela so that the people of that country can create their own future. In terms of democratic socialism, to equate what goes on in Venezuela with what I believe is extremely unfair. I'll tell you what I believe in terms of democratic socialism. I agree with what goes on in Canada and in Scandinavia, guaranteeing health care to all people as a human right.
It's an easy question
I believe
for
that
him.
the United States should not be the only major country on earth not to provide paid family and medical leave.
What, you don't like the moderators?
I believe that every worker in this country deserves a living wage and that we expand the trade union movement. I happen to believe also that what, to me, democratic socialism means is we deal with an issue we do not discuss enough, Jorge, not in the media and not in Congress. You got 3 people in America owning more wealth than the bottom half of this country. You got a handful of billionaires controlling what goes on in Wall Street, the insurance companies, and in the media.
Venezuela.
Maybe, just maybe, what we should be doing is creating an economy that works for all of us.
I don't know that these people are even real.
That's my understanding of democratic socialism.
Did they find these moderators like off the street or something?
Sure, thank you, Jorge. I'll call Maduro a dictator because he is a dictator. And what we need to do is to, along with our allies, make sure that the Venezuelan people get the assistance that they need, that we continue to pressure Venezuela so that they'll have free and fair elections, and also here in the United States, offer temporary protected status, TPS, to Venezuelans. That is something that the Trump administration has failed to do. For all of his big talk about supporting the Venezuelan American community, he has failed. I will not. I also believe that we need to do things like a 21st century Marshall Plan for Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala so that people can find safety and opportunity at home instead of having to make the dangerous journey to the United States. And under my administration, we're going to put renewed focus on Latin America. It makes sense. They're our neighbors, and we have a lot of things in common. It also makes sense that because we have a country like China that is going around the world to places like Africa and Latin America, making their own relationships, strengthening those. The United States needs to strengthen its partnerships in Latin America immediately. Thank you, and I will.
Senator Booker, let me ask you about Brazil. After the recent fires in the Amazon, some experts suggested that eating less meat is one way to help the environment. You are a vegan since 2014. That's obviously a personal choice. But President Trump and Brazil's
If the moderators make the questions, that's fair. Maybe they don't get to choose the questions, but growth. God.
So should more Americans, including those here in Texas and in Iowa, follow your diet?
Oh my God.
You know, first of all, I want to say no. Actually, I want to translate that into Spanish. No. Look, let's just be clear. The factory farming going on that's assaulting this corporate consolidation, the agriculture industry, one of the reasons why I have a bill to put a moratorium on this kind of corporate consolidation is because this factory farming is destroying and hurting our environment, and you see independent family farmers being pushed out of business because of the kind of incentives we are giving that don't line up with our values. That's what I'm calling for. But I want to switch because we don't have a crowded debate stage. We were talking about Afghanistan and Iraq. It annoys me that we had a conversation about our troops overseas. And we didn't say one word about veterans in our country. We have a shameful reality in America that we send people off to war and they often come home with invisible wounds, hurts, and harms. They're disproportionately homeless. You hear stories about women waiting for months for gynecological care through the VA. It is very important that as we, as a country, understand that we are not going to solve every problem with this outrageous increased militarism, that we also make sure that we stand up for the people that stood for us. We end our national anthem with Home of the Brave. It's about time we make this a better home for our bravest.
Congressman O'Rourke, Hurricane Harvey hit this town.
Say Dorian.
Ago, and not only is the Amazon burning, Greenland is melting at a record pace. The last 5 years have been the hottest ever recorded, and we have a viewer's question about this. What meaningful action will you take to reverse the effect of climate change, and can we count on you to follow through if your donors are against it?
Yes, we will follow through regardless of the political consequences
Sanders,
or who it offends, because this is the very future of our planet and our ability for our children and grandchildren to be able to survive on it. We will make sure that we get to net zero.
Everything's coming together,
right?
right?
No later than the year 2050, that we are halfway there by 2030,
Oh,
that we mobilize
man.
$5 trillion over the next 10 years to do that.
Maybe
that we
I'd enjoy
invest
this more if I wasn't
here
taking it so
in Houston,
seriously.
Texas, with pre-disaster mitigation grants to protect those communities that are vulnerable to flooding, given the fact that this town has seen 3 500-year floods in just 5 years. You'd like to think you're good for 1,500 years, but you're not. They're coming faster and larger and more devastating than ever. We're also going to make sure that we free ourselves from a dependence on fossil fuels and embrace renewable wind and solar energy technology, as well as the high-paying, high-skill, high-wage jobs that come along with that. And then we're going to pay farmers for the environmental services that they want to provide, planting cover crops, keeping more land under conservation, using no-till farming. Regenerative agriculture can pull carbon out of the air.
No, Yang has hardly gotten to talk at all. Yang actually has like a pretty decent plan on his website laid out for climate change. That's why I want to hear him speak.
Let's try to see if we can go very fast, Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you.
I don't know if he'll get a
This
chance
is
to.
the existential crisis of our time. It's, you know, that movie, The Day After Tomorrow?
Get me the Green New Deal, though.
We have seen a warming in our world.
We could talk about Dorian and a Green New Deal right here.
Midwest, flooding in Houston, fires
Easy
in the
bingo.
West. And I think having someone leading the ticket from the Midwest will allow us to talk about this in a different way and get it done. On day one, I will get us back into the International Climate Change Agreement. On day two, I will bring back the clean power rules that President Obama had worked on. On day three, I will bring back the gas mileage standards. You can do all that without Congress, which is good. On day 4, 5, and 6, I will, working with Congress and mayors and business people all over the country, introduce sweeping legislation to get at that 2050 goal. And on day 7, you're supposed to rest, but I won't.
Senator
This
Warren,
is what we need to do if we're going to get at climate change. We have to take this on as a crisis that's happening right now.
Senator Warren, should American foreign policy be based around the principle of climate change?
Yes. We need to work on every front on climate change.
This is so terrible.
It is the threat to every living thing on this planet, and we are running out of time. Every time the scientists go back, they say we have less and less time than we thought we had. But that means we've got to use all the tools. One of the tools we need to use are our regulatory tools. I have proposed, following Governor Inslee, that we, by 2028, cut all carbon emissions from new buildings, by 2030, carbon emissions from cars, and by 2035, all carbon emissions from the manufacture of electricity. That alone, those three, will cut our emissions here in the United States by 70%. We can do this. We also need to help around the world to clean, but understand this one more time. Why doesn't it happen? As long as Washington is paying more attention to money than it is to our future, we can't make the changes we need to make.
Didn't you just say you would consider taking super PACs after the primaries?
So that we can save our planet.
Senator Harris, 45 seconds.
I don't know if you can make claims like that after saying such things.
It really is through the lens of my baby nieces who are 1.5 and 3 years old.
Yeah.
When I look at
this whole thing is such a mess.
The world, if we do nothing.
Yang is too afraid to talk. I think he's been raising his hand though.
And when I've been in the United States,
I don't think he's just gotten like picked.
2.5 years, and I look at our counterparts, the Republicans in the United States Senate, they must be looking at their children, and then when they look at the mirror, I don't know what they see, but it's a lack of courage. And this is an issue that, yes, it represents an existential threat. It is also something we can do something about. This is a problem that was created by human behaviors. And we can change our behaviors in a way that saves our planet. I've seen it happen in California. I took on, as the Attorney General of California, I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice. I took on the big oil companies, and we saw progress. If any of you have been to Los Angeles 20 years ago, you'll remember that sky was brown. You go there now, the sky is blue, and you know why? Because leaders just decided to lead, and we took on these big fossil fuel companies. We have some of the most important and strongest laws in the country.
Oh, God.
And we made a difference.
Get Bernie in here.
My point being, I've done it before, and I will lead as president on this issue because we have no time. The clock is ticking, but we need courage, and we need courageous leadership. We can get this done.
Mr. Yang.
So to follow up on what Elizabeth said, why are we losing to the fossil fuel companies? Yeah. Why are we losing to the gun lobby and the NRA? And the answer is this. We all know, everyone on the stage knows, that our government has been overrun by money and corporate interests. Now, everyone here has a plan to try and curb those corporate interests, but we have to face facts. Money finds a way. Money will find its way back in. So what is the answer? The answer is to wash the money out with people-powered money. My proposal is that we give every American $100 democracy dollars that you can only give to candidates and causes that you like. This would wash out the lobbyist cash by a factor of 8 to 1. That is the only way we will win. And as someone running for president, I'll tell you, there's the people on one side and the money on the other. The only way for us to win is if we bring them together.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Lindsay.
I'd like to have
That's not what I wanted to hear him talk about, but it's an interesting idea.
We'll stay with you. Here in Houston, the school district is facing yet another year of spending cuts. Like schools across the country, the system faces many challenges. One of them, thousands of students are leaving traditional public schools and going to charter schools. You're the most vocal proponent on this stage for charter schools. You have said that Democrats who want to limit them are, quote, just jumping into bed with teachers' unions and doing kids a disservice. Why isn't taxpayer money better spent on fixing traditional public schools?
Let me be clear, I am pro-good school. I've got a kid, one of my little boys just started public school last week, and I was not there because I was running for president. So we need to pay teachers more because the data clearly shows that a good teacher is worth his or her weight in gold. We need to lighten up the emphasis on standardized tests, which do not measure anything fundamental about our character or human worth. But here's the big one. The data clearly shows that 65 to 70% of our students' outcomes are determined outside of the school. We're talking about time spent at home with the parents, words read to them when they're young, stress levels in the house,
I'll comment on that in a sec.
income, type of neighborhood. We're putting money into schools, and educators know this. We're saying you're 100% responsible for educating our kids, but you can only control 30%. They all know this. The answer is to put money directly into the families and neighborhoods to give our kids a chance to learn and our teachers a chance to teach.
Mayor Buttigieg, 45 seconds to respond.
Yeah, she's going to take credit for it, even though she didn't do it. The democracy dollars sound so ridiculous. He needs to talk about it, though. He hasn't gotten a chance to really be heard on it.
I believe in public education. And in order to strengthen it, some things are very complex.
And standardized tests can be good for like measuring outcomes, but once you start like
social and emotional learning,
determining who can get money from it, it doesn't work.
We've got to pay teachers more. And we've got to lift up the teaching profession. I always think of a story from South Bend of friends who hosted exchange students from Japan. They had a student one year who wanted to be a teacher, and they kept in touch with her when she went back to Japan and to college. She took the exam to try to become a teacher in a society that really regards teachers and compensates teachers well. And she came up just short. So you know what she did? Since she was academically good but couldn't quite make the cut to be a teacher, she had a fallback plan. She became a doctor. That is how seriously some countries treat the teaching profession. If we want to get the results that we expect for our children, we have to support and compensate the teaching profession, respect teachers the way we do soldiers, and pay them more like the way we do doctors.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think it'll ever be done in a way that's actually helpful.
Teachers unions?
You know, I think I'm the only person on the stage who has been a public school teacher. I've wanted to be a public school teacher since I was in second grade. And let's be clear in all the ways we talk about this, money for public schools should stay in public schools, not go anywhere else.
Yep.
I've already made my
Why'd they switch to Yang?
We will have a Secretary of Education who has been a public school teacher. I think this is ultimately about our values. I have proposed a 2-cent wealth tax on the top 1/10 of 1% in this country. That would give us enough money to start with our babies by providing universal child care for every baby age 0 to 5, universal pre-K for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old in this country.
Thank you, Senator.
Raise the wages of every child care worker and preschool teacher in this country. Cancel student loan debt for 95% of the folks who've got it.
Jeez.
Thank you, Senator.
And strengthen our unions. This is how we build an America.
These moderators are so
reflects
soft.
Our values, not just where the money comes from with the billionaires and corporate executives.
Senator Harris, 45 seconds to respond.
My first grade teacher, Mrs. Frances Wilson, God rest her soul, attended my law school graduation. I think most of us would say that we are not where we are without the teachers who believed in us. I have offered in this campaign a proposal to deal with this, which will be the first in the nation federal investment in closing the teacher pay gap, which is $13,500 a year. Because right now in our public schools, our teachers, 94% of them are coming out of their own pocket to help pay for school supplies. And that is wrong. I also want to talk about where we are here at TSU
A 2-cent
and
tax.
what it means in terms of
I think
HBCUs.
saying a 2-cent tax sounds less
as
extreme,
part of my
though.
proposal that we will put $2 trillion
2% sounds like a
into
strong
investing in
tax.
our
2 cents doesn't
HBCUs
sound like a whole lot,
for
though.
Teachers, because one, as a proud graduate of a historically black college and university, I will say that it is our HBCUs that disproportionately produce teachers and those who serve in these many professions. But
Thank you, Senator.
But this is a critical point. If a black child has a black teacher before the end of 3rd grade, they are 13% more likely to go to college. If that child has had 2 black teachers before the end of 3rd grade, they are 32% more likely to go to college. So when we talk about investing in our public education
I didn't know
system,
that.
it is at the source of so much. When we fix it, that will fix so many other things. We must invest in the
Thank you,
potential of
Senator.
our children.
Senator
and I
Sanders,
strongly
45 seconds.
believe you can judge a society based on how it treats its children, and we are
Thank you,
failing
Senator.
on this issue.
Moderators are so soft.
Guess what?
What?
You're guessing. All right, here's the answer. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
Oh, here we
And
go.
yet we have the highest child poverty rate of almost any country on earth.
It's on my card, isn't
We
it?
have teachers in this country who are leaving education.
Raise your
because
hands,
they can't
Bernie.
Work 2 or 3 jobs to support.
It's not a good square, but I'll take it.
Which is why, under my legislation, we will move to see that every teacher in America makes at least $60,000 a year.
Someone did talk about
What we
student
will
debt, didn't
also
they?
do is not only have
I think Warren
universal
did.
pre-K, we will make public colleges and universities and HBCUs debt-free. And what we will also do, because this is an incredible burden on millions and millions of young people who did nothing wrong except try to get the education they need. We are going to
Bernie's
cancel
a national
all
hero.
student debt in this country.
Thank you, Senator.
And
Thank
we
you,
are
Senator.
going to do that by imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Vice President,
didn't
I want
say
to
the
come
top
to you and talk to you
1%.
about inequality in schools and race. In a conversation about how to deal with segregation in schools back in 1975, you told a reporter, I don't feel responsible for the sins of my father and grandfather. I feel responsible for what the situation is today, for the sins of my own generation, and I'll be damned if I feel responsible to pay for what happened 300 years ago. You said that some 40 years ago. But as you stand here tonight, what responsibility do you think that Americans need to take to repair the legacy of slavery in our country?
Well, they have to deal with look, there is
That's a
institutional
toughie.
segregation in this country. And from the time I got involved, I started dealing with that. Redlining, banks, making sure that we are in a position where, look, we talk about education. I propose that what we take is those very poor schools, the Title I schools, Triple the amount of money we spend, from $15 to $45 billion a year. Give every single teacher a raise to the equal raise of getting out the $60,000 level. Number two, make sure that we bring in to help the teachers deal with the problems that come from home. The problems that come from home, we have one school psychologist for every 1,500 kids in America today. It's crazy. The teachers are, and I'm married to a teacher. My deceased wife is a teacher. They have every problem coming to them. We have to make sure that every single child does, in fact, have 3-, 4-, and 5-year-olds go to school, not daycare, school. We bring social workers into homes of parents to help them deal with how to raise their children. It's not that they don't want to help, they don't know quite what to do. Play the radio, make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone, make sure the kids hear words. A kid coming from a very poor school, or a very poor background, will hear 4 million words fewer spoken by the time they get there. There's so much no, I'm going to go like the rest of them do, twice over, okay? Because here's the deal. The deal is that we've got this a little backwards. And by the way, in Venezuela, we should be allowing people to come here from Venezuela. I know Maduro. I've confronted Maduro. Number two, you talk about the need to do something in Latin America. I'm the guy that came up with $740 million to see to it those 3 countries, in fact, change their system so people don't have a chance to leave. You're all acting like we just discovered this yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Secretary Castro.
Thank you very much.
That was a good call out, though.
You know, I grew up in one of those neighborhoods that folks have talked about, in a neighborhood that was grappling with the legacy of segregation. In fact, in two public school districts that were involved in a 1973 Supreme Court case challenging how Texas financed its schools. And I know that today, our schools are segregated because our neighborhoods are segregated. Right. Now, I have an education plan, like a lot of folks up here, that would pay teachers more, that would recruit diverse ranks of teachers, that would invest in our public schools. But I also believe that we have to connect the dots to uplift the quality of life, to invest in housing opportunity, to invest in job opportunity, to invest in community schools that offer resources like parents able to go back and get their GED, and healthcare opportunities, and those things that truly ensure that the entire family can prosper. Those are the types of things that we need to do.
The moderators are real weak.
In addition to lifting up our public schools, you asked a second ago about charter schools. Look, it is a myth that charter schools are better than public schools. They're not. And so,
thank you, Secretary.
While I'm not categorically against charter schools, I would require more transparency and accountability from them than is required right now.
Senator Booker, coming to you now. It was 65 years ago this year that the Supreme Court outlawed racial segregation in public schools. Yet for millions of students of color today, segregation remains a reality. Non-white districts typically receive $2,200 less per student than those in white districts. This means older books, less access to computers, and often worse outcomes. What is your plan to address segregation? And I'm not just talking about the achievement gap, but I'm talking about the opportunity gap in education.
So I'm hearing a lot of conversations on the stage and the way we talk about communities of color. Look, I live in a black and brown community below the poverty line. I've lived in public housing projects almost for a decade and saw the anguish of parents who are just so deeply frustrated that they don't have a school that serves their genius. I think I'm the only person on the stage, even though I had no formal authority as mayor to run a school system, I stepped up and took responsibility for our schools. And we produced results. A lot of folks here talking about raising teacher salary. We actually did it in Newark, New Jersey. And we didn't stop there. We closed poor performing charter schools, but dagnabbit, we expanded high performing charter schools. We were a city that said we need to find local solutions that work for our community. The results speak for themselves. We're now the #1 city in America for beat the odds schools, from high poverty to high performance. Strategies like investing in our children work. And I'll tell you this, I am tired of us thinking about these problems isolated, disconnected from other issues. That's why my friend Secretary Castro is 100% right. We are in the reality we are right now because, Vice President, of overtly racist policies, not 400 years ago, just in my lifetime, that we're redlining communities, disinvesting in communities. And more than just that, my kids are not only struggling with racial segregation in housing, and the challenges of underfunded schools, but they're also struggling with environmental injustice. If you've talked to someone who's a parent of a child who's had permanent brain damage because of lead, you'll know this is a national problem because there's over 3,000 jurisdictions in America where children have more than twice the blood lead levels of Flint, Michigan.
Thank you.
And so if I'm president of the United States, it is a holistic solution to education, from raising teacher salary, fully funded special education, but combating the issues of poverty, combating the issues of racial segregation, combating the issues of a criminal justice system that takes parents away from their kids, and dealing with environmental justice as a major pillar of any climate policy.
Thank you, Lindsay. One final question coming up. We'll be right back.
One final question? What? Still so much time, isn't there? Yeah, you got 40 more minutes. What are you doing?
10 candidates, one critical night. And now, right after the debate wraps, the candidates step into the
This is
studio
such a
for their
joke.
first live reaction to the debate. What will they say now? And what will happen next? The ABC News Democratic Debate Post Show breaks live right after the debate. Tonight, streaming on ABC News.
Is there actually anybody that thinks this is being hosted well?
The most innovative daily
There's
news
probably
podcast
somebody,
out there to listen to
right?
every day. Well, the
I'm sure
Edward
there's
R.
some
Murrow
people that
Awards
think
say
this is
it's
actually being
Start
hosted
Here,
incredibly
the
well.
Daily News Podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the Daily News Podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Okay,
Nah.
imagine the morning. I'm talking about a good morning.
Never even heard of
Imagine starting
Apple
a day off with
Podcasts.
friends. What's better than that? You know, like the crazy smart friend who always keeps you in the know. The friend with a huge heart and smile who just makes everything better. Imagine hearing from people who open your eyes
These
and
are
your
disappointing
heart.
moderators.
Imagine knowing what's coming next in the day ahead. Well, I get to live this each morning together with you. Imagine that. How blessed am I? And that's what makes it such a good morning, America.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source from ABC News. Breaking news, live events, streaming nonstop. Original breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, and it's all designed
National
differently
Geographic.
for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want. Free. ABC News Live. Stream it now or anytime on Roku, Hulu, Facebook,
I'll be
and
right back. This is-
abcnews.com.
ABC News.
Oh,
honored
man.
Winner of 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards, including the most prestigious honor, Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news choice.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Houston. I'm Devin Dwyer. We're behind the scenes at the ABC News debate here at Texas Southern University, and I am here with ABC News contributor, Democracy for America chairwoman Yvette Simpson. Great to see you, Yvette. So we were
Thank you.
talking
Good to talk to
before
you.
the debate about your
Yes.
expectations.
Yes.
And who's having the best night so far?
It's a good night. Like, Kamala has had some great moments. She's really showing herself strong, I think, talking directly to Trump, which is what people want.
Yeah, impressive start.
Man, Cory Booker
I
has
don't
had a
think people
couple
want
last
that.
nights. I think everybody
Although I
is
do
doing
think
a really
Kamala's
good
doing
job
pretty well
today.
tonight.
I am very impressed with this field, and I think what we're seeing is people shine on issues that they are great at. And so you're seeing, you know, Biden and talk about his history. I know he got tripped up a bit. He's finding his way back. You see Warren and you see Bernie doing their thing, their tag
Gotta
team on
ask you about-
Medicare
before-
for all.
Before we got to go here, I got to ask you about.
You're
who-
not giving him much of a chance to
Yeah,
talk, though.
Getting a bit of blowback on Twitter. Do you think there was a fair attack?
I
that he
don't
had
think
forgotten?
I don't think it's fair. I mean, we are preparing for someone who's going to take on Trump. Trump is not going to be nice, and I think at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we're preparing.
Does
this
that mean
guy
we
for
should
a
be,
rough
like,
and
on equal
tumble
footing with him,
thing.
though?
And to say to him, "Oh, you don't remember what you just said," is a fair, assessment.
Yeah, shouldn't we try to
I'm
do
all about
better?
civility, but I'm also about this is our test for the real competitor. Trump is not going to be nice. He is going to come after our nominee, and we need to prepare the front runner for that. And so I understand it and I get it, but I don't.
We're going to ask Julian Castro about that exchange when he comes, hopefully, and talks to us here after the debate.
So I have a
Yvette
little
Simpson,
different perspective.
You'll be here as well. Thank you for your
Thank
perspective.
you.
Much more to come ahead. But I do want to check back in with Pooja Lodia with our affiliate KTRK. She's here on campus with a bunch of students. Hey, Pooja, what moments have gotten the biggest response so far there with that watch party?
Oh, we have seen a lot of
clapping, a lot of cheers, really every time any one of these candidates brings up historically black colleges and universities, and also whenever any of the candidates bring up former President Barack Obama. This is obviously a big deal for the city of Houston and an even bigger deal for Texas Southern University. I do want to go to a couple of students here. Tell me, what is the #1 issue that really matters to you in this election?
Education.
Gun control. Student loans. And that is one of the ones that we've really been hearing a lot of here. A lot of students very interested to hear
well, yeah, you're going to university. Like, of course they want to know about student loans.
That's obviously very important. Back to you, Devin.
All right, Pooja Lodia with our friends at KTRK here tracking the student response to this debate. There is much more debate ahead. We're in the home stretch here as the moderators prepare to take their stations. Stay with us here at ABC News Live. Continuing coverage, we'll bring you back to the debate right now.
Live in Houston, the Democratic debate.
And we are back now for a final round of questions. One question for each candidate. We're going to go in reverse order from the opening statement. And candidates, the question is on the quality of resilience. No president can succeed without resilience. Every president confronts crises, defeats, and mistakes. So I want to ask each of you, what's the most significant professional setback you've had to face? How did you recover from it? And what did you learn from it? Vice President Biden.
That's an open question, but it's interesting.
I never counted any professional setback I have as a serious setback.
Oh
those are
my
things that are
God.
important, things that are unimportant.
Sanders is egging him to go on.
We're going to clear the protesters now. Just 1 minute. Senator Biden, we'll start the clock again.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry. Go ahead.
There's setbacks and there's setbacks. And I think the most critical setback that can occur to anyone is to lose. Well, my dad had an expression. He said, Joey, it's not a question of succeeding whether you get knocked down, it's how quickly you get up. And he used to say, never explain and never complain. And then go on to say that the only obligation that really matters, the most important thing, is family. And so I was raised to believe that that was the center of everything, family. And it could be judged on based how you treat your family and how you went from there. And it took, Kierkegaard said, faith sees best in the dark. Right after I got elected, my wife and daughter were killed in an automobile accident, and my two sons are badly injured. And I just been elected, not sworn in. And I lost my faith for a while. I came back. And then later, when my son Bo came home from Iraq and with a terminal disease, and a year and a half later, losing him was like losing part of my soul. But the fact is that I learned that the way you deal with it is you deal with finding purpose in what you do. And that's why I hope he's proud of me today, because he wanted to make sure I didn't run for president, but I stayed engaged. Because when you get hit badly, whether you're losing a job or you're raising a family like my dad, where you have to make that longest walk up the stairs to tell your kid you can't live here anymore, dad lost his job, we've all went through that, some form or another. And it just for me, the way I've dealt with it is finding purpose. And my purpose is do what I've always tried to do and stay engaged in public policy. But there's a lot of people that through a lot worse than I have, get up every single morning, put their feet one foot in front of another without the help I had. They're real heroes out there.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator Warren.
That was actually a good answer.
I mentioned earlier, I've known what I wanted to be since second grade. I wanted to be a public school teacher. And I invested early. I used to line my dollies up and teach school. I had a reputation for being tough but fair. By the time I graduated from high school, my family didn't have money for a college application, much less to send me off to 4 years at a university. And my story, like a lot of stories, has a lot of twists and turns. Got a scholarship, and then at 19, got married, dropped out of school, took a minimum wage job, thought my dream was over. I got a chance down the road at the University of Houston. And I made it as a special needs teacher. I still remember that first year as a special needs teacher. I could tell you what those babies looked like. I had 4 to 6-year-olds. But at the end of that first year, I was visibly pregnant. And back in the day, that meant that the principal said to me, wished me luck, and hired someone else for the job. So there I am. I'm at home, I got a baby, I can't have a job. What am I gonna do? Here's resilience. I said, I'll go to law school. And the consequence was, I practiced law for about 45 minutes, and then went back to my first love, which is teaching. But it let me get into fights, it gave me new tools, and the reason I'm standing here today is because I got back up, I fought back, I know what's broken, I want to be in the fight to fix it in America.
Thank you, Senator.
That's why I'm here.
Senator Sanders.
Resilience, to me, means growing up in a rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York, the son of an immigrant who came to this country without a nickel in his pocket. Professional resilience means to me, George, running for U.S. Senate in Vermont and getting 1% of the vote. Running for governor and getting 2% of the vote. Finally becoming mayor of Burlington, Vermont with 10-vote margin. What resilience means to me is that throughout my political career, I have taken on virtually every powerful special interest in this country. Whether it is Wall Street, whether it is the insurance industry, whether it is the pharmaceutical industry whose corruption and greed is killing people today, whether it is a military-industrial complex or a prison-industrial complex. And I feel confident that given a lifelong record of taking on powerful special interests, of standing up for the working families of this country, that I will be able to take on the greed and corruption of the corporate elite and create a government and an economy that work for all of us, not just the 1%.
There it is.
Thank you, Senator Sanders.
I don't think it matters at this
Senator
point.
Harris.
You know,
Biased
every
media. We're not going to
office
get that in the
I've
final
run for,
question.
whether it be district attorney or attorney general, I was told each time, it can't be done.
We're not
They
getting
said
bingo.
nobody like you has done it before. Nobody is ready for you. When I ran for DA, I won and became the first black woman elected DA in a state of 40 million people in San Francisco. When I ran for Attorney General of California, I was elected because I didn't listen. And I was the only woman black elected Attorney General in the state, in the country. And each time people would say, it's not your time, it's not your turn, it's going to be too difficult, they're not ready for you. And I didn't listen, and a part of it probably comes from the fact that I was raised by a mother who said many things that were life lessons for me, including, don't you ever let anybody tell you who you are. You tell them who you are. And when I look around the town halls that we do in this race for President of the United States, and I look at the meetings that we do in the community meetings, and I see these little girls and boys, sometimes even brought by their fathers, and they bring them to me, and I talk to them during these events, and they smile, and they're full of joy, and their fathers tell them, see, don't you ever listen and let anybody ever tell you what you can or cannot be. You have to believe in what can be, unburdened by what has been.
Senator Harris, thank you very much. Mayor Buttigieg.
You know, as a military officer serving under Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and as an elected official in the state of Indiana when Mike Pence was governor, at a certain point, when it came to professional setbacks, I had to wonder whether just acknowledging who I was going to be the ultimate career-ending professional setback. I came back from the deployment and realized that you only get to live one life, and I was not interested in not knowing what it was like to be in love any longer. So I just came out.
YOLO?
I had no idea what kind of professional setback it would be, especially because, inconveniently, it was an election year in my socially conservative community. What happened was that when I trusted voters to judge me based on the job that I did for them, they decided to trust me and reelected me with 80% of the vote. And what I learned was that trust can be reciprocated, and that part of how you can win and deserve to win is to know what's worth more to you than winning. And I think that's what we need in the presidency right now. We have to know what we are about. And this election is not about any of us up here. It is not about this president, even though it's hard to talk of anything else some days. It's about the people who trust us with their lives. A kid wondering if we're actually going to make their schools safe when they've learned active shooter drills before they've learned to read. A generation wondering whether we will actually get the job done on climate change. And if we hold to that, then it doesn't matter what happens to each of us professionally. Together, we will win a better era for our country.
Mayor Buttigieg, thank you. Mr. Yang.
I was an unhappy lawyer for 5 whole months, and I left to start a business. And I'm going to share with you all one of the secrets to entrepreneurship. If you want to start something, tell everyone you know you're going to do it. And then you don't have a choice. You put your heart and soul into it, and even though I did that, my company flopped, had its mini rise and maximum fall, lost investors hundreds of thousands of dollars, still owed $100,000 in school debt. My parents still told people I was a lawyer. I guess it was a little easier. So I remember lying on my floor looking up, wondering how it had come to this. Eventually, I picked myself back up. I kept working in small growth companies for another 10 years and eventually had some success. Then after I did have some success, I still remembered how hard it was, how isolating it was, how it feels like your friends no longer want to spend time with you. And so I spent 7 years starting and running a nonprofit that helped train young entrepreneurs around the country, including Sean Wen, who's here in the audience tonight, who left his gilded Wall Street job to become a food entrepreneur in San Antonio. Sean, I hope I made the process a little bit easier for you than it was for me. But the goal of my campaign is to make this an economy that allows us to live our human values and aspirations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Senator Booker.
So my biggest professional setback is embarrassing because a lot of folks know about it. I, with a bunch of tenant leaders in Newark, New Jersey in 2002, took on the political machine, and boy, did they fight back. I had tires on my car slashed, our campaign offices were broken into, my phones were tapped. It became a spectacle, and we lost that election. And here's a bit of advice to everybody. If you're going to have a spectacular failure, have a documentary team there to capture it, because it made for an Oscar-nominated documentary called Street Fight. But then, unfortunately, another setback, it lost in the Oscars to a movie called March of the Dagnab Penguins, for crying out loud. The people in my community, living in the projects, told me, don't give up on the people, and the people won't give up on you. Create bigger and bolder coalitions, and you're going to win. And you know what? We came back 4 years later and won the largest lopsided victory in our city's history. But more than that, the lesson was there. We didn't give up. We were taking on America's toughest problems, from crime to poverty, and we transformed our city, creating tens of thousands of new jobs, the biggest economic expansion in our city, and as I said before, turned around our school system. There's more work to do, but I haven't given up on the people. I still live in that community. But this is the big lesson. My staff and my friends and my community told me, if you want to go fast, you may have won the mayor's race, but that's not what life is about. There's an old African saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. The lesson I learned of resilience is to trust people, because the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. And the test of America right now, it's not a referendum on Donald Trump, it's a referendum on us and who we are and who we're going to be together. We need to use this moment in history to unite in common cause.
Hey, Vanilla, how's it going?
And then there's nothing we can't do together as a nation.
Senator Booker, thank you.
Have you been watching the debate through the night?
Congressman O'Rourke.
Thank you, George.
I think they're all doing pretty well during this,
Everything that
honestly.
I've learned about resilience, I've learned from
They're all
my
having
hometown
strong
of El Paso,
speeches.
Texas. In the face of this act of terror that was directed at our community in large part by the President of the United States, that killed 22 people and injured many more, we were not defeated by that, nor were we defined by that. The very thing that drew that killer to us is the very thing that helps us set the example for the rest of this country.
I mean, you're right. This is a very generic question, but all of them are coming off strong because of it.
Or dangerous. We see them as foundational to our success, to our strength,
which is kind of what's
and to our
important
security,
here, right?
and to our safety. Yesterday, I was visiting with one of those victims. He's the head coach of the Fusion. This is a girls' soccer team of 10 and 11-year-old girls. His name is Luis. He was shot in the legs multiple times. He was shot in the side multiple times. He's still healing from his wounds in the hospital, but from his hospital bed, he's still trying to coach the Fusion girls' soccer team. Memo, his co-coach, is still fighting for his life right now at Del Sol Hospital. Those two men, Jessica and Marcella, their wives, they exemplify resilience to me. And when we end this scourge of gun violence in this country, when we finally confront the racism that exists in America, when we're defined not by our fears, but instead by our aspirations and our ambitions, it will be in large part, I think,
this is one of those topics where what they're saying doesn't really matter. This is a chance for everyone to improve their image. That's what's important here.
And resilience have brought me up here. I grew up with a dad.
They're getting a chance to appear as like moral candidates.
His whole life. And after his third DWI, he had a choice between jail and treatment. He chose treatment with his faith, with his friends, with our family. And in his words, he was pursued by grace. And that made me interested in public service because I feel like everyone should have that same right to be pursued by grace. I then got married. My husband's out there somewhere, hopefully smiling, and our daughter. And our daughter was born. I had this expectation we were going to have this perfect birth. And she was really sick, and she couldn't swallow. And she was in and out of hospitals for 1.5 years. But when she was born, they had a rule in place that you got kicked out of the hospital in 24 hours.
What?
She was in intensive care, and I was kicked out. And I thought, this could never happen to any other mom again. So I went to the legislature, our state legislator, not an elected official, a mom, and I advocated for one of the first laws in the country guaranteeing new moms and their babies a 48-hour hospital stay. And when they tried to delay the implementation of that law, I brought 6 pregnant friends to the conference committee, so they outnumbered the lobbyists 2 to 1. And when they said, when should it take place, they all raised their hand and said, now. That is what motivated me to go into public service. And when I got to that gridlock of Washington, D.C., and got to work and pass over 100 bills, and I know a lot of my friends here from the left, but remember, I am from the middle of the country. And I believe if we're going to get things done, that we have to have someone leading the ticket with grit. Someone's going to not just change the policies, but change the tone in the country. And someone who believes in America and believes it from their heart because of where they came from. That everyone should have that same opportunity.
Senator, thank you. Secretary Castro.
Castro's last.
And
this is
thank
actually
you,
good
George,
for the
to
Democratic
Jorge,
Party.
To Lindsay and to
this
David,
is great for like
and to all
improving
of
the
y'all
party's
for tuning
image
in
right
tonight. In many ways, I shouldn't be here on this stage. You know, Castro is my mother's name and was my grandmother's name before her. I grew up in a single-parent household on the west side of San Antonio, going to the public schools. Eventually, my brother Joaquin and I became the first in our family to become professionals. And when I got home, I took a job at the biggest law firm in town. I was making $100,000 a year in the year 2000. A few months later, I got elected to the San Antonio City Council. And the City Council at the time was only paying $1,040 a year. So everybody had another job, and my job was at the law firm. Well, a few months after I got elected, the law firm got a client. And the client wanted those of us on the City Council to vote for a land deal. The land deal was that they wanted to build a golf course over our water supply because we relied on an underground aquifer. I didn't think the Environmental Protection Plan was strong enough, so I wanted to vote against it, and my constituents wanted me to vote against it. But under the ethics rules for lawyers in Texas, because believe it or not, lawyers have ethics rules, you can't just go against the interests of a client, so I was stuck. On the one hand, I wanted to do the right thing. On the other hand, my livelihood, my student loans, my new house payment, my car payment depended on me shutting up.
In a different way than he probably
so one day
means.
I walked into my law firm and I quit my job. And then I went and I voted against that land deal on the city council. And, you know, it was the first test that I had, and I think back to that because oftentimes we think of politics and you think of politics as dirty or corrupting. I wondered before I went in it whether it would change who I was. And I was proud that when that first test came, that I stood up for the people that I was there to represent and not for big special interests. There's nobody that gets tested more in a position of public trust than the President of the United States. This president has failed that test. But I want you to know that if you elect me president, I won't. I won't serve anybody except you and your family. And together, we can create an America that's better than ever. Thank you very much.
Secretary Castro, thank you to all of our candidates. It was a great debate. I think we learned a lot tonight. Thanks to you. Thanks to Texas Southern University for hosting us tonight. It was a great crowd.
Thank you.
As well tonight. Thanks to you.
Except for the protesters.
Thanks to everyone at home. The debate is over. Our coverage continues with Tom Llamas.
Gracias.
Oh, they're done a little
George,
early.
Thank you. A great debate tonight with you and all of our
That
terrific
surprises
moderators.
me, but
the debate
okay.
is over, as you said, but still so much to talk about and so much to watch right now.
Yeah, so the final
Vice
comments and
President
stuff
Joe
was
Biden
inconsequential.
and Secretary
Like,
Castro have any type
it's
of
not
moment
going to
there on
change
the
a
stage.
lot.
It looks like they may not be shaking hands. Rahm
Oh.
Emanuel, former mayor of Chicago, you work with Joe Biden in the White House. That moment where Secretary Castro went
I think this
after
is good
Vice
for the
President
Democratic
Biden
Party, though.
upset you. You say you're
I think this is really good for like improving the party's image and their individual images. To appear a little more personal. Even though I don't think it really like most of them answered the question. Maybe half of them didn't answer it correctly, but
moments, some with humor, some with arguments.
I think they all answered it pretty well.
They brought, but I thought for Castro, and his close was very good, but that was a disqualifier the way he handled it. It will come across as mean and vindictive, and that's not who
I don't
he
think
is.
so.
But I think each of these candidates actually advanced. Amy,
I think being tough on each other is perfectly fine.
Themselves in one way or another here.
Yvette Simpson, you saw the moment a different way. You're in tap with the progressive part of the party. Tell me what you thought.
You know, I mean, I think, one, he was interrupted by the vice president. He was answering, and he was interrupted, and the vice president was incorrect, and then Castro tried to correct him, and he wouldn't let him. And so I think in this moment, what we have to remember is this is not a game. This is a presidential campaign. What would Trump do to our nominee in that situation? And so at the very least, it's a great opportunity to test our eventual nominee, our vice president, the front runner, to see what he would do when challenged. And I think yes, we do want civility, right? We want people to be nice, but this is a real situation. And what would Trump do if he had a situation where he caught our nominee literally reversing what he said 2 seconds ago?
The gloves are clearly off for some of these candidates. Senators Heidi Heitkamp, you won in a red state. You're a Democrat.
There's a little bit of stuff
for
going on
you,
on
this
Discord.
is a three-way race according to the polls.
Because I want to get
some of the
our
big
little
winners tonight
roundtable
were the people
started.
on the
but-
sides of the stage.
Well, I think absolutely. I think Kamala kept herself in it. I think Booker had a good night. I think Amy had a good night. But fundamentally, I don't think anything changes after this. I think you're going to see exactly the same level of polling and the same level of commitment on fundraising.
Matt, you sort of agree with that, but you do have a point. One of the three front runners may have been affected.
Well, to me, the fascinating thing about this debate tonight, it was very clearly revelatory for all of the candidates on policy, on personality, and on their purpose. Probably the most clearly revelatory debate that we've seen thus far. What I think comes out of this is Bernie Sanders, to me, is likely to drop some with this, but I think what this race proves tonight is we're still very unformed. This race can still fundamentally change along the way, and the front runners still lead, but it can still change.
Matt, thanks so much for that. We're going to have much more from the Democratic debate only on ABC. Stay with us.
Critical night. And now, right after
I Will Code, what are your final thoughts on this? And anybody else in chat? Just I Will Code's been like the most active.
What will they say now, and what will happen next? The ABC News Democratic Debate Show.
I mean, it was interesting. I feel like it was poorly done, but there might have been some like really good and really important moments.
Doctors, Batatas, Ismail, David.
Who won?
You can see just home after home.
As soon as you say that, my immediate reaction without thinking about it is Warren. I think a lot of people appeared really strong, though. If I want to go to like a top 3 strongest...
Okay, imagine the morning. I'm talking about a good morning.
Let me turn this
Imagine
down.
starting the
Top
day off
3
with
strongest
friends.
is probably
You know, like the crazy
Warren, Biden, maybe even, maybe Beto. Maybe Castro, too. I don't know. I'm really, like, surprised by how this went. Because I feel like my 2 favorites, probably favorites, Bernie and Yang, both didn't perform very well. I don't think Bernie did really well. Part of it, Bernie seems to have, like, lost his voice. I don't know if he's got, like, a cold or a sore throat or something. But that's bad. Like, it's bad for any candidate, like, and unfortunate. But especially for Bernie, who has that, like, stigma of Bernie's too old to be running against him. This kind of stuff doesn't help. People are going to be a little more critical of his physical health, and I think this is bad. I don't know if anybody gained a significant amount from this. I wouldn't say significant, but if we want to say even like small wins or losses. Bernie supporters are the most loyal. They often say Bernie will drop a bit and nothing really happens. I would agree that Bernie supporters tend to be very loyal. Yeah, I think Yang and Bernie's are probably the most loyal. Yang supporters are at least good memers. I'll give that. Like, the people who, like, really like Yang have a pretty strong meme game. And I like that. Yang's, like, advertisement for this, like, his, like, pre-debate setup or whatever, was actually pretty interesting. Overall, like, I'm pretty happy with it. With how it went.
I think there was just so much anticipation with Senator Warren and Biden being on the same stage. But what we saw from Senator Warren tonight was she stayed away from attacking the former vice president. The attacks came from Castro, the harshest attacks tonight. Now, when I interviewed
Castro is aggressive, but I think it's good.
Told me that her just describe her vision to the country, and tonight
I'm gonna
she
hear this
stuck to
analysis
that
really fast.
even when Biden invoked her name.
Yeah, she sure did. A big fight over health care that led off the night. The 3 frontrunners in this race, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, sparring over that. We know the president was expected to be watching
if the
tonight.
Bernie
So far,
meme
Rachel,
game
you
is
also
that
covered the
good,
Trump
we gotta step
campaign.
it up.
Pretty
True.
quiet on the presidential front
The
here.
Dem debates, yeah. That's what yeah, sorry, Arachne. I've been, like, trying to, like, be active on...
New tonight. They were
excuse me, on Twitter during this.
Earlier today over right
The
here
Hillary
at
versus
scene of
Bernie
this
memes,
debate.
they were really
So,
good.
but nothing from the president
I
so
think
far.
you're right.
All
Maybe
right, Rachel
Bernie
Scott,
memes
thank you so
haven't,
much.
like,
Stay
stepped
with
up
us here
so
at
much.
ABC News Live, continuing coverage ahead.
Not in
We'll be back with
2020.
Tom
I don't know
Yamas
if
and
it's
the
because
panel in
there's
just a
so
second.
many other
The
candidates and
as
people
well
are spread or
stopping by
what.
here, in our position in the very active spin room. Stay with us. We'll be right back starting right now.
Welcome back live from Houston at the ABC News Democratic debate. I
Twitter
want to
having
get right to our
fun.
Chief
Yeah,
White House
this whole thing was
correspondent, Jonathan
weird.
Karl. An exciting night for politics and so many moments.
I can go ahead and try to call people on
That
Discord.
incredible moment where Julian Castro seemed to be playing the age
See if
card
people are
on
up,
Joe Biden,
but
saying that he had
I don't know that
forgotten
people
what he
will.
had just said 2 minutes earlier on the Medicare
It looks like
for all issue.
let me turn this down again. Yeah, it looks like Mark got invited to Touring News. He's a bigger streamer, so I understand he's going to go on there for a bit. Posting about Popeyes, I saw that. I didn't know what was going on.
Or whether or not they would automatically be enrolled. And here's what Biden said less than 2 minutes earlier. You'll be able to buy in. Anyone who can't afford.
Okay, let me get this all set up. We did not get our bingo either. I'm disappointed. We were close, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Was right, and then Julian Castro mischaracterized what he had said.
Jonathan Karl with that transcript.
But you know that's going to happen sometimes.
10 candidates, one critical night. And now, right after the debate wraps, the candidates step into the spin room for their first live
Hello?
reaction to the debate.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, pretty well. I probably won't be able to do a video feed since I'm using my webcam, or I guess my camera to stream.
Yeah,
but-
I hate that so much. But
yeah, I
yeah,
hate it too.
nothing you can really do about it. It's okay.
I'll set up my like alternate webcam for stuff like this pretty soon. We don't have
Yeah.
to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, I have a second webcam that I totally didn't steal from work when I left, so that's how I can do
Nice,
it.
well done.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to.
Hello? Is this thing working? Hello?
Hey, Rat, how's it going?
I'm good. Am I allowed to be here? Like, I know that like I haven't started streaming. Okay.
You're good.
Thanks. So,
yeah.
What are some takeaways from the debate? Like,
I
heard it was lackluster.
It was. First of all, I think it was a mess.
Really?
I think it was a mess. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It was pretty boring. Also, a boring mess.
It was boring at a lot of places, but the moderators didn't have like any control over what was happening. At one point, Biden even like mocked them for like the way they were performing, and they didn't say or do anything about it. They just took it.
Yeah, they were moderating pretty leniently. I noticed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they could have definitely done better.
Who do you think came out on top?
So someone in my chat asked me that, and without thinking, my immediate reaction was Warren.
Really?
I think she did pretty well also. I thought Booker did really well, which I kind of didn't expect.
He has like a really consistent criminal justice reform type of thing going on. That's like one of his strong suits. But otherwise, he kind of doesn't really. He's pretty lackluster sometimes.
Yeah, he I don't know. He did perform a lot. I'm actually really surprised by how people performed. So like my favorites right now are probably Sanders and Yang, and I don't think either of them did really well today.
You like Yang?
I like Yang. You don't like Yang?
No, I'm not the biggest fan of Andrew. Unfortunately.
Andrew.
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, there's some pretty big Yang supporters, but I don't think any of them will be here tonight.
Like, I don't know. Like, I'll go over it later if you want. Popshake, what's going on with your camera?
Oh, I just don't like. I'm using it to stream right now, so it doesn't let me. It doesn't let me do both Discord and.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, someone told me there's like a workaround for it, but I don't know how it works. I'm not, and yeah.
Maybe I should look into that because I would like to have like a high quality camera on both feeds. We'll see.
Yeah, I think my secondary camera is not like a bad quality. The position's a little weird, but whatever. But yeah, I'm generally like disappointed tonight.
I mean,
yeah, same.
How do I say this? So like, from what I've read, it's like it's kind of not I kind of expected it, right? Because like there's like so many power levels in like one room, right? That like I think that is very hard for people to like get up on top of each other and have some like pretty big moments. I know Yang really stuck out apparently with his. He's gonna give like 10 families $1,000 a month or something like that.
Okay, do you think that actually like worked for him? Do you think that he gets popularity from that?
So I think UBI is like ambitious, just like it's like I disagree with UBI. Let's just get that out of the way.
I would agree it's ambitious.
Yeah, like or like the UBI he wants, right? So but I guess it's very ambitious for people to like take up, right? Like I mean, even like libs get like really like scared by that. So it really is something different. I think it was a good move though.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, shit.
What up?
Hey, how's it going?
How are we doing? I'm doing great.
How are you?
Doing well.
I'm doing great. Leon Cyphers?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Wired. Everybody, he's a
I was in. I think you hosted Leon yesterday, so I'm vaguely familiar with him. I don't know if Leon's ever seen any of my stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw you yesterday.
Nice. Yep. Who's the last person, if I can ask, just so I get everybody's name?
Oh, I'm Ratpack. I'm gonna start streaming soon. I guess I'm like a friend of Leon's.
Hype.
Nice.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. We all watched the debates all the way through, right? We didn't just jump in at the last second. Nice. Good
Just
shit.
finished.
Nice.
I missed a bit of it, but I read basically everything I need to know.
What?
Yeah,
Well, there was a very
much.
well, there was a very important thing in my opinion that happened at the start. If you saw the Castro and Biden confrontation, did you see that?
I didn't actually see that.
Yeah, a little bit of it. All right. Yeah, we watched it.
I don't know. I felt like that was pretty. That was some bloody shit. Personally,
I think the role of people like Castro and stuff like that, like obviously they're probably not going to win, right? But like they can really like, politically or like I just like destroy someone's like face of their campaign, like really, which is good.
No.
It's sort of like how Gabbard got all over Kamala's face about that one thing.
Yeah, about the suppressing necessary information about somebody who was actually exonerated or should have been. Yeah. So the way I see Castro and other people like him that are polling around that 2 points range is that they're just trying to build a public image. I think they've even said before, I don't want to say them specifically like Gabbard or Castro, but people like that usually state that they're more so concerned with like building a public image so that they can run for other seats in office. It's not necessarily to secure the presidency. Like if that happens,
I was
great.
wondering that as I watched the debates, if that's what like the point is, because clearly they're not going to win.
Yeah. Well, that being said, though, I thought Castro, like, I would not be surprised if we found out like a day later that like Castro is the most Googled candidate after this debate, because I felt like he had a really slam dunk thing that he challenged Biden on healthcare really hard. I don't know if we all agree with me on that, but I just felt like he really bit into Biden.
No, I thought he did too.
Did you hear their like analysis during one of the breaks about it?
Oh, I did not.
No,
what
I
was
missed
it?
that.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I needed the breaks.
Yeah, I kept them on sometimes, but yeah, it was. They said it might have been like too savage, and they think it's going to actually be negative for him. I disagree.
Yeah,
I disagree with that too.
The left unity meme you can only take so far. To some extent, we have to call out bad policy, right? And Biden's policy, for all intents and purposes, is bad. And I think Castro did a really good job.
It's like that's the point of debates, is that we go at each other.
That as well, yeah. I felt actually that was like I took notes. I don't know if you guys took extensive notes or anything like that. I didn't really take. Yeah, I took some notes here and there, and I noticed that a lot of that was like two things were like very, very prevalent in this debate: anti-Trump shit, like anti-Trump rhetoric, and left unity. And I felt like for a debate, I think that's just kind of cringy. Like,
two really weak points. I think that the whole like orange man bad thing really needs to die. Like,
I think so too.
Yeah,
at least for debates.
So insubstantial. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, guys, we all agree
to talk about.
Exactly. It's like we all agree that Trump's bad. Let's talk about the specific things in all policy that we disagree with, so that we can like devise the perfect candidate to go against him. Not just sit here and say Trump's bad. And here's my argument against Trump. You know.
Yeah, like what's your prescription? That's what I probably asked that question maybe 6 or 7 times during the debate. Like, what is your prescription? Like, sure, you can describe things that are wrong with our country right now. Anybody can do that. Anybody who's like working a minimum wage job can do that. But like, do you have a prescription for it? Because that's what we look to you for.
Yeah, for sure, I agree.
I think like a lot of it's like really like appealing to more like liberal minded people and stuff like that. Or like, actually, I wouldn't even say that. It's like less politically inclined people. So like, you know, there's already probably like a pretty big consensus among people that are going to be watching the Democratic debates that like they are pretty unfavorable of Trump. So if you affirm their beliefs, that usually will make them like, you know, support you more, right? Like I think like one of the most important things for these candidates is to make their base feel like they're right. And I think that this is the thing that they're doing. However, I guess for more politically informed people such as ourselves, it gets really fucking annoying. Like I don't know about you guys, but like whenever people are like, you know, like we need to focus on beating Donald Trump, like, okay, congrats, like you wasted a couple of the minutes of that you're going to be using during this entire debate, and they're probably not going to pick on you again, right? It's just, I don't know, it doesn't really hold much water to me.
No,
unfortunately, I really disagree, or I really agree with that. Is that like you guys have probably heard this as well. People don't vote on policy; they vote on like candidate and aesthetic. I think that's like especially what we saw this debate around is like there were some specific disagreements on policy that the candidates had between each other, but it mostly seemed like orange man bad and left unity is important. Blah 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 blah.
No, just definitely like the OMB shit just needs to die. Like I don't know. Like personally, what I really wanted to see was like so like this is what I like predict to make Sanders like really win this thing, right? If you want him to win, all the candidates need to attack him. Like that's 100% like the truth here, and he needs to come out on top of it because he's the only one there that probably has like he and Warren are probably the only 2 people there that have like the most different plans, and you know also Yang from everybody else, right? There's like a baseline for all of them, but they're like just above it. So I think that this would be the only way for him to actually become more relevant. So I don't know.
Yeah. Leon, were you going to say something? I feel like we cut you off.
Yeah, I kind of just adding to it. The whole like orange man bad thing, I'm really sick of it because I feel like in the long term it's really bad for the Democratic Party. I know right now we're running a primary election, so saying Trump is bad will get those primary votes. But I feel like when people on the right hear that, they'll be like, well, if Trump's racist, then I'm racist, and I'm not racist, and they just dig in their heels more, and it makes them less likely to actually vote for our side in the long run.
Yeah, I wrote that so many times in my notes as a footnote was like, hey, while you guys are sitting here saying orange man bad, unironically speaking, 50% of like, well, 48% of the country thinks that he's a good guy. Like, you can't just keep saying this.
Yep.
You're dividing the voter base way too hard. Like, instead of focusing on Trump, focus on how your policy will indirectly benefit the people that are relying on or that are using Trump as a footstool so much. Talk about how Alabama uses Medicare and Medicaid more than like the majority of the country, and how that same state wants to like defund Medicare and Medicaid. Like, talk about how these people can stand to benefit, and why when they vote for Trump and they're curious as to why their jobs are gone 5 years later, like, make that connection. Don't just sit here and say Trump's a racist. Talk about how Trump's policies are indirectly are very directly actually affecting these same people that vote for him. You know, highlight those issues.
I think what the Dems also need to do is they really need to try to stick up for like poor Republicans. Like, that's like something I think that they could really knock out of the park.
For sure. I had that thought a few times too.
That's what I was just saying. Yeah, it's like Alabama. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off, but yeah, I completely agree with this. Yeah, I completely agree with that. We could look at the country or the states, that rely on like Medicaid and Medicare compared to like health or insurance, employer provided insurance, and it's ridiculous how much the divide is. Where you see like, I think California is and Utah are the two big states that like flip flop it, where Utah's like mostly rep state but relies mostly like 60 some percent, and then California uses a fair amount of Medicare and Medicaid, but mostly like it's completely, you see like red state, Medicare high, Medicaid high.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We can
like,
appeal to the entire.
I think like the most essential thing is this, right? So like, if I was in this like thing, like what I would do, I guess, like, I'm not claiming to be an expert, but first of all, like, definitely go after people in agricultural fields and stuff like that. Like, every American usually like, has like some respect for like the American farmer, right? Like, that's just something I've collected. And definitely like, bring up how like farmers are killing themselves off in higher rates like than they have in this have since the Dust Bowl actually happened, right? They need to bring up how farmers have been losing their subsidies for like overall agricultural production and stuff like that, right? And just go after Trump, because farmers are probably the pinnacle of a working class person that Trump was like trying to claim to like, try to work for and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, for sure. And like, respect for that person is built into our culture.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
In the 1700s, maybe even the 1800s, even that recently, I'm not sure. Like, the idea of the yeoman farmer was like something that people aspired to, like working class people, I mean. So I mean, that's like still something built into our culture that I think would probably play really well in primaries like this.
Like, I think the number one thing what like needs to happen, right, is just like delegitimizing Trump. Like, just bring like I think that this is one of the Democrats right now. They're way too partisan when it comes to appealing to other. I think that they really need to stop rallying their own base. Maybe stop trying to like rally like more minority populations and just go straight for the WASP. Like the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Like, that group, if you can really get a pretty big takeaway. But the thing, whenever you say like Orange Man bad, you do is just like more affirm the right-wing position that a lot of these people hold, and they just say, oh well, the left argument, right? What they
so just to be
need to do is
just to be clear on your, I'm sorry, you keep cutting out for me, but just to be clear on your suggestion, you're saying that we shouldn't focus on how Trump is a bad president and instead go after, like you said, Anglo-Saxon Americans that voted for him?
No, so we should focus on how he's been a bad president. However, the group that we need to focus on when saying this is white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, which makes up like a pretty big portion of this country. And they're also people that vote red a lot.
Yeah, but if we focus on like marginalizing those people, then they're not going to vote for us, right? And they're typically the ones that are swinging these elections. Or
yeah,
sorry,
so I don't think that
I'm misinterpreting. Sorry,
I don't think marginalization would like definitely fall like probably fall underneath the definition of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is specifically just talking to them, right? The entire idea of appealing to them. So saying, hey, listen, right? Like, this is what's been like, this is like the hard crude facts. Like, what happened on your last harvest? Like, what happened when it came to your like overall labor quota? And like, are you making ends meet, right? This is something that like really needs to like happen. Like, I work for the NAACP and a Hispanic Workers Union, right? Like, this is something like I do as my occupation. And one of the things for Hispanic Workers Unions is that they like work with the local farmers, and farmers within the state of Florida have been killing themselves within like rates more than like 3 times, I think, at this point, right? This is something that's definitely happening. It's because of Trump's been cutting off subsidies for farmers. So this is something that like I think that you can definitely appeal through people for, and like I think that as Puffshake said, with like the yeoman farmer and stuff like that, this is something that like I think like almost every American respects, unless like you like really just hate like poor people or something like that. And if you really try to appeal to that, which is something I was really hoping like someone like Klobuchar would do like during her campaign, which she did not. that could really hold a lot of water.
No, yeah, you're right. Like all of her identity is wrapped up in being Midwestern, but that doesn't extend to poor people. It doesn't extend to the poor.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it sucked from what I read. What did you guys think of, like, watching it live? Like, what are some takeaways aside from the Castro thing?
Does anybody know what those people were chanting at Biden towards the end?
I did not. No.
I have no clue.
No.
I also felt like Kamala had like an inside joke with the moderators because they laughed like several times
They
over.
laughed so hard at that joke. I was like, what? That wasn't even funny.
It was like two things too, right? It was the Wizard of Oz thing. They said like Kamala said something about Wizard of like Trump seems like the guy behind the curtain, the man behind the curtain or whatever, like from the Wizard of Oz, and everybody started laughing. I was like, this is cringy as fuck. And then there was something else.
I've heard this joke before, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I think Kamala is kind of done. I thought, like, I was thinking, this debate's going to be make it or break it because she had a really good first debate presence, in my opinion. She had a really weakish one on the second one, as you kind of stated, Rat Pack, with I think you said that the Gabbard, like, calling her out, or somebody in my chat, maybe. I might be getting the people confused, but, like,
it's like
Gabbard really, like, chewed in her on the second debate, and this was going to be kind of the make or break, especially since Gabbard wasn't here to, like, sort of keep these arguments going. Like, it's like, okay, Kamala, you've got, like, your own. Is it Kamala or Kamala? I've always the pronunciation there. Kamala, yeah. It's like you have sort of Tulsi's not here to like dig in on you. Like, let's see her whether or not you're going to go for Biden again or what. And she just kind of felt flat. I felt like.
Yeah, I wasn't really picking up much of anything from Kamala. I don't even know if I have any notes about Kamala. Yeah, I don't.
I have a few, but they're just like, again, like Trump hate. We've done, I don't think she's mentioned her 10-year plan, which I think is actually ironically good for her. Cause I think anytime she talks about that, it just falls flat about having a 10-year healthcare plan. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you know what the specifics of that are? Cause I have only heard bad things about it and I just kind of avoided looking into it. Cause it sounds, what's the point?
Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah. Is that any candidate that talks about like a plan that's longer than their term limit, I'm instantly very skeptical of, and I'm like not really
I think that's
interested
a reasonable
in
response.
Yeah, it's like, what's the point in looking at this? This requires not only you get reelected, but also that halfway into the term of the next president, they're gonna like not try to fuck with it at all. Like, and the Senate is and the House is all gonna be like in lockstep with it. Like, this is just unreasonable as fuck.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. I thought Pete was kind of the same, but like better, I guess, than Kamala. Like, he didn't say anything that seemed outwardly like a blunder, but he failed to stand out in my opinion, except for towards the end there when he was giving anecdotes about the war that he served in. That's just me personally. I thought Beto actually sounded the strongest out of any of the debates previously, but still.
I thought so too.
Yeah. Not strong enough to like make a significant, like, he's probably gonna, if we're all being serious, like I would say that Beto's time still is probably better spent running against Cornyn or whatever the fuck, the guy and the other Texas senator, where he could, I think, yeah, he could be doing better work towards turning Texas purple than he is doing right now. But I do think, like, to give him credit where credit is due, I think he stood out here. Yang, I think everybody laughed at Yang, like the candidate wise. Like I felt like in the I remember the opening lines that they were giving, right? Yang gave his opening line, and Pete, like, I think literally just laughed at Yang for a little bit and said, "You got to give the guy credit for being bold" or some shit.
He said it was an original. Like,
yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, it seemed like, I don't know. I can't tell if Yang is a sleeper candidate yet or if he's also kind of getting done. I think he already qualified for the fourth debate, so we'll see. But
I like Yang in terms of like domestic economic policy. And in terms of like, finding better ways to support stay-at-home parents, like he's good for that stuff. But like he has really like anything that can't be solved by throwing money at people, like he doesn't have any policy for that.
Yeah, well, even in UBI, right? Like, has he talked about the real nitty gritty? I don't want to sit here and suggest that I know more about UBI than he does. And I admit, like, I've only taken a cursory, like, glossary look at his homepage where he discusses, quote unquote, all of the faults of UBI. But like, has he talked about value added taxes at all, and how those like have been statistically proven? How those statistically are proven to always buck the consumer. So like giving money from the rich to the poor in a very direct way always comes back to bite the poor or just the consumer. I don't know. It just seems like I saw Vosh talked about this. Is that what you're going to talk about?
No. Have you seen like the overall controversy with like the trade-off of taking like the $1,000 neat bucks?
No.
In what bucks?
The neat bucks.
Oh, okay.
Is this from Alaska or?
No, it's like NEET's like I guess like a term for like people that are like unemployed or something like that.
Oh,
But
like
basically,
the Japanese term for people who are like basically they stay inside all day and don't work
yeah.
and play
So
video games.
essentially, like there's like this rumor that like I think his campaign affirmed that says something along the lines of if you take the $1,000 subsidy, you drop a lot of social welfare programs.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. And yeah, Vosh talked about that too, where most people that receive Medicare every month is like something like $200-300. Same thing with Medicaid. If you're taking these subsidies as is, your quote unquote freedom dividend is immediately dropped down to like $600 to $500 a month.
You're
It's not even
yourself.
Yeah.
No,
And
like go ahead.
no, you go ahead. Like you're
So
completely
like
right.
essentially, for like with modern healthcare combined with like food subsidies as well as like education and like transportation subsidies and stuff like that you can like receive from some states, you're really putting yourself like down in the hole. Like there's no like benefit to it. Like what it is it's taking control of irrational people and making them do irrational things from something that seems like a rational decision. Like my one of my professors compared it to like the 2008 financial crisis where people were like buying these like $1 million homes that they couldn't afford. This is like something the same way, right? This looks really nice for someone that's like impoverished, but when they actually see it, they're going to get screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard from like diehard Yang fanatics that part of his UBI plan includes like emphasis on fiscal literacy and education thereof. But I just don't. It's just hard for me to subscribe to the idea that like putting $1,000 in people's pockets is consistently going to be a better way to solve their basic needs that they can't normally afford. I have a hard time believing that that's better than like making sure that their social welfare needs are taken care of first.
I think what is it? I think like the only thing I really like out of him is the entire free marriage counseling thing. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought that was cool too.
I think it's like I think that would just be like a really good way towards like more mental health advocacy and stuff like that, because it is a form of like mental health like consultation and stuff like that. And if we like subs or like federalize that would be really good, and I think that could definitely create a good path. But otherwise, I don't know, like I think the guy's just a social engineer, and he's kind of like admitted it in the past, and like that's like kind of, I don't know, like if you show your hand like that, usually like I don't consider you to be a pretty good politician.
Yeah, I guess he goes for like, I don't know, I guess that's sort of his brand. But yeah. I thought what was the other thing he suggested about giving people $100 to
democracy bucks?
Democracy
to pay
bucks.
the candidates that they believe in. What'd you guys think of that?
Somebody in my stream laughed about that. I don't know. I think that's like slightly a good idea. If I'm going to be honest with you.
It's the worst idea, but I also think it's sort of like putting a band-aid on the issue, which is on the main issue, which is that like I don't know if politicians should be funded in that way at all. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the biggest way to actually fight it is Citizens United. That might be a good second step, though.
Yeah, for sure.
It's an idea I would be interested in like hearing more about. I don't know if any other like country has like tried to implement it, but it's at least a decent idea. But it shouldn't be the first priority.
Yeah, I would be like way more in favor of giving people stipends to donate to their favorite candidates, if like corporate PAC money weren't a thing.
Yeah, that's why I think that needs to be the first thing.
I think with anything with Yang, I think that there's usually a catch to it. Like that's like kind of like the thing that I'm really like like I think, listen, like let me get this right.
Okay.
Like I think he's a really nice guy. I think that
is he cutting out for anybody?
You're cutting out a lot, sorry.
Nice. I think of a lot of his ideas.
I don't think he can hear us either.
Wait, hello?
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up real bad, sorry.
Oh, he's gonna rejoin the call.
Oh yeah, see if that helps. Discord's weird sometimes.
Yeah, the servers get overloaded. Probably right now, especially.
Yeah, you back?
This is working better.
Yeah, I think I can.
Yeah,
hear
you sound good.
All right, cool. Yeah, all I was saying is I think Yang is like a good faith actor. But I just think that he has like some really bad ideas. Like, I don't think that he's like nefarious.
Yeah, I get that impression as well. I never got the impression that he's just trying to like spread the word about his business or whatever by running for president.
I haven't heard that. What I've heard more of is people saying that he's actually as weird as this is, or maybe this will sound like completely off the wall conspiratorial. I've heard that he is like a pro-business wealth redistributor for the rich, which is the idea that, like, I've heard it touted before. There's a cool YouTuber that I watched named Polydice, if you guys have heard of him, who's talked briefly about Yang's campaign. I can link you to the video if you're curious. He talked about the debates as a whole, and then he briefly talked about Yang. And then he said that Yang's a bad candidate. He just said this sort of off the cuff with no sort of real substantive evidence behind it. But like, I heard it and I thought, man, this could be an argument. He said Yang's campaign only serves its wealth redistribution for the rich. It doesn't help the poor whatsoever, and it actually like actively harms American citizens. Again, there was no like real substantive evidence behind that. He just kind of said that off the cuff towards the end of his video because it was about the first round of debates, and of course, like, Yang didn't get to really talk too much during it. But I heard that and I was like, is this a real argument or is this just kind of a meme? And I've wondered ever since.
I don't know. I mean, as you all probably know, I'm not an economics expert by any means, but it does seem to me like putting $1,000 into the hands of a poor person means more than putting $1,000 into the hands of a rich person. Yeah. Although I guess you could make the argument that maybe rich people are arranged in larger family units more often. So I guess I could see an argument in that regard, but I don't know if I buy it.
What do you mean by like larger families? Because I slightly disagree, but maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Well, like, I mean, excluding the sort of vision that we all have, I'm just speaking generally, but excluding the vision that we all have of a family of poor people who has kids constantly in this, more or less, living together as a large family because of how many kids they have. I don't know that it's super common for poor people to be living in groups larger than maybe 2 or 3 people, right? I would probably have to see numbers on something like that, but I'm just like, just for the sake of conjecture, I'm sort of imagining that wealthy people tend to construct larger families with one another. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't have a number for that. I disagree based on just idea, but I mean, we could find a number if one of us really cares.
I was just trying to think of like a devil's advocate argument for like why UBI could be a bad thing, but that was the best I had.
I know like family numbers like is like even poor like families and stuff like that has still like gone down and stuff like that, like teen pregnancies and like all that matter, like accidental child decrease.
You're breaking up again.
I'll just say to substantiate what I said earlier about the Polydice thing, because again, like in the video, he failed to do it directly. The biggest argument that I've heard against Yang's campaign is, well, it's 2 things. It's inflation and VAT tax, is that like the rich will take advantage of that 100%, that direct redistribution of, you're kicked off Medicare and Medicaid. These families are now getting $1,000 extra a month to spend. Well, you just raise prices raise the prices of products, and you want to throw a tax on us, but literally give that money into the hands of the poor. Well, hey, guess what? Their consumer taxes or their consumer goods are going up in price. So those are the 2 big arguments I've heard. I guess they're kind of like one and the same, but I don't know. That's kind of like why I oppose his campaign. Sorry.
The only thing I can contribute here is that in the one country that has implemented something resembling a UBI, which I can't even remember what it is right now, but that country didn't experience substantial cost of goods inflation, but that has very little to no bearing on the way that it played on the United States. And I'm aware of that.
Now, to be clear, are you talking about Alaska, or did you say just the other countries, or the other countries?
I think there's one other country that's implemented a UBI system, and I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I heard about that too. So in the case of Alaska, I hesitate to ever like take Alaska as evidence of UBI because they're leveraging the fuck out of their land as a means of like oil production, if I recall correctly. Like they're fracking the shit out of that land. Obviously bad for the environment, but even beyond that, like they've turned America from like we went from like not even exporting oil whatsoever to being pretty high up there on the oil exportation train, just because of North Dakota and Alaska, I think, that are like being exploited for their land. So this idea that, and I'm not saying that you're substantiating this, but this idea that like Alaska is demonstrative proof that like UBI works is a little bit weird. Also because I think the money given to Alaska citizens is far less. I think it's like $2,000 a year. It's not $1,000 a month. Alaska UBI. I'd have to look this up specifically, but the money afforded to these citizens is far less than what we'd be talking about allowing every individual to receive a year. In recent years, spent up to $2,000 per person, or $8,000 for a family of 4. But I think this is in a yearly dividend. I could be wrong. Also, I think this is money literally from like ExxonMobil and BP to like have the citizens vote in favor of fracking. So I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I can imagine that.
Yeah, it's just like shut up money. It's like, hey, we want to rape the land, but you guys don't want to, like, because, you know, you guys have had, because Alaska's like the far left, far right. They had Mike Gravel, they had Sarah Palin. Like, I think Alaska's somewhat woke, or I don't know. I hesitate to even say that, but like I think
kind of purple. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking they were red.
Well, no, yeah, certainly they vote red. I'm just saying that, like, to get the people to be down for this sort of thing, ExxonMobil had to lobby the fuck out of their policies of like fracking. And so one of the ways in which they did that was they said, like, in advertisements, basically, hey, we can give you guys all money if you guys let us frack the fuck out of your state. And that's kind of more or less what happened. Again, that's a very dummied down version of it. I encourage you to look into the details yourself. But that was my understanding of how this like UBI implementation happened in Alaska. Was these big oil companies were like, we want to frack the crap out of your state, and if you guys let us do it, we'll give you some money.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've heard too, without like obviously looking it up. But
going on to the nuance,
yeah, it was kind of like a almost a last ditch effort to get the corporations what they wanted.
yeah. Well, and it worked, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, I guess they got it.
Yeah, as unfortunate as it is for the good old land. The good old planet. So I thought Bernie sounded like, I don't want to say weak if we're going back to this, but like I thought Warren actually sounded really strong. She's kind of
agreed.
My new big candidate here. I got to jump off the Bernie train. I feel bad, but like I feel bad for many reasons, but I don't know, just in terms of electability, right? I just feel like Warren's going to win. Not win, but like in terms of like she can certainly beat Biden, I would say.
Well, it was nice having you on. I'm gonna have to kick you now. No. Yeah, Bernie sounded really weak. Part of it, like his voice seems to be going out, which
yeah, poor guy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like I'm sure it's not his fault or anything, but the people that are always like Bernie's too old to be president are gonna eat this up as an example.
I was having the same thought. I was so disappointed.
Yeah. Wait, just to be clear, Leon Cyphers, you're like a big Bernie bro, right?
I'm not a big Bernie bro, but currently, if I had to vote today, it would be Bernie.
Yeah, don't get me. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I am a huge Bernie bro too. I wasn't trying to divide the fuck out of you guys either and make you think like I guess I don't even know if Puff Shake's like super familiar with this. I'm a fucking staunch ass Bernie bro coming from the good old state of Nebraska. Like, trust me when I say, as divided as politics are in my home state, like. Not divided in my home state, but like as divided as you would think somebody like myself to be on this particular issue, given my upbringing. I'm very staunch. I was very staunchly in the camp of Bernie. I'm just speaking pragmatically here in terms of electability. I don't know. I'm leaning more towards Warren being somebody that we can get in office to beat Trump. She just seems like she has the more electable platform, which ultimately is
maybe.
I would definitely say she's pretty high up there.
Yeah. I don't think she's a bad bet by any means. Although I tend to be like resistant to electability arguments, at least at this point in the primary.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I just have to like there's and maybe I'm getting swayed a little bit by Gamer Words, Sam Cedar too. I'm sure Puff Shake's familiar with. Because he always like posts Bernie propaganda, which kind of probably has an effect on me whether I want to admit it or not. It's just when you look, I don't know what I've seen like electability, and when you put Bernie, when you remove all the other candidates and split the party into specifically Bernie versus Biden, it seems to not favor Bernie as well. Whereas when you do the same to Warren versus Biden, she seems to beat him out. And then, I don't know, I think Warren can harness the female voter more without pulling the Hillary route of, I stand with her, or I have a vagina and you should vote for me. I think she has, I hesitate to say this, but I think she can harness the Native American vote a little bit with I don't want to say the Pocahontas meme. Maybe she wouldn't even go down that route, but
I think she could too, though. I think even like the Native American community still supports her after that whole thing.
Yeah,
Is
I would
that
just be
true?
concerned.
I've never seen what Native American support is like with any candidate. Do we have numbers on that?
Well, here's what I do know is that voter turnout for these demographics is incredibly low. If you can even bring out 1 to 2% extra of the voter base, you're talking about a huge number. It was the same thing for Obama. In many ways, that was like how he secured the Rust Belt and many of the purple states that are on like in the Midwest was just harnessing the black voter. You saw voter turnouts like 3 to 4 or 5%. What they were compared to other states.
Sure, yeah, but I'm just curious for Native people.
For Native people,
like, do they give a shit about any of the candidates? I don't know. I can imagine like since they've been fucked by the American political system for so long, they might not even participate in elections in a meaningful way.
Well,
and I don't mean that like pejoratively, just like
No, I think
I can imagine why they might not be interested.
Yeah. No, I do think that's a very fair argument. I guess my only argument is that like if she can even pull if she can even harness even 2 to 3% of the Native American voter base more than what typically votes, that's actually a significant number. Especially
that would matter. Yeah.
Especially in the states that we're talking about harnessing, right? I'm not saying Nebraska because we're a pretty far red state, even though there's quite a few number of Native Americans in here. But like, what's one of them? I could be completely wrong. Michigan, Minnesota. I'd have to look up the demographics of these specific states, but I'm pretty sure
I think Minnesota's home to a good number of reservations, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I hate to characterize like, large number of reservations automatically means a lot of natives, but I know what you're saying, and like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, so to speak, is just like being able to pull like siphon voters from these states is like a pretty big deal, if that makes sense. And yeah, I was just curious, like. Not curious. I was just trying to make the point that maybe she can sort of harness that voter base in a way that obviously Trump can't, but like Hillary couldn't either.
Yeah, for sure. Anything helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's also kind of true for like younger like millennials, people who don't like historically vote that often. Like if anybody could motivate them to vote, like they could win off that.
Yeah.
But it just hasn't like happened yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. No, again, I really just want to like point out that Obama did like something incredible with the black voter base that no president has ever, or no candidate has ever been able to do before. And that is in a large part, like, I don't want to say in a large part why he won. That is a big deal as to why he won. I'm just saying this. I guess I'm just saying the same thing.
I think that's fair though.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I think it's reasonable to say like it matters to appeal to people that the average moderate Democrat or that your average Republican candidate is not appealing to. That makes a difference for sure.
Yeah,
it's probably the only way to like get a leg up on somebody like Trump, honestly.
And you can certainly make the same argument for, like you said, millennials, or like we're kind of debating like Native Americans as well. Is that this is an entire potential base of voters, like they're qualified, registered, they have all the means to vote, they're just choosing not to in these elections. Well, if we can even draw like 1 to 2 million, per state of these people to go out and vote where they otherwise wouldn't even anyways, like why not? It's one of the reasons why in 2016, if we remember, Obama did several ad campaigns on Facebook, like top 7 reasons why Obama doesn't have any time for your excuses as to why you don't want to vote, right? Is like he was advertising indirectly, of course, for Hillary, for Hillary's campaign, rather, by telling young Americans to go out and vote, who traditionally speaking are rather liberal, as we kind of just established.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Is ever like trying to encourage Native Americans to vote is probably indirectly encouraging Native Americans to vote blue, whether you're saying it or not. Same thing with like encouraging millennials to vote is like indirectly saying go vote blue, because we know that the majority of you will vote blue. So just go out and vote, and we'll just see where you guys so happen to lie.
Yeah, I think it's meaningful anytime that you can make a connection with a voter base that has like historically been underrepresented in U.S. politics, like. Because you can imagine, like, the more underrepresented a demographic is, the less likely those people probably are to vote, because they, political disenfranchisement is something that people are usually aware of, whether unconsciously or consciously. So yeah, I mean, like, I think that's valuable, no matter like which underrepresented population you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it would be difficult to pull people out of those circumstances that just don't, like, they don't see a point to vote.
Yeah.
Like, why should they bother? The government hasn't helped them in ever.
Right.
Oh yeah. Hey, just to be clear, yeah. Natives, blacks, any person that's not a white cis man has a pretty good reason not to vote. It's just if you can, as a candidate, harness these voter bases, like the turnouts seem to be pretty staggering, right? Able to turn states that, Did you guys think Joe was like Joe as in Joe Biden had like a rather solid, I mean, again, I'm very adamantly for Bernie, against Biden, probably like the both of you as well. But in terms of just speaking empirically, like, or not empirically, empiric is like kind of it's a loaded term. Speaking pragmatically, if you will, to the debate and giving him as much credit as he deserves. Did you feel like he had like a fair platform where he was challenging Bernie and Warren on their healthcare propositions? Like,
no, because he was arguing from futility about American deficit spending. I thought that was that's one of my notes, actually.
Was he though? So one of my notes was that he was pressuring them to answer the question of cost. He wasn't necessarily saying it's futile. He was just saying like, I just want to know where the cost is coming from.
Yeah, I kind of see that as like de facto the same thing. I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, hey, I'll put it this way. Like, it seemed like he gave a fair argument in that, like, if you can answer for cost, I will concede. He said, even in his opening line, he said, I just want to know where the cost is coming from. Like,
that means that his like burden of proof is going to be impossibly high, right? At least that's the impression that I get from people like that. When they're saying like, I want to know how much this costs, it really feels more like them saying like,
we don't have enough money.
No matter what you tell me, like where you're sourcing this money from, I still think it's too much, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, maybe I'm reading too much into it. Sorry.
No, well, and didn't just like a minute beforehand, he was like, here in America, we can do anything.
Yeah, exactly. That was my issue.
Wait, what did you say? Just say it again.
It was like historically, like in America, when we wanted to get things done, we get them done because we're America. That's pretty much what he was saying.
Yeah.
But like, when has deficit spending ever stopped us from doing anything in this country? If politicians actually wanted to do it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, yeah, for sure. And I think Warren especially, but also Bernie, had pretty solid responses to this, where they were talking about, we would have tax increases. They would be primarily for big business and the higher income individuals. Middle-class people might see a raise in their taxes, but it will mostly be at the front end, right? Where your taxes may go up, but when you are on the back end, when you need to access healthcare, it's all for free. It's all paid for. You don't have to go through a middleman. Your costs overall will be lower if you are somebody who's making, I don't think they gave a specific figure, but my estimates have said like anybody, even in the upper middle class, is probably going to see overall their costs like decrease. Like if you're making anywhere between 50 to 70,000 a year, you're probably going to be completely fine in terms of like not seeing too much of an increase, if anything, in your overall taxes, especially given, again, net value of like, you may see a slight increase in your income tax, like 2%. But when you look at the, again, back ended, like you're paying for it all up front, wherein your taxes go up. And then when you need to access healthcare at the point of service, it's all free. Everything's free. So I thought that was very solid as a response, especially Warren said that, Bernie said that as well, is saying like, you're going to be paying less than $200 a year for drugs for big pharma. Your deductibles, co-pays, all of that's going to go away. I thought those were solid responses. I'm just saying that, like,
and I think if you create any sort of system where the middle class, like your average middle class people, are pocketing more of their income, like that's going to be a good thing for the economy, right? Like you're going to enable a class of people which normally has to, I mean, I'm just generalizing, but like these are people who normally have to think about their purchases a little bit before they decide whether or not they can afford them, right? That's how I grew up, at least in the middle class. So, I mean, like if you are now allowing these people to pocket more of their, weekly earnings or bi-weekly earnings or whatever, that's going to free them up to engage in the economy in a more meaningful way than they've been able to previously. I think it's like pretty important.
Yeah, I agree.
Part of the problem I had with Biden's like questioning there though is these are like he knew the answers to this. Like he fully, it's not like he went in being like, I don't actually know how they're going to pay for it. Like this has been a gotcha that's been brought up, and I think every single debate, right? They always ask, are taxes going to go up? Are they? Because they know as soon as you say, well, yeah, taxes will go up,
then the electability of these bills goes incredibly lower.
Yeah, that's really fair. I didn't think about that, but I really don't buy like an ignorance argument on this, or like him saying like, I don't know, like how are you going to pay for this? Because he absolutely knows what the proposition is. It's just for, I would assume, optics.
Yeah,
I guess here's what. No, yeah, you guys are both right. Here's what I should have said was, again, I don't support Biden. might be slightly for a public option again, especially with like Gamer Word, Samceder2 in chat. What is Aleppo now? Like fucking priming me into thinking that a public option is more electable. All I meant to say was that Biden, again, love him or hate him, which I certainly am not a big fan of myself. It seemed like he came into this debate with a plan specifically aimed at the progressives, which are the top two other polling candidates in this debate, going into the last debate. Like, he went against the top two other candidates that shared a platform on this particular issue, and he seemed to be very structured and systematic about his approach, which I can respect him for at least that. I'd say the same thing for Trump, right? If Trump was like trying to bring down Bernie in a similarly disingenuous way, I would say, hey man, like, you're being disingenuous as fuck, but this is unfortunately very effective, and I've got to at least give you credit for that. As shitty as that sounds.
You're arguing about effectivity versus like, correctness. Yeah.
Again, this is more like, I guess this is optics rather than practicality. As weird as that distinction may seem, wherein like this can certainly be something that we as the American people can pass. I've looked up several times on like PolitiFact or other reputable sites that state that like the estimated cost of Medicare for all is about what we invest in healthcare at this current moment in time, if not a little bit higher. Huh?
Sorry for cutting you off. This is the thing that I usually argue with
Samceder2.
Yeah, whatever his name is.
Whatever his name will be in 2 days, right? When he gets banned again.
Like, this is what I'm usually arguing with him about, is like, I don't buy the idea that the Republican-controlled Congress is going to allow any progressive healthcare legislation whatsoever. I don't buy that at all.
Well, that's why I support more of a public option, is because we have such an incredibly I started that sentence off poorly. What I meant to say was because especially in the public eye, especially in the Republican controlled Congress, but also in the public eye, unfortunately, a single payer system just is not electable. It's just like, it's something we just can't. I just feel like we just can't.
Do you think like a public option is electable to these same people, or like do you think it's passable? I guess is my question.
So we're going to disagree very heavily on this, and this is the exact division that Samceder2 in chat wanted me to have with you like 2 days ago. But unfortunately, yeah, I have to bite the bullet on this. I do think a public option is actually electable, whereas a single payer option is not. I am all for moving towards a single payer option, especially in the coming years after we were to elect a public option, or not elect, as if we were able to pass a bill into Congress, like I don't want to say Biden's plan because I really dislike Biden's plan, but like something more akin to or Kamala's plan. I don't know. Who else had a pretty good platform?
I think Beto has a decent Medicare platform for the record.
For the public option,
yeah,
something like that. I heard Castro had a pretty good one too. I'd have to look into it. I haven't seen it. Fuck Yanks. Yeah, I support those just because they're electable. It really sucks, but like, I don't know. I'm not trying to sit here and say that I'm like a bootlicking liberal. I hope you guys don't think that. I'm all down with the leftists. Like, far more progressive than more people think that, but like, I have to go with optics here. Like, it's just it's not electable, as shitty as it sounds.
I just don't. I don't know if you can empirically show. And sorry for dominating the airtime on your stream, Leon. I'm sorry.
I don't care.
Okay, I don't know if you can empirically demonstrate in any sort of like reliable way that a public option like plays better with the broader voting American public than a single payer system. And even if you do that, which I've seen some relatively
polling data
arguments that it might be more appealing to people, and I'm willing to listen to that, but like I don't like, the way I think about it is that if we put all of our energy into getting somebody who supports the public option elected and they still can't pass it, like what's the point of getting that person elected over the person with the single payer option if it's the same outcome, right?
Wait, I don't entirely understand your argument.
So I'm saying that like no matter what we do, all roads, as long as the Republicans control the legislative branch of our government, all roads lead to no change.
Wait, they don't control the Senate though. Just to be clear.
Well, sure. Yeah, I should have specified it. In Congress, where Mitch McConnell is sitting on top of his Grim Reaper throne.
Yeah.
I don't see. I think all roads lead to Republicans shut down blank healthcare bill run by Democrats in Congress.
The meme here is that I feel like your argument actually plays more into my favor than yours. And I'm sorry, Leon, I think you want to say something. I just want to say this real quick. is the idea that like a public option is more electable, despite the fact that it might not be electable in Congress specifically. Is that like there are checks and balances put into place. So if we elect somebody who is for a public option, and say they wrote the bill, I don't think can presidents write bills? I think they can. They wrote the bill or whatever. They passed it through Congress. Bernie already has it, right? Sorry, he doesn't have a single payer, he doesn't have a public option bill. He has a single payer option or single payer bill. He tries to put it through Congress. Congress denies it. There is a check or a balance rather for like the Senate to overpower the House in Congress, where I think it's 2/3. It's originally it's like a majority, but like if and then it has to be a stronger majority. That's how the check works, right? And these checks are put into place in such a way that like the delegate members is the constituents answer to their people. So if more people are like, again, if I can show you polling data then to substantiate the argument that a public option in the eyes of the public is more palatable, if that I think is the right word, or I think palatable than single payer, then you'd have more people on board for this sort of thing. It would be left to presumably anyways, like some kind of election. I'm kind of talking out my ass here. I'm just saying that at some point I feel like this would boil down to asking the public in some way,
like a
be that through
vote? I don't know.
I don't want to say like direct referendum. I don't want to say like direct referendum. I just want to make it apparent that like having something that's a more electable option works better in Congress, because the members in Congress they're held accountable by us, right?
That's what I was going to get to.
Yeah, is that like if these people in Congress like truly deny what their constituents are telling them to vote for, then that's like political suicide. I don't think that's ever been done. Or if it has, it's like okay, actually, great example right now. I don't know if you knew this. The Electoral College can actually vote outside of what their constituents tell them to vote for. So say a state like Texas, right? Say enough it's enough districts come together to take one of the Senate's vote and say like, hey, you will vote red on this. They can actually say, I want to vote blue instead. That is complete political suicide, but they can do that. I don't know if I've at least
Are you talking about for like elections?
Yes.
Yeah, so that actually depends on the state. Some states do require you to do that. It also depends on the party. So I actually am like an elected Democrat delegate for Indiana.
Nice.
So yeah, I do have a choice. Part of the issue, air quoting though, is that the parties don't want you to make a choice. And what I mean by that is they're like, oh, here's your choice, vote. And I'm like, but there's only one name on here. Because the Democrat parties don't want people fighting in like small elections, right? Yeah, they want to save all their money and energy and everything for the general, which totally makes sense. But I could vote however I wanted. That was actually a thing in 2016 for my district or whatever, because I think we voted for Clinton for the Democrats, but one of our delegates said he was going to go there and vote for Bernie, and I should really look up to see if he like changed his mind on it or not. But I know a lot of people were really upset about that.
Yeah. And I guess that's what I'm trying to sell to you, Puff Shake, is this idea that like having a plan that's more electable overall does probably lead to the same sort of outcomes that we're advocating for. It just does it in a politically expedient way, as opposed to sort of like.
Help me delineate. I'm having trouble with this. Can you help me delineate how public representatives being supposedly accountable to their delegates or to their constituents, I should say, how that helps pass something like a public option or a single payer or whatever?
So it's again, I am like you rather skeptical to assume that something like Medicare for All would be left up to a vote by referendum. It's more so just that like we would elect somebody to. In this particular instance that we're talking about, we'll just talk. I'm not going to assume some crazy hypothetical. In this particular instance we're talking about, we're talking about electing somebody who I'm not going to say Biden. I refuse to say Biden, but we'll talk about say electing somebody. I shouldn't say Castro either because he's rather not going to have. Let's just say somebody like Booker. But I think Booker has a public option. I don't want to say Kamala either. Fuck it. Kamala is probably the closest. She has a public option. It's a shitty one.
To go with Biden because he's the only one of those who might get elected.
That might actually. Okay. All right. Look, I would never vote for Biden. I cannot stress that enough. But if Biden wins it, right, and the decision comes down to like whether or not healthcare is a platform that we can get through the House, or rather that like that issue is something that we can sell to the American people. It's the idea that a public option is something that we can sell to the American people more than we can sell the idea of single payer. That will I don't want to say trickle down. That will lead to more people electing Biden, presumably in the general, and then that will lead to, when he gets into office, the bill getting pushed through Congress with more of a laxative, if that makes sense. And the idea that, again, like there's enough checks and balances in place where at some point, I believe, not a strict vote by referendum, but a vote would come down to this that would be let out to the people, or at least to the delegates that are accountable to their people. If enough people are in support of one, and the delegates that they elected are say that we want to do the other, that having that sort of electability that would of the plan put into practice. I feel like I'm doing a horrible job of explaining this, but having the sort of electability of the plan being the primary thing that divides the two is a very important thing. Wherein if a public option is much more palatable to, say, the lower middle class that may have otherwise voted for Trump because for whatever reason a lot of poor people seem to venture towards that sort of conservative mindset, but they advocate for a public option because that would benefit them. Whereas a single payer option just doesn't seem as like, oh, I'm going to lose my doctor or whatever. Like, I don't like that idea whatsoever. But yeah, public option's a good idea. And their delegates are saying, no, you will lose your doctor. And they're like, no, it's just a public option, man. Come on, vote for this. And 80%, say in a state like Texas, votes in favor of a public option. But then like the delegates that they're voting for to make these ultimate decisions on are still voting in lockstep with their party rather than in favor of their constituents. That's political suicide. That puts a lot of the pressure on the reps. I don't think they would do that. I think that they would just eventually have to support a public option, and that wouldn't happen if a single payer system were to be the one that we advocated for, because these constituents would not vote. Again, this is like, I hate to boil down this simply, but this is like the beauty of having a democratic republic. It's the idea anyways.
I don't know that I meant to study up more before we had this debate, so I'm going to be a little bit uninformed here. I apologize. But so if anybody's familiar with the original version of the American, what's it stand for? The ACA, the Affordable Care Act.
Affordable Care Act, yeah.
I believe Obama's ideal version for an Affordable Care Act was something resembling what we now call a public option, right? This was considered like pretty extremely contentious at the time, and Republicans were clearly like very up in arms about it, and it got workshopped a lot into what we now know as the ACA, which is not, if not really a public option, probably more of a Medicaid supplement, I guess I would call it. And this was never held on a referendum basis. This was like completely workshopped by Republicans and then passed without populist consent.
Yeah,
so I don't know if I buy this argument that like we're going to have some sort of say in healthcare legislation anytime soon.
So the say is back-ended, wherein they make the initial decisions, and then we as the voter base are the ones that vote these people in for their next term. So they do polling data, I guarantee you that the elected officials look at this polling data. If the elected officials see that this polling data in their specific states in which they are elected, especially their districts, are heavily in favor of one option, and they as a rep are in favor of the other option, there's going to be a huge divide there. They're not going to see the career that they want in politics if they vote against their public in that instance. That is the primary argument that I'm trying to substantiate, which is not that.
Yeah. We're making some normative assumptions here, though, which is that
I think they're completely fair ones.
Care about their constituents, which I think it's
have
fair,
to.
But first of all, I don't know necessarily that politicians are primarily concerned with the people who elected them so much as they are concerned with the people who donate to their campaigns, right? And also, we're making a big assumption in assuming that people vote using like information. People like Mitch McConnell have only been in power for so long because their constituents don't know what horrible politicians they are. Like, this is pretty established.
It's okay. So what's shitty here is you and I both see each other's argument and agree with a lot of what each other are saying, I think. I completely agree with you that, and I hate to like Leon Cyphers, if you want to say something, just cut me off at any point, because I think Puff and I are having too much of a back and forth.
I think this is fun. Go for it.
It's just okay. So I agree with you 100% that I have just as much nihilism towards the American political system as you do.
Yeah, I want to boomer take, but like
it's a fair one. Listen, I am in favor of believing, if you will. Okay, I'm using the believe argument. We live in a democratic republic. I want to believe that this is democratic republic. I want to believe that the people have. I mean, if I don't believe that, then what is the point of voting in general? My idea is that again, politicians favor having a career in politics. That's what they want to do. That's my end goal.
That's the one thing all politicians have in common is they want to keep their
job. Is they want to keep their job. So this idea that they're ultimately slaves to the business, like to the health insurers that are going to fund their campaigns, to me, when it comes down to, am I going to get elected in my next term versus am I going to pass a bill that my big donors want me to do right now? They can have all the money for funding their next campaign in the world that they want. If 80% of their constituents said, we want this policy, and they went with the 20% there, I guarantee that 80% is not going to be voting for them.
Right, but that's why misinformation campaigns exist.
But that's the beauty of this, is it's so simple to break down. Listen, it's a public option. Okay, we're not going to take away your doctors. All right,
Yeah,
just
but,
say
like,
a nice
if you like ask, sorry, I'm cutting you off, but like if you ask your like your average moderate American Democratic voter or whatever, they may not necessarily know that.
Okay, so what's ironic is you're making my argument again for, which is that a public option is way harder to construe than a single payer system, where under the ACA alone, many people lost their doctors. What?
Socialism. There, done.
Yeah,
it's vilified. I did it.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Is that a public option is way harder to spin as a purely socialist or communist program.
You think so? I don't know.
Wait,
I don't
yeah,
know about
absolutely,
that.
absolutely. So firstly, I think all the idea of your doctor goes away completely dies with the public option, right? Because it's an option. It's something, and fuck me, I'm actually going to sit here and invoke Biden. Biden even said it's something that you would have an option to if you lost your employer or if you lost your insurance through whatever means. He said that. Now, I fucking hate Biden, okay? I cannot stress that enough throughout this debate, but I want to say that's a pretty strong platform to run on, right? This idea of like replacing COBRA with just this one blanket, like, hey, you lose your job, you get a public option that you got to buy in, right? There's always going to be a better option out there if the private sector can offer them, but you always have this public option to fall back on. And it will be one that will be paid for majority in taxes, majority from taxes from the rich. You may pay a pittance compared to what you're paying now for it, but you will always have this to fall back on, and it will cover all primary care. I don't know. I feel like that's an incredibly hard proposal to spin out of proportion and word in such a way that like it is taking away your doctors, or that it's terrible for the American people, or that, you know, I just don't see the ad campaigns writing themselves nearly as much for that as I do a single
populist arguments. Oh, well, I just dropped something. Sorry. The populist arguments against these two proposals are going to be exactly the same. I'm not talking about like actual analytic arguments like the ones that we generally, you know, on Twitch try to make against policies like the public option if we don't think it's the best thing. Like we talk about that pretty in depth, right?
Yep.
But like if you're just like an average voter, like the argument that you're probably going to be hearing is taxes. Like taxes are going to be bad, always. And if you allow this policy through, or if you support politicians who are going to push this policy through, I should say, this is going to increase your taxes. It's the same argument for both proposals.
Exactly. So now I have to ask you this one question. If it's the same argument for both proposals, what is your argument for supporting the more extreme one?
Say that again. Sorry.
So if these arguments that can be substantiated for both proposals, which I agree with you, unfortunately, my taxes going up is going to be the argument that goes that applies to both arguments, even though it'd be a very, very fractional amount, as we all can acknowledge in this chat, of the American people's taxes actually going up. When especially you're looking at net costs, most Americans would see their taxes go down. Nonetheless, right, the my taxes going up argument certainly applies to both proposals. In your view, you support the single payer option, where that argument not only applies to, but also applies more heavily to. What is your substantiation for backing the single payer option in the presence of that information, if that makes sense?
Oh well, because if we're gonna if a proposal for massive healthcare reform in this country is going to be subject to the same arguments, or to the same negative arguments, I should say.
Not the same.
We might as well go for the better.
Sorry, you cut out for me. What?
Oh, so I cut off too soon? Well, basically what I'm saying, did you guys hear any of what I said?
Yeah, I did. I heard the majority of it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, why not support the better position?
If the two proposals are going to be subject to the same argumentation, the same basic arguments saying, you know, mud taxes, why not go for the better option?
Yep. Okay, so I guess now I've finally seen your argument, and I have to wonder. So it's mostly one that's aimed towards electability, which is the same platform that I'm trying to like make for, or sorry, which is the same case that I'm trying to make for the public option.
I'm trying to argue against electability.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Sorry. by substantiating that both of them have, like, relatively speaking, the same electability in the public eye.
I think they're both, those two proposals are both going to face the same existential threats over the course of their political discourse. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. I don't know. I guess I would just say that, like, polling data disagrees with that statement. I don't know.
I mean, like, maybe people are more in favor of the public option right now, but I don't like. I think that's a pretty, like, defeatist attitude to take in September, which is, I guess, 6 months, 7 months, even before we hold the actual nomination election.
I think it's usually in August, right, or July sometimes, if I want to say.
Oh, is it? I thought it was actually happening in March.
I don't know. I've heard it's kind of late. Like, didn't Hillary get nominated like in midsummer, and then she had like a few months? They want to keep this somewhat constrained.
Maybe so. So I mean, like, basically, like, my point is the same both ways. Like, we've got plenty of time to try to change people's minds on a single payer system.
Yeah.
So, like, I think that's where our energy should be for the time being.
Well, okay.
I could be swayed to your argument, that is, in about a year from now, if things are looking similar.
So, and I asked you this on their stream, and you referred me to Sam Cedar's conversation with Mike from PA. I want to briefly, if we can, if I'm not holding you up for too long here, move over to the policy side of things. Medicare for all versus a public option. Why is it necessary to completely remove duplicative care being allowed on the from the private sector? I'm just curious as to, like, why that's necessary.
Why is it necessary? I don't know that it's, well, I have kind of two reasons, and these might be weak, but I'll do my best.
Yeah.
This is the part
I've heard
that I
one
want to
big one,
prepare
so
for
maybe.
more. But I think the main thing is that a single payer system seems to work best, at least in places where it's been implemented, because everybody is on that same system, right? They're more or less, through taxation, buying into the same system. This sort of inevitably allows for increases of quality of care because there's more money in that pool for the government to redirect in the way that seems best, right? And then the sort of other factor to me seems to be that I don't know if we should be treating what I view as an inelastic economic need as an elastic good, like chips, or like something that we don't actually need.
So I think the first argument might be strong. The second argument, I just want to dispel right now. Having it as an option, having a public option rather, to me, eliminates the idea of treating healthcare as an elastic good when it is in fact inelastic, because people can always rely.
I guess, but if the quality of that healthcare suffers, like, it's kind of a tandem argument, right?
Wait,
like,
why would it suffer though? This bleeds into the first argument, just to be clear.
Right,
but
exactly.
Why would it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would probably have to be an expert to fully explain this, but what I've heard from healthcare experts, and I have to appeal to authority because I don't know any better.
No, that's fair. I would be doing the same.
Okay. I don't think any of us are.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, I've heard from healthcare experts too. But yeah, go on.
Sure. I mean, like, what I have read in my limited experience so far is that a single payer system is able to operate more functionally in the way that we want it to, which is to maximize care and lower cost as much as possible, because everybody is buying into that system simultaneously. There's no way to opt out of that system.
Well, so the meme is that, like, a public option would be something that everybody's paying through taxes anyways. So whether you're on it or using it or not, you're still paying into it. That's the beauty of the public option, is that people are paying into it whether they're using it or not. And then the beauty of having a private sector that is still allowed to offer duplicative care is that, well, there's several beauties. One, it could drive competition in these fields, which would truly lead to a market that's a market. I shouldn't even say that, because I'm fundamentally against the philosophical idea of profiteering on people's sickness as well. But it would drive if the private sector continued to exist, in the face of the competition that a free public option, free in air quotes, public option would allow for, as well as a single payer too. Let's just be clear. Both options being free in air quotes is very much the truthful way to say it, because they're not, like, literally free. They're free. They're funded on the front end of where you'd be paying for an increase in your taxes. But again, the majority of the middle class would not be seeing a significant increase in their taxes, especially not one that would combat the insane amounts of money.
But I buy what you're saying in theory. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm probably over-explaining something that we all understand anyway. Sorry. But yeah, it's this idea that a public option that would would not have to compete, but would compete just by virtue of existing with the private sector, especially one that is still funded by people who are not on it, because it would be paid for through your taxes, whether you like it or not. Much the same way that people, whether they want to or not, are paying for road reconstruction by paying through their by paying income tax every year. Is that a forced tax on a public option would still lead to the same amount of support with it, whether or not it is the premier healthcare resource that everybody's using. And by having some people opt out of using it in favor of a private sector, or one offered by a private sector, you would have suddenly individuals that, like we'll say of the upper echelon of wealth. And this seems like a shitty argument, but I really want to convince that it's not. You would have individuals of the higher echelon of wealth that would rely on the public option being taken off of that public option and opening up the doorway, so to speak, for more individuals to use it.
Wait, so if everybody's already paying for it, then what's the point? What's
What
the
do you
point
mean?
of not implementing a single payer system and vestigially preserving the private health insurance sector?
I can't really answer that question. What I can say is that whether it's true or not, or sorry, not whether it's true or not, whether there is an argument to be made there for having a public option is one that will be funded by taxes regardless of whether or not people take advantage of it. I'd still hesitate to call that single payer, as it seems like maybe you're sort of suggesting that it could be construed as, but it will still be nonetheless a public option that people can jump into. I think Biden slipped the ball there, especially, and that's why Castro called him out. But a public option that everybody can take advantage of is one that will still be paid for through your taxes if you are not using it. So if
if you're someone who opts to buy private insurance, then you don't pay the tax.
Paying for both.
You still pay the tax for a public option.
Yeah, because this would be a tax added onto.
I don't see what the point of that is.
Well, the point of what? The point of buying into the private option?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
why not just shut down the sector anyway? It seems like it's going to inevitably die if you implement a system like that.
Well, again, so the big
to be
reason.
clear, sorry, I have to cut you off again because I need to establish something. To be clear, the kind of public option proposals I've heard from somebody like Joe Biden is that people who opt for the private sector for their health insurance needs would not be paying an additional tax.
So again, I would have to look more into his proposal specifically. Most of the public options that I've heard proposed are ones that would directly increase, and it's for Americans, for the middle class, it would be by a very marginal amount, but for the upper class, it would be just proportionally like a rather significant amount, as we would see it. But of course, they probably would not. It would just be an increase straight up through your taxes. That would again be paid for on the front end. That would be paying for on the front end this public option, and then at the point of sale, you would be receiving administrative care for free. If you choose to, if you're say wealthy enough to still afford a private option at the time, you would still be paying for the taxes of funding this public option. However, you would then receive care. Sorry, you would then have receive the care of the private option. The idea there is that again, that would take somebody off of the public option where they would otherwise be in like a waiting line, or they would be clogging up the system, so to speak. I don't want to use those words because, but it would take them off of the waiting room there and put them into this other separate waiting room. So by principle, it would in theory anyways, it would free up the system. That's how I understand it in discussion.
I have an issue with that because it seems like it would be easier to optimize if everybody was working under the same system. It seems like it would be, there would be less paperwork just fundamentally.
Well, just to be clear again, the way it currently is that everybody has to fiddle around, especially through, I think employer insurance is the primary way in which people receive insurance. People have to fiddle through insurance with their employer and all that bullshit. If you were to receive a private healthcare in this new system, I don't think it would be offered through your this would not be something like a plan offered through your employer. Fun fact, the majority of insurance plans offered through employers are done at deals to the employer, and also a recognition that most insurance plans at their baseline level are not affordable.
So people who are endorsing the public option are specifically using the idea that you would still be able to get insurance from your employer under the public option system that they're proposing. That's one of the selling points.
Wait, say that again?
One of the selling points used by people like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is that people supposedly like their private employer health insurance.
Oh yeah, everybody loves our current healthcare, right?
Yeah, so like
No.
if they don't even get that under the public option system, then it's just like it seems like a sham kind of.
I guess again, I mean, especially in terms of Biden's option, because I have absolutely zero support for a 10-year plan. But in terms of Biden's proposal, I'd have to look into it more. I was under the impression that flat tax would be added, not a flat tax, sorry, I think it's a marginal tax would be added to everybody's income, and then especially at the top end, it would be a more significant tax added to these people. You would be paying for it no matter what. It would just be like part of your income tax essentially, and then that would create effectively the public option that would offer, I think, all forms of care short of cosmetics. You can still you can still buy into a private option, but if you did that, you would still be paying for the public option. So you would effectively.
As long as that's the system, as long as like that's the proposal, and like poor people and middle class people are not paying an unfair share of taxes, or ideally they wouldn't be paying taxes on it at all, and the wealthy would be paying taxes on it. That would probably be the best like solution in my opinion. As long as that's how the public option system that is being proposed works, I'm probably on board with it. Seeing as it would probably just like by default kind of destroy the private health insurance industry anyway, it sounds like, because like there would be no good reason if this system actually worked well, there would be no good reason to buy private insurance. So I mean, like I guess if that's the proposition, I'm on board with it, but that's not what I'm hearing from people like Joe Biden so much.
Again, yeah, I guess I'd have to look into his specific policy proposals more to get a good idea. That was the impression that I was under, was that, I don't know, like, Leon, do you have any silver bullets here? Can you weigh in any way, shape, or form, like factually speaking, to Biden's proposal versus Bernie's proposal? Like, what are the big differences, more specifically on the end of whether or not public option would be something that the public would pay for, regardless of whether or not they actually received it, versus private care?
So I think the big things are whether there's a private option or not. I think that's probably the thing that's probably getting talked about the most. I think the second part of that is cost, and I don't know the numbers enough to look those up. We could, like, I'm sure I can go to Biden's website and like look those up, but I'm sure the costs of them are different. Bernie's also, he didn't say this tonight, but he's been including that care would also include like senior care and dental and stuff that doesn't get included on a lot of conversations. I don't know if that's necessarily excluded from Biden's plan, or if that's just something he's trying to get the older vote more.
I think it must not be, because he would say so if it was.
Yeah,
that's kind of arguing by default. I'm sorry.
And maybe that's true, but once again, maybe he's doing this because Bernie didn't get a lot of support from the older voters in the last election. So I don't know if him saying that is him trying to get a few more voters from the older crowd.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Maybe he's much less trying to like discriminate against Biden's plan, much more just trying to harness a voter base that he otherwise had a lot of
that's
naysayers. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll have to look into it and come back and say one way or the other. Just to be clear, Puffshake, again, this is where I think we're in more agreement than in disagreement. If Biden's or any other public option plan that has been proposed would be something that you would pay into if you took advantage of, and then not pay into if you weren't taking advantage of, I would not be in support of that.
That's why I've been opposed to it, historically speaking.
Yeah. The understanding that I had was that the public option is something that would be cost-wise mandated for everybody to quote unquote pay into, again, through the front-loaded way of higher taxes, and then somebody could take advantage of if they needed it to, but they could always have the option of finding another care provider that would, again, be competing against literally free healthcare, but could, for whatever reason, still make it profitable through means of, like, it is kind of weird to think about how, private sector still exists in this domain, because
I mean, exactly, and this is sort of this is where I'm going with this, is that like when you look at the commercials that are being aired between, like, for example, like the last debate that CNN hosted, you have commercials that are specifically targeted against a single payer system that Bernie Sanders is suggesting. And they're not really focusing in the private health insurance industry by way of lobbying doesn't really seem to be focusing on a public option like whatsoever. So it makes me hesitant to think that it's actually going to, like, these proposals are actually excluding the private healthcare industry in any way, since they seem to be pretty comfortable with it so far, at least in terms of, campaign attack ads and shit like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen those attack ads, but that doesn't mean they don't exist.
Yeah, they were on the they were being aired on CNN between the like during commercials in the last debate.
Oh, is that why
Bernie wants to take away your private healthcare insurance, or whatever?
Is that why at the very beginning Sanders said that they would be advertising to you during this?
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense now, because I'm like, that's a little weird, but okay, I guess that makes sense now.
Yeah, it's because they're targeting him. That's why he points it out.
I mean, Bernie's a pretty big threat to him. I get it.
Yeah, it makes. Yeah, I get it too.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I guess we hit a stopping point on that one. Yeah, I mean, like I could be persuaded, like under the conditions that you're suggesting, like I could be persuaded to advocate for a public option, but it would have to be exactly like the one you're describing.
Yeah. And again, I don't even know if that's the one that I'm describing. If the one that I'm describing is the exact one that like Biden or fucking Kamala are proposing. I just want to stress two things, if I can, at the closing point. I'm mainly concerned with concerned with electability in the healthcare option, or in the healthcare discussion, because in my opinion, any plan that a Dem currently is proposing, and besides maybe Kamala's, any plan that's being discussed and talked about on the Dem side of things is like vastly superior to what we have currently in place, and I'm in support of it. Second thing is that, again, like I think we agree with a lot more on healthcare than we disagree on. I'm not saying that just to like, band-aid or because I lost the debate or anything. It's not. No. I'm not saying it for those reasons. I'm just really I'm saying that because ideologically, I think we're coming from the exact same perspective. Electability is something that I recognize and have been recognizing more and more in recent times as unfortunately probably one of the main concerns that we as people that discuss policy should be concerned more with, which is to say that like when we break down these policies or these policy discussions, not including electability into these discussions does us a great detriment, because it doesn't matter if we're discussing like the best policy in the world. If that can be misconstrued in a very easy light to be heavily favored in the rep side, then it's just going to die, right? It won't even make it to House. It's just going to die outright. And it's really unfortunate to consider that to be a part of the political climate, but it unfortunately I think is something that we need to. I don't know. Every time I suggest this, I always feel like a part of me dies inside and like cringes, because I feel myself becoming more of a liberal and less of a lefty.
Blue no matter who.
Yeah, I will say
liberal alert.
No.
Alert.
Hold on. I just want to say I do want to say this though. Thinking about specifically health insurance has gotten me to think a lot more critically, not necessarily of Bernie, but of of Bernie. Yeah, I'll just say it. And it's not to say that I dislike Bernie in any way, shape, or form. It's just goes to show that, like, at the end of the day, Bernie can go up on stage and say a bunch of incredibly compelling things and sound very convincing as a candidate, like what Marx would sound like if he was alive when they did recordings. I think he even was. I just don't think he ever like was on recording. I don't know if Marx was even famous. And I'm not trying to compare Bernie to Marx too hard here. I'm just saying that like Bernie can compel me to feel a very, very specific way, and probably you guys as well when you hear him talk and when you hear him compose things about policy, and he goes up there and he not shouts, but like when he goes up there and suggests policies that we all think are just like straight up, like, of course, people should not be profiteering on healthcare.
Yeah, of course.
But when you break down these issues to a molecular level and discuss things like how the public can be manipulated on these discussions, or in these discussions, how effective these policies are in practice rather than just in theory, I think not you specifically, but we as people rather that are discussing policies can grow as people to consider these issues more from the purview of their practice, much less than the purview of their direct policy proposals, if that makes any sense. I don't know. That was like the political journey I've had with looking more into single payer option, and again, not being somebody who's directly opposed to it, but more so just concerned with what we can get past now and what we can move towards in the future.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, well,
I've got some three heads who are arguing with me in chat too. Sorry if you can hear me like typing in the background.
No, if you don't mind, bring it up. What are they saying?
They're well.
If you don't want to,
I'm sure they feel like extremely called out right now. But what was it that I was arguing with? Let me go back to the actual comment. Someone said that Bernie wants to combine the lower and middle class.
And he wants to raise taxes.
So he won't be making poor people have to pay more in taxes, which I categorically disagree with. Well, I more categorically disagree with the idea that that a raise in taxes necessitates an overall decrease in wealth for an individual person, right? Like, usually if somebody's paying more in taxes for a government program that benefits them, that's probably going to be a good thing because they'll be saving money out of pocket at some point or another.
Yeah, it really comes down to the what is the final amount, not just taxes, which was I think was what Biden was doing when he was doing that.
Yeah.
It was an attack. It wasn't a legitimate question.
For sure.
Yeah,
and I did do a legitimate amount of, like a fair amount of prep for this, and I think I think we had, but like
Wait, you cut out. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I did do a fair amount of prep before this conversation that we had, especially also for the Democratic debates in general, because I knew healthcare was going to be a big thing. I didn't realize it was going to be a thing they started with, because they've started with it, like I think on all the other debates, but I guess they're just
they do usually. I never realized that.
Yeah. Is that, yes, from most of the research that I've seen, a single payer system, much the same way that a public option, I think, is usually proposed, and in the view that I'm seeing it, is something that would not be de facto more expensive if we look at the overall, I guess you'd say the aggregate effects of it, than something like what we currently have in place. Is that there is this gigantic middleman of health insurance in place right now that we have to go through, which does lead to a lot of, I don't want to say money lost, but money being profited, money being filtered into the pockets of people that have no place in this discussion whatsoever, no place in providing that care specifically, no place in paying for that care, just money that's being not spent, given to people that have no place, that are just essentially profiting off the sick. And that I think that, a single payer or a public option is the one that I'm proposing are vastly superior to that system.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, to be clear, like if we get to a point in this election cycle where it becomes clear to me, I think you guys can trust that I'll be good faith about this. If it becomes clear to me at a certain point that a public option is the only option, for lack of a better word, then I'll be advocating out the ass for it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It would be a huge improvement over what we have currently.
Yeah, for sure.
Darn it, I was muted.
Oh, what were you saying?
It's whatever. One of the things I think is like really important, and I forget this, and then I'll like suddenly remember it, is that we're still super far away from the actual election.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it, right?
No, as much as it's like happening and we're talking about it, it feels like it's, next month or something, but it's not.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's more than a year away. We have a lot of time to iron out these issues. As Puff, I think you were suggesting we have so much time to iron out the perfect position on healthcare and propose that to the reps in Congress, as well as just the general public, that this is not the kind of issue that either of us should die on in terms of the hill that we choose to die.
That's true. That's true.
Neither of us should die on a hill right now. We should, I think, wait and see how things pan out. And of course, I always say be more active than you are passive, although that's a really shitty saying. I think this is something that we as individuals, if we're going to speak on a molecular level, can advocate for, of course, as we probably all individually do on our own streams, to sort of shifting the public paradigm. And of course, the candidates are going to be way more effective at this than any one individual, but especially selling the idea that, hey, in terms of aggregate costs, right, healthcare is not something that you will see a significant increase in your specific payments for if a single payer option is the one proposed. Get the idea out of your head, because this only serves to benefit the public discourse of just helping people understand that this isn't something that's going to wreck their taxes. This isn't something that's going to wreck their livelihood.
For sure. Yeah.
The doctor argument is something that I'm a little bit lost on. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I don't know much about it either.
Yeah. Of just will people lose their doctors? Sorry.
Another thing that I think is really important to harp on a little bit when you're having this healthcare discussion is whatever option helps us move away from what appears to me at least to be an incredibly predatory industry, which is to say the private healthcare sector.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Any place that we can move to where we are not relying on the private sector for a plurality of our healthcare in this country is going to be something that I'm in favor of, especially considering the extent to which they meddle in our politics by way of
direct lobbying
and it's just ultimately my message is an anti-corporate one. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
If it's public option or single payer, makes no real difference to me as long as people aren't getting fucked by the private sector.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you on that. I think we all agree. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Cool. Did you guys have any other huge takeaways from the debates?
I did. I was trying to remember it though. Maybe I do need to start taking notes. It was a 3-hour debate.
Yeah, it was pretty lengthy.
God.
Nobody would blame me for not. I only took notes for the first hour and a half. I got to gun reform, and then I was like, all right, I think I'm about done after this. I'm actually looking at the quality of my notes and comparing the first hour to the last 30 minutes and seeing that like I was writing paragraphs in the first hour and then like a line or two for the gun reform conversation I was checking out. They just go over it so fast, and it's hard to. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but I had this problem in school as well. It's really hard to take notes when like you can't pause the material that you're receiving information from. Yeah, like when you're hearing them talk and you're trying to take notes down as well, it's like I don't know, it's really hard to write and also listen at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm a simp, so I can only focus on one thing at a time.
Yeah, I definitely had problems with that too, because I was like trying to listen, I'm trying to talk to stream, I'm trying to be active on Twitter because I'm traditionally bad at it. And it was so much.
No, fuck stream. When you're streaming this shit, you have to give your commentary, but fuck chat, dude. Honestly, they're saying dumb things anyways. I have Sam Cedar 2 in my chat for the majority of it, saying dumbass shit like "down with Bernie, Bernie's gonna lose." Oh my god, fuck Bernie. Oh, he sounded so weak here. Oh, I'm just like, all right, fuck this shit.
Yeah, my chat was actually pretty good during this. I didn't have like a ton of people stop by, but yeah, it was pretty good.
Well, you don't have Sam Cedar 2 yet in your chat.
I did not have. I've had him here before though. I haven't seen him in a while. But...
Well, he's currently going under the name What is Aleppo, so be on the lookout.
Oh, that's him! He wasn't here earlier!
He was. All right, never mind.
He is my like most recent follow.
Yeah. Have fun, man. Have fun, dude.
Oh, he got me. I didn't realize.
Yeah. Well, he changes his name, like I said earlier, probably every 2 days because he's getting banned constantly. He calls it ban evasion, but I have to imagine he's probably just going to streamers and pissing them off and getting reported.
Yeah, I found out today that he's been like harassing other people, like other streamers, and I was just like, dude, you can't keep doing this, especially not when you're like when your username is literally Puffshake fan.
Yeah.
Like, you can't be doing this, dude.
I saw that too. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, what are you actually doing right now? This is clear. Like, and he's somebody that preaches left unity too. I don't understand.
Yeah, like I'm sure he can hear me right now, but like, dude, you've got to fucking calm down with that stuff. You're gonna make everybody hate you.
So I used to be a gamer. I still am. I used to play a game called Dota 2, and there was a community. There's a community in there.
Dota 2 is good.
Yeah, well, on the Dota 2 Twitch community, and it's the same for every gaming community, if I'm being honest. Like, I played StarCraft, it was the same thing. You'd always have those people that would go from chat to chat and call you bad and say that your plays are bad and say that you don't watch the minimap enough. And Sam Cedar 2, aka Puffshake Fan, aka Gamer Words, aka What is Aleppo, is that person. He's the kind of guy that if I was playing Dota 2 right now, every time I die, he'd say, "You're a fucking feeder, you're floating money, you're not spending right. Why did you buy a BKB when you should have bought an AC?" He's that guy, right? So I don't know. I have a lot of familiarity with this kind of person.
Hey, we three should play Dota sometime. I've actually been wanting to play that recently.
That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea, dude. If we don't have a 5-stack, we're gonna get fucking flamed by the two.
Probably true.
Yeah.
So Dota 2 is one of those games I used, like, back in season 1, I went like really hard, like got the battle pass and all that stuff. And since then, like, I watch it and I like want to play, like I follow a bunch of YouTube stuff, but I just don't.
Mm-hmm.
My group of friends doesn't like Dota 2 because it was too like complicated. They'd rather play like League or HOTS.
My friends don't like it either, but I've always been a big fan, and I can't play it because I have nobody to play with, so it's kind of a a circular issue.
Well, we can try to play together and we'll all suck sometime.
Hell yeah, dude.
I don't know. You guys will suck. I fucking hit 6K, okay? That was my livelihood.
I'd probably be a trash boy.
I dedicated 4 years of my life to that, okay? I was not... I'm not bad. You guys would die. I would win. I would carry us. No, I'm just fucking around.
Well, I started Dota 1 back in a LAN center. So it was one of those, like, we used to play a bunch of Warcraft 3 custom maps, and one guy's like, "Let's play Dota," and we're all like, "What's Dota?" So it was like one guy who sort of knew what he did, and like all of us learning. And he like always got Bloodseeker, and we're like, why are we dying when he's nowhere near us? Because we'd run away from him.
Yeah.
He'd be like 10-1, and we would instantly run away, and we're like, why are we dying? He's like, you have to figure out the game like I did, which means figure it out by yourself. I'm not telling you anything.
Oh, God. Yeah. So you didn't know what a TP was? You didn't know how to, like, buy a TP?
No. I actually remember a friend of mine bought a ward, and I'm like, the ward doesn't give any combat stats, you noob. What are you doing?
Oh god.
Because we didn't buy that. We didn't buy like bottles. I'm like, I would just buy tangos. They're cheaper.
Yeah, dude. Fuck. The hearing you say this reminds me so much about how much keeping community Dota was in Warcraft 3 when you could ban people out of lobbies. It was and it still is that way in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. They were not welcoming to me when I tried to figure out like what the hell the game was about.
I remember the Dota 1. If you didn't have the map downloaded, they just kick you. You weren't even allowed to download the map.
Yeah, dude. I remember when they actually had quizzes. You'd have to answer a specific set of questions when you'd load into the lobby. They'd say, "How much is a Void Stone?" You'd say, 900 kick. You'd say, they'd say, like, how much is a Mithril Hammer? You'd say, I don't know. And then, like, what's a Mithril Hammer? I'm just trying to play the game. They'd kick you. It was so lame. Or, like, what is the hotkey for Light Strike Array for Lena's, like, W or whatever the fuck? That's so lame, like, that they did that. It was the epitome of a gatekeeping community. It needed Dota 2 because, like, in Dota 1, it was just doomed to die because there was, like, this elitist community of players that only wanted to play with experienced players, which to some extent I think we can all, like, say is fair, right? In a custom game situation, I don't know if Pupshake, I don't know if you're that familiar with Warcraft 3. It sounds like Lynn.
No, I never really played Warcraft 3 except for like, twice.
I am so stoked for Reforged.
So just to break it down as simplistically as possible, the base game of Warcraft 3 is nothing like Dota. Well, there's very slight hints of Dota, but like you have a hero, heroes that you can build, but it's an RTS. And the majority of the game is built around like macro and macroing and controlling a command, like a base of operations, and building up your army and your economy to eventually overpower your opponent, right? Dota is like is mostly different than that. There's several heroes in Dota that can resemble the original RTS of that Warcraft 3 was, like Meepo and whatnot. But the actual game of Dota is very starkly different to Warcraft 3. And the reason that this is like such a problem when you have Dota being hosted in a custom game lobbies on Warcraft 3 is that people just want to try the game out and they're coming from Warcraft 3, so they have no idea what the fuck they're walking into. It's why like where Dota 2 has its own like different ladder system and how players that are like lower skilled or like have lesser games played can join into the like lower MMR brackets and play amongst those players. Like it needed that, otherwise it was going to die. So it's just like I don't know. I can't remember why I'm saying this. I think it's just like to sort of nostalgically relate to Leon Cyphers here because that was just such an incredibly cancerous community to have to walk into. It's like you're loading into a Warcraft 3 game of Dota and somebody's like, how much is a Void Stone? Or, oops, he doesn't have the map downloaded, kick him. You know, They'd have bots that would like moderate it. Like they wouldn't even, it was really fucked.
Oh yeah, some of those bots for like the custom games even had like blacklists and stuff. People went crazy on the custom games. They were real serious.
That reminds me of good old Halo CE back in the day.
Yeah. It was an incredibly gatekeeped community. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much the same way. Like if you like entered and they were like, do you have like a lot of the communities in old Halo, like OG Halo for PC, were like art like role playing communities. As cringy as that is.
That's kind of weird, yeah.
Yeah, so they would like get on TeamSpeak, and if you like joined a server where they were role playing and you didn't have TeamSpeak, they would kick you immediately.
It does sound kind of weird. Yeah. I wonder how you'd roleplay in Halo. Like you spawn in as different colored Master Chiefs. Is that?
Yeah, you just have to just like figure out a role for yourself in the map, and it's so cringy. I did it a little bit when I was like 13. And you pick out a role for yourself, and maybe it's like cops and robbers, or they'll have like a different narrative, like where they create their own. Like you're supposed to be like exploring a crash landing site or something. Oh, it's so bad. And
this is where Red vs. Blue started, right? The YouTube series. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah,
that's so good. I actually have the DVDs in my room.
Yeah. I was actually in an episode of Red vs. Blue, I think.
What?
I'm pretty sure I was, because I joined. The server was labeled like Machinima.
Oh god.
Like, run by these X users. I can't remember their names now. And I'm butchering the story so badly. And then, like, I was in the voice chat with them, and I heard them, and they sound like the people who did voice acting for that show. And they were having like everybody, act out with their character models, like different lines. And they were like, do you have like the pink color unlocked? And I was like, nope. And they kicked me. Because they needed me to play. They needed a stand-in for Donut, they said.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's possible that it was like a fan creation, but I like to believe that it was actually them.
Yeah. I never realized this. It makes sense though that like with seeing how games like StarCraft Brood War and Warcraft morphed into like completely unrecognizable versions of themselves. Like it makes sense that other games that would have like open map settings or used map settings options would also morph into this, like Halo.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of similar.
Yeah, really interesting.
I have something about the debate I want to bring up. Unless, oh, sorry, Leon, go ahead.
No, just real fast. Micro Macros in my chat. He's asking if you guys saw the AOC ad that played during the debate.
Dude, Micro, get in here. And no, I didn't.
I haven't seen it. I'll post it though.
Okay.
Yeah,
where were we watching this? I watched it on YouTube, and I think the YouTube ads were different than the one on ABC.
Yeah, I watched it on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
Or I didn't link the YouTube site. You could figure it out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, Micro posted it on Twitter.
New York Post. Republican PAC airs.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a sec to show. Oh, I need to change my scenery, don't I?
Yes.
Yeah, let me too. Let me know when you're playing so we can be like somewhat synced with each other.
Could React Andy this? Oh yeah. Oh, this is some fear monger.
Yeah. I can press start right now if you want.
All right, go for it.
1,
Hit
2,
play.
3, go.
This is the face of socialism and ignorance.
Holy
Does
shit.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez know the horror of socialism? My father was minutes from death in Cambodia before a forced marriage saved his life. That's socialism. Forced obedience, starvation. Mine is a face of freedom. My skin is not white. I'm not outrageous, racist, nor socialist. I'm a Republican.
Paid for by New Faces GOP PAC, it said at the end at the bottom.
This is your new Turning Point USA, boys.
Holy.
Oh yeah, I'm actually gonna look them up and see who they are. Man, that was crazy. Holy shit.
It's like cringe. It plays into the identity politics that the Republicans always say that they hate to play into, but they can conveniently always play into for some reason. All into one nice little package. Interesting. What was it? Newfaces.org? Oh,
New Faces GOP.
I thought it was newfacespack.com.
Wow, there's New Faces PAC. Okay, yeah.
.com, yeah, and it's got her. Oh my God, is the GOP
they, like,
really this threatened by AOC?
I think so. I think because they're afraid that she's going to be like the new sort of standard Democratic politician going forward, and that's not not normalcy.
She got her power from Fox News though. Like part of the reason she actually got elected and won her primary is because Fox News was giving her so much free publicity.
So much coverage.
But yeah.
It's the reverse CNN effect, my boys.
It is. She got so much free stuff, like before she was even... That's partially their own fault.
You had people like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder calling her out constantly on their programs, like the ads write themselves.
They have such crushes on her.
Dude, this is our anti-Trump, guys. Like, don't you understand? This is the anti-Trump. Is they push a really far crazy candidate forward and get the most powerful seat in, arguably the most powerful seat in the United States Congress. Is we just
more
do the
or
same
less,
thing, right? Yeah. We just elect outright socialists, Kappa, AOC a socialist.
Oh, that was what I was gonna bring up. Asking how his socialism is different than Venezuela's.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that.
Wait. What? Yeah, remind me. Was that Biden that said that? Biden said
no. That was one of the moderators.
Yeah, it was really frustrating framing to listen to. I wish we could just go ahead and dismiss the myth that like socialist countries have a monopoly on human suffering, because like we could make an exactly identical ad to like people who are suffering in this country right now.
From capitalism,
like, look, these people are dead because they can't afford healthcare or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
Flint, Michigan. Well, yeah, indirectly, of course. Like a primary care senator would never like directly turn down somebody who comes in with like an amputated arm. But the idea that they're indebted for life into that system, and that they like are way higher to abuse substances or make poor life decisions when they're indebted. Yeah, it's the exact same thing with like. No, we certainly should. Wait, who's
no,
this?
you're not allowed to. Sorry, I'm Micro.
For a second there, you sounded like Puff Shake, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
No, we don't talk about that, dude. It's only the socialists that cause issue.
Yeah.
No, you're
right. Mike, have you read their website yet?
Oh God, what is it? New Faces GOP.
Yeah, newfacespack.com. If we're going to compete on the battlefield of ideas, we must find new faces for the Republican Party to stand up to lead. We need candidates from all races, ethnicities, gender, or geography.
$20 says they're operating Charles Koch's dime.
Oh, for sure. Guys, we need tokens, okay? They can't call us racist if we got minorities on our side.
Exactly. I promise you guys, this is the Republican identity politics in its most pure and obvious form.
Easily,
yeah,
yes.
this is identity politics. You're right.
Yeah, for sure.
No, but guys, Republicans hate identity politics. Remember?
Yeah. Except for Candace Owens, except for Dave Rubin, except for Blair White. Do I count them? No.
No, you can't talk about that
because
you're gonna get us banned.
No, it's because they're not big enough. It's because they're YouTubers, right? They don't. Yeah.
This fucking shit. Ooh. Yeah, this is fucking infuriating. Like literally burning her face and having skulls come in behind her face.
Yeah, I wonder if she's actually commented on this yet.
Yeah.
Oh, she has. She tweeted about she tweeted
must have
about it. I'll read it. Let me find it. Oh my god, I can't type. Holy fuck. AOC. How do you spell AOC?
For a second, I was like,
Here's what she said. Republicans are running TV ads setting pictures of me on fire to convince people they aren't racist. Life is weird. Oh god. Oh Jesus fucking Christ.
Fuck.
Yeah, there's no info on who funds this PAC, I don't think, but I wish I could find out.
We'll find out. Don't worry.
Oh,
Wiki
wait.
will get on.
Here's a rank by donors to this PAC.
It's on their homepage though, right? They're not gonna report.
Total Investments LLC, Delina Farms. I don't recognize any of these.
This socialism boogeyman is so crazy to me. Like, obviously, all they have to do is just re-socialism, and all their fucking constituents like eat it up. But this whole idea that like they need to combat socialism in America is like, what the fuck? Like, what are they living? Am I keep hearing Republicans and conservatives talk about clown world. Am I living in fucking clown world where like socialism is about to like take hold in America? Like there are way more socialists I get, but like socialists got us everything good that we have today when it comes to like workers' rights. Like if it weren't for socialists, we wouldn't have the 8-hour workday and the 5-day work week.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly you don't know what the gulags are because they're coming. Dude.
Oh,
and they're
true.
For you and me. Yeah. Or the kulaks, right?
I'm not even like necessarily a fucking socialist, but like I understand that it's a fucking boogeyman. Like holy shit.
No, don't play into their hands. Don't say socialism is because socialism is not a boogeyman. Okay, let's be clear right now. Far left communism, and I'm talking Stalinism, not even ML. Well,
True.
ML maybe, but like Stalinism is the boogeyman. Okay, socialism is not a fucking boogeyman.
Bernie doesn't define himself as a socialist. Talking to chat, sorry. I don't know if AOC calls herself that, but
yeah,
Bernie
said Bernie's always denounced that. How can anybody still call him a socialist that's not like knowingly being disingenuous? Especially from the same people. I don't know. The same people that say stuff like "I'm not a racist" if I say that I'm not a racist are willing to take Bernie to the fucking grave when they say, "No, you're a socialist. Doesn't matter what you say. Doesn't matter what you say. Doesn't matter what you say." It's like
I don't think you've ever heard of
socialist policy is not equal to somebody being a socialist, right? Those are like different things.
I don't think you've ever heard of National Socialism before, okay? But it's in the name, all right? Just throwing it out there.
That's fucking deep.
Ooh, look at this website. They have a whole link for
is there a kill shot for that meme? What's the kill shot for that meme?
The Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Fair.
I like that.
I like that a lot, actually. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, that's really good.
I mean, it is. Like, if you say that National Socialism, and then at the same time, it's national, which means nationalistic. So you can also say, well, if you want to be a nationalist, then the Nazis were nationalists. So
there, that's pretty good.
There
also.
you go.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
For that one.
North Korea is literally officially called the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's also the Democratic People's Republic of China. Either one.
I did not know that.
Dude, oh god, I like this guy. Come around more.
Microsoft buddy.
I didn't fucking realize I thought this was like South Korea. I didn't realize North Korea is literally referred to as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Oh yeah, the DPRK. You've been banned from r/Pyongyang.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the DPRK, man.
No, you're right. This is actually the kill shot, I think.
Oh, for anytime anybody tries to use the nat sock on you or it was socialist in the name Nazi, okay? First of all, if they identify as a nationalist, which not many people do, but a lot of people on the right, like far right do, you can just say, okay, National Socialist. The national is for nationalist. And then also, DPRK.
So that's the route that I usually go. Is I try to explain that Nazis were far more concerned with securing their own interests rather than the people that they were, like I guess the people that were in their state was what they were much more concerned with, like the identity of the German people rather than like the people that just, I guess, were like the humans that lived under their system to begin with. If that makes sense. They were all for like outing specific members of their society and trying to promote one specific like emblazoned vision of people moving forward and advocating for things like eugenics, which would not be advocated for under like a true socialist society. But then again, oh, what about Stalinism? But like, no, like, yeah, this is literally the big meme right here is to say that North Korea is a fucking democratic republic, much the same way the United States is, right?
Also, anybody that knows history would laugh in the face of people that say that the Nazis were socialists, because literally what they did was they purged all of the socialists out of their party and fucking killed all of the socialists. Because do you really think like Hitler is all about giving away like national wealth to the people or like having the people control anything? Nah, they purged the socialists. There's that famous poem, like, first they came for the Jews, but I was not a Jew, so I did not speak up. Mm-hmm. One of the first lines of that poem is, first they came for the socialists and I was not a socialist.
Yeah, like I thought it was the communists.
That's like I think that's the first one, but one of the first lines or one of the lines of the poem is, then they came for the socialists, but I was not a socialist. I'm gonna double check this, but I'm pretty sure.
I've never heard that line.
I've always ever heard gypsies, communists, then Jews, I think, and then they came for me, and then I was not there anymore. You're right. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out. Then the trade unionists, then the Jews. I thought they said the gypsies too, or whatever the fuck.
Man, probably. There's a long version and a short version.
Really is telling when history just repeats like the exact same.
Oh yeah. The Nazis did not like the socialists. They purged the socialist element out of their party when Hitler came into power. And they kept the name socialist because it was popular and it got them like votes, it got them power. But no, they were the furthest thing from a socialist party. They were not socialist in the slightest. Historians laugh in the face of people that call the Nazis socialist.
Wait, so just to be clear then, do we all believe in horseshoe theory or no then?
Wait, believe in what?
What?
We don't, right?
Horseshoe theory? No.
Horseshoe theory? Yeah, okay.
Horseshoe theory rears its ugly head occasionally, but no, it's
It's like if we're talking tankies, maybe. If we're talking
true.
the logical left, I don't know, because then it comes into like not left unity shit, and then I don't know if I can actually. I don't know, man. I feel like that every time I talk about this shit.
Horseshoe theory only comes out whenever you talk about like the extremists of the extremists on both sides, because then it's basically just authoritarianism
versus like totalitarianism.
Yeah, which is, I mean, again, two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. Political theory is fun, but people aren't actually concerned with it. They just care about like their talking points, and that's it.
No, I also have like a very tangential understanding of a lot of political theory, just enough to sound kind of smart. That's about it.
I feel like everybody's that way though. I don't think don't fault yourself for that.
I'm usually flying by the seat of my pants when I say anything on my stream.
I have just enough information to make it seem like I know what I'm talking about until somebody really tries to nail me down. Then I'm like, well, you know what? We don't have to talk about that right now.
I quit.
Hey, you know what? That's what the ban button is there for, though.
Exactly.
Wow, you're being.
It's like, look,
I ban people that disagree with you.
It's like, look, I stream for 40 hours a week, and I dedicate 2 of those hours to history. Okay, fuck off. I'm not that concerned. I just care about the topic. I just talk about
exhausting, dude. I haven't done 40 hours until like recently. It's hard.
No, I haven't literally either. I'm usually hitting around 30, but yeah, it's what I'm just trying to say is it's like the same thing. It's like, you know, you don't want to dedicate the entirety of your stream to divulging into history because firstly, I don't think that gets the viewers, but whatever, we don't have to talk about that. Secondly, it's just, I don't know, it is incredibly exhausting and there's many different sides to every certain coin or every certain different position. And there's so many ways to get lost in it. I don't know. I find it very fascinating, but also like not that interesting to divulge into versus like looking up a Ben Shapiro video and just trying to debunk it, or a Gregory video and trying to debunk it.
I think the audiences respond better to that kind of content.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. That's a more tact way of saying it rather than
Dude, I love doing that shit too, but I feel like I've been like, because I don't stream too regularly. I stream like 3 days a week and it's really random days, but I still feel like I've been burning out the little audience I have with like going over Ben Shapiro. I went on like a Dinesh D'Souza like tilt for a while where because I fucking hate Dinesh D'Souza so much. Being somebody who's a fan of history,
guy that we hate.
Oh, is Dinesh D'Souza a part of? I don't think he's even good enough to be a part of the IDW.
Yeah, he doesn't count. We all have
he's too stupid for the IDW. At least the IDW like
personality type that we hate, I should say.
Dinesh D'Souza's like most popular video is of him like the whole video is like a college kid being like, hey, maybe we should try to help out black people and minorities because white people have like inherited wealth and like there have been things that have really like disadvantaged black people.
What a soy boy for saying that. Can you imagine?
And then he's like, what do you have to say about that? And Dinesh is like, well, we can't just blame everyone today for the problems of the past. It's like, Dinesh, that's not what he's saying. He's not saying, he tries to, this is like Dinesh, all he ever does is try to turn it into like a moral argument. Where this guy's saying like, it's not a moral argument. I'm just saying like, they have been disadvantaged due to systematic reasons like in the past. And Dinesh is like, so are you saying all white people are guilty? And he's like, no. And Dinesh literally goes, oh, well, if you think this is true, then you need to drop out of college right now to give it to a minority group. And he's like, if you don't do that right now, then you don't actually believe what you're saying.
Part of society got him.
That's some Bernie's not a true socialist because he's not giving all.
Oh yeah, take a look at this society.
Yeah.
Fucking yeah, the whole idea that like, did you know that Bernie actually has $1 million and 2 houses? It's like, yeah, dude, we're not saying nobody can be rich or like have 2 houses. We're just saying like having
people need to pay their fair share of taxes. That's like all he's ever said.
Or like maybe having $150 billion is a little immoral. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Like asking these people to pay maybe 1 to 2% more on their taxes, which would maybe mean that they could buy maybe 1 less house a year or every 6 months.
Instead of a super yacht, they only have to have a mega yacht.
Yeah, it's like instead of they have like 1 less doll in their nesting doll yacht. Fuck.
Maybe Jeff Bezos doesn't need to have more than the GDP of Iceland. Like, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got something about the debates I want to bring up real quick before I take off because I'm about to do that. How do you guys? So something I've been like, sorry to change the topic so suddenly and drastically, by the way. Whatever. But something that I've been sort of trying to contend with lately is like, should Democrats have the gun control debate? Like, does this look good for Democrats when we talk about gun control legislation, or is it sort of just like so alienating that we might as well just like completely not talk about it?
I think it's the same argument that gets brought up whenever we're talking about like should the Republicans ever have whenever the gays debate, right? Is like, should we die on the hill of gays, or like should we just let them have their way and then try to fight for more pressing issues? Or abortion too, I think, is something that Republicans see as like a dying platform, but not even really, because like
I hope so.
Yeah, I'd hope so too, but I've heard like, I don't know, maybe that's going the other way, as I'm seeing like a lot of left people turn on that and say like, well, morally, I'm actually opposed to like the omni-liberal
argument.
Yeah. I don't know. I wonder that too. I'm like staunchly against guns, so like my bias tends towards like I'm willing to have this conversation no matter what. But in terms of, again, like the electability argument, which it seems like you're bringing up, I don't know. It seems like most of the people.
Yeah, I'm just sort of bringing up like as a general discussion, like. Does it help any Democratic candidate, much less like a specific one in particular?
You'd be surprised how many people are. You'd be surprised how many people are willing to die on the gun control hill, which I don't understand.
Man.
Like, me personally, like it makes sense to implement at least some common sense, like I don't know, gun restrictions. Like I live in Texas, where I could literally go to a gun show and just pick up a fucking AR-15 and walk out with it without any sort of background check, right? So that seems like, I don't know, it seems like it's a pretty easy fix to just put in some, not even background checks, but put in some like restrictions, like you need to have training, there needs to be a waiting period, just little things like that, right? But people see that as like a vast overreach. And I don't know, like even Republicans, I will give them this. Usually they fall in line to whatever the party says. But man, when somebody like Dan Crenshaw or Trump talks about things like red flag laws, man, they turn on their own real fast. Because guns are like a huge fucking deal for them. I don't get it. I don't understand having a hobby so bad that liking a hobby so much that I'm willing to die for it. But apparently people are.
Yeah, like, so this is the thing that I'm kind of trying to get at here is that like maybe by just like never talking about gun control, Democrats actually stand a better chance.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually curious then. So micro macro, it sounds like from your perspective, you're advocating more for us to just kind of like leave that to its own devices, see Republicans like kind of squander as they realize that is a significant issue that they're going to have to address at some point as more and more mass shootings prop up. Mass shootings being defined, much less as like the Los Angeles, much more of like the, 40 to 50,000 that die a year, including suicides. I guess sorry. Well, I'm just wondering, like, are you saying that we should probably do like what Shakes is suggesting, like just kind of ignore the issue, let them kind of like recognize it on their own and then turn on their own and divide their party? Or are you saying that we should probably still continue to advocate for it to the potential detriment of our own, because so many Americans, including Democrats, are incredibly divided on the issue?
So my take for this stuff is you'll never change most Republicans' mind on the gun thing. It doesn't seem to be like it doesn't seem to be a platform that actually pushes people to get out and vote for the Democrats. What I want and what I think would actually help the situation is to treat the NRA like we treated the tobacco lobby in the 80s. Because to me, the NRA poisons the entire conversation, right? Like the fact that we have a lobbying platform this huge that spends that much money on politicians, they will not allow these conversations to be had. They will not allow Republicans to actually honestly look at these at the issue and be like honest about the problems that we have. They even, with their payments to politicians, like the CDC can't actually study gun control in the way that they should because of the NRA's donations to politicians and the way that they grade politicians. So we need to treat the NRA the way that we treated the tobacco lobby in the 80s, in that they used to have a huge pull in our government. But then we said, hey, you're actually poisoning all this discourse and you are hurting our society with your with the amount of leverage that you have in government. So what we're going to do is just completely like neuter you and make you a worthless lobby and just completely like BTFO the fucking tobacco lobby. We need to do that with the NRA, and then we can actually have good faith conversations. We can actually have people, instead of being so divided on either side, we can hopefully have people meet in the middle and actually try to institute, because we'll never have assault rifle bans. I don't think we will. We'll never have like all out bans on these guns. But if we can do things like mandatory waiting periods, like require people to be trained and to have a license, which there are already some licenses, but require people to go through training and have a license before they buy a gun. Just there's little things that we could do that could actually help our situation. I think guns are so ingrained in our culture that we're never going to go the way of England or something, right? Where they're just gone. But I think there are little things we can do that the NRA is completely preventing. And we need to actually convince the right that suicide statistics need to be taken into the gun violence conversation, because they're so they're so individualistic in that they say that literally whatever happens to a person is because of their choices. They can't comprehend that, like, maybe if we reduce the access of if we reduce the access of guns to suicidal people, then maybe they won't be committing suicide at such a high rate. Because I'm pretty sure, I don't have the statistics on me, but I'm pretty sure there have been studies that play out that if a person has an access to something like a gun where they can just easily pick it up and kill themselves, those rates of suicide are obviously way higher than people that have to do something even as simple as like tie a noose or walk to a bridge. Because even that time that it takes to tie a noose or walk to a bridge, it lets people think about what they're doing, and it makes them really come to terms with what they're about to do. And so that reduces the chances that they'll commit suicide.
I think attempted suicide rates with using firearms are like way more quote unquote successful than other methods.
Because they're effective and it's fast.
Vastly more popular as well. I think it's 50%, whereas the other I think hanging is the second most likely at 27%, and then bleach or substance, et cetera, so forth. I remember looking these all up before in preparation for a gun conversation that I was having with Stream. Everything you said so far is correct.
Because guns, like, you can just, if you have a gun, you don't have to think. You can just pick it up and pull the trigger and you're done and you're dead, right? But anything else you have to do, you have to actually like consider the ramifications of your actions while you're moving towards that result. Like,
they're a lot more personal as well, especially in the case of like a knife, right? You're cutting through yourself. That's a lot more personal than just pulling a trigger, especially when that's like, also, I think, and this might be a little bit disingenuous in terms of the conversation, but like talking about how accessibility really is the big thing here, right? And trying to like de-emphasize the idea of taking all guns away, despite the fact that that is something that like I advocate for in not in practicality, in theory. And like philosophy, I don't see the reason why somebody needs a handgun. I don't see the reason why these things need to coexist in our society. In practicality, though, I think it's a lot more reasonable to talk about how accessibility is the big issue, right? If we put a gun at your desk every single day at work, you're probably, and not even probably, I think studies have been gone to show this, is that a lot more people would be prone to pulling the trigger there in that instance when they're just having a bad day at work or something like that. Right? It's just increasing the access that people have to very violent weapons that are especially permanent and I don't want to say easy, but you know what I mean? Like accessible.
Holy shit.
I can't think of it.
Oh, those look like bots.
No, they're definitely bots.
I got botted.
You're getting botted hard.
Wait, what?
You're getting botted really fucking hard.
Yeah, my chat just blew up with follows, but they're all like incoherent
real
names.
fucking hard. Yeah.
What is going on?
Holy shit, this is crazy, dude.
Well, guys, I've made it a successful streamer. Time to retire now.
Yeah, I'm so confused.
Anyways, you want to know the best fucking most effective way that you can get Republicans and conservatives on the side of gun control? There's one really easy way to do it.
Sorry.
How?
Arm black people and Muslims. Give black people and Muslims guns. Give them all guns. Let them out. Walk out in the street. Not even concealed carrying, open carrying. Make them let these minority groups take full advantage of very, very lax gun laws, and watch the Republicans get super fucking scared and be like, well, I think we need more restrictions on guns. This is a dangerous world we're living in now.
One can only hope.
Bro, you're getting botted fucking hard.
I don't know.
This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this before.
Contact
Holy
Twitch.
shit.
Send them back to
Send them
Orgrimmar.
back to Orgrimmar.
Is that like a World of Warcraft server?
Yeah, Orgrimmar's the Horde city.
Okay, that makes sense. Hey, it's Osiris.
Okay.
Hey, your chat is broke as fuck.
Yeah, I can't even type anything right now.
Yeah, it might be a good idea just to stop your stream and start it back up again. That might make it stop.
I don't know if that'll. I don't think that'll help because they can
That
still
doesn't
follow
matter.
and they can still
Yeah,
chat.
that's true.
And
that's
it
true.
means absolutely nothing. The chat is actually ran through an archaic service called IRC.
Oh, okay.
They're completely detached.
Send them back to Orgrimmar.
I can help part of this though.
Hey, look.
Oh no, I can't. Oh,
This is
I
easy.
made it emo only mode, so they can't spam
Yeah.
send it back to Orgrimmar.
Well, what you need to do is unmod Streamlabs, and also don't worry, your follow count is now twice.
Yeah, your follow
So.
your follow count's gonna be crazy now. So.
Like I said, I made it. Oh God, I put in emo only mode, and they're getting around it.
Hey, Leon, I wish I was you right now, dude.
Number of followers doesn't matter.
I know, I'm just kidding.
If I was you, I would contact Twitch preemptively and tell them that this happened to you because you don't want them to accuse you of this.
Yeah, how do I contact them?
Well, we've got evidence right here. I mean,
How do you contact them?
Just Twitch support.
MYY6EZCS. You got a lot of these
Yo,
nonsense.
thanks SKJMEL. Oh shit, I didn't get that one.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bad streamer too. I'm not thanking any of them.
Dude, you're not interacting with chat.
ZG33
You're not a subscriber.
06. Oh damn.
Yeah.
I just wonder who this is.
Yeah, it's obviously.
Somebody trolled you and bought a bot.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
yeah.
What is?
Let
me
they're sending
see.
racist stuff now.
I don't want to accuse you of anything. I don't want to accuse you of anything because it shouldn't really matter. This is
Wait, you're breaking up.
anybody else. Me?
Yeah.
How do you know
I
that's
am.
racist? Maybe he's just trying to high five the other guy.
I made it. Okay, I made it sub only now. So if they want to keep spamming, they're gonna have to pay.
Nice. Cool beans.
Did you piss anybody off? I'm just curious.
Not that I'm. Oh my God.
Yeah, you have.
Oh, Killer Steven
there's
yesterday.
It's probably somebody from.
I
History.
doubt it was okay. I doubt it was him.
I doubt it was him too.
Oh no, it
It
definitely
was,
wasn't.
I will
Killer
say
Steven.
it was not him, and I guarantee it was not sanctioned by him. I
No way
guarantee
was
he
it
had
sanctioned
nothing
by
to
him,
do
yeah.
with it.
I agree.
I guarantee he had nothing to do with it. He's a good dude that would not fuck around and do shit like this. I
But
guarantee
there
he had
are-
nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I'm
There
not sure
are
he even is
right-wingers
aware of what
who
happened yesterday.
May not be the biggest fan of Leon right now.
Yeah, there are definitely
Yeah.
people that do not like you right now, though. So that wouldn't surprise me. But no,
what though?
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna set a lot of viewers for a bit though. So
So
I
that
mean, they're
being
doing
said-
me a favor, really.
I'm
Let's
actually
go
gonna
follow
leave this and I'm gonna hop over there and see what's going on.
Sure.
Are
So
they streaming?
All right.
Good call.
if you don't like somebody, you give them more followers. Is that what we do today?
I guess.
I guess so. Yeah.
Maybe I just don't understand. Like, cause that sounds
What
kinda
what
stupid.
count are you at now? Oh, I think it maxed out at
3,000.
3,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Channel points.
Very
Yeah.
round number.
There's a good chance that some type of YouTube bot caught it.
Yeah.
At least,
'cause it's
at least the official numbers, not the chat.
Yeah. It's locked at 3,000 for now, so I don't know if. I mean, obviously these people didn't quit following. I think that what this means is they're like YouTube's going to investigate, or not YouTube, Twitch is going to investigate the issue.
Yeah, I mean,
Expect a mail from email from the FBI. No, I'm kidding.
I got the FBI on me now. They're on to me.
No, just kidding. Sorry. Everybody chill out.
Yeah, I'm sending a message to Twitch right now.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's weird that you just got all of those follows, but you're at.
Yeah, they're probably
you're at
following and then
13
automatically
viewer count?
unfollowing.
I guess they just follow and leave. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Well, the bot doesn't join the IRC channel.
I
The
guess it
bot,
doesn't even have to join to follow you. Yeah, that's true.
no, it uses the API.
That
And
makes
the
sense. That makes sense.
Yeah,
I've always wondered if like Twitch API is extremely insecure, just by virtue of the fact that like
well, yeah,
I,
it is.
as a computer illiterate person, know how to like grab data from Twitch API servers.
Well, theoretically, API should be easy to use because you don't want a computer scientist to have to use it. You want a normal person to have to use some APIs, especially ones that are publicly facing as Twitches. The problem with Twitch's API is that it uses archaic background services such as IRC, which has been around literally since before the internet.
What does IRC do?
So IRC is Internet Relay Chat, which is a chat room before there was internet. So just you can just imagine how secure that is.
Okay, so before the advent of hacking.
Yeah, before there was www.
Yeah, right.
Kind
of changes your perspective on things a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm showing my age, but yeah, absolutely.
No. I just mean like when you're developing a I don't know the right terms, like a software utility, before the actual invention of the internet. Like I can imagine it's pretty hard to predict what that invention might be used for.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. I would say that's something I don't know who was explaining this to, but you gotta. A lot of the people from the mid to late '90s that were making these softwares, I don't know why they are called libertarian in general. I don't know if they're libertarian.
I think I realized today I had a revelation that libertarians are actually like conservative neoliberals.
I definitely don't know what that means.
So basically, they're for like private industry over government.
Oh, what are my messages?
See, no. See, I mean, I don't know who you're referring to actually. But if you actually follow the life,
this is really important. It's happening to, but she's getting the exact same.
Oh wait, it's happening to somebody else.
You're cutting out. I don't hear.
I'm cutting here. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't know if you can hear me. It's happening to Omnic now. She's like also a left-leaning streamer, I think.
Right.
She's getting the same. Yeah, she's getting botted too right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow.
Well, she just was, and then she just
chat mode.
Maybe it's good that I went off air when I did.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, never mind. I can see it. So I bet you if you go and find a bunch of streamers with the word politics in their chat in their what do you call this tags?
Yeah.
I bet you might find some others too. Willing to bet. So
pretty safe.
The bot's probably targeting tags, then entering the chat, and then spamming follows. Let me look at your chat. This is a bot.
Yeah, it's.
This is a bot. This is a bot. This is a bot. This is not a bot. So about a third of the people right now are bots, but those are not the bots doing it because those are the normal bots. Those bots are always there.
Yeah, it definitely looks like I should have really good viewer numbers right now. They could at least do that for me. That would actually support my stream. Get something out of this.
Yeah, as long as you message Twitch, you'll be fine now, I think.
Yeah, yeah, I already sent the ticket in. I'm sending a message to Twitter support or Twitch support on Twitter. So.
All right, great. So I'm gonna hop off because I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just wanted to make sure that you took the right course of action here and not get banned.
I would like, thank you for helping me not get banned.
Yeah, no problem. All right, you have a go.
See you, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, peace out.
Okay.
Oops.
Wait, so Puffchick, I was kind of wondering this. What exactly, if I can ask without getting too personal here, is your schedule? So I was wondering if like you.
I don't worry about personal questions unless you're asking me what my name is. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, yeah, like so in terms of because you stop streaming usually around like I think it's 4 your time, right? You go from 12 to 4.
My time.
5 your time.
Well,
and then
like 4:30, 4:45, somewhere in there. Yeah.
And then do you go work after that, or?
No, so I'm actually like unemployed. I'm in the incredibly lucky and privileged position of being in a place where my parents endorse what I'm trying to do enough to the extent that they're willing to pay my rent for a little bit while I work on this. So I'm just trying to be like a full-time streamer ultimately. I'm kind of working my way up from 4 hours, trying to do like 6 a day.
Yeah.
Maybe 7. Today I think I did 9 today, which was kind of tiring.
Yeah, for sure. When you aren't streaming though, like it's just because I'm trying to get a good idea for like how. It's like, what do you do? Do you research these topics as well?
Do I research like the stuff I talk about on my show?
Yeah, when you're not streaming.
Sometimes.
Because
like
sometimes you do like React Andy streams. So like sometimes you're just kind of like letting the viewers sort of like submit things, and then also you're of course looking for content yourself. But like also other times it seems like you come in with a prepared list of things that you react to. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, so I'll like plan topics. I'll plan like either like a good video or an article to cover just for like the bulk of my stream if there's nobody submitting stuff, just as like a fallback thing in case I have like nothing to do during my stream. Just because I like to be prepared for that kind of situation. So what I do is I like find maybe like a collection of videos and maybe a few articles, and then I try to make sure that I'm at least sort of surface level familiar with the topics being presented in each of those, so I don't look like a dumbass.
Yeah.
And then that's basically how I plan for my stream. And then in terms of like researching when I'm off stream, I really should do more of it. But what I've been trying to do lately is just sort of like, if I have a question about economics, I either ask one of my viewers that I trust more. Usually it's Godiness Penguin. He knows a good deal about like communism and socialism.
Yeah. Or Eric. Do you want to ask Eric?
And then if it's not that, then I've been listening to like audiobooks in my free time. So like I've been listening to I think her name is Jane Mayer's novel it's called Dark Money, and it's about the Koch brothers.
Oh, I see. Nice.
Just like trying to fill in gaps,
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry for that long answer.
No, yeah. Well, that was the kind of answer I was looking for.
Okay.
Looks like it's over.
Nice.
And I disabled my alert box, so I'm not getting that ping every 3 seconds.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry that happened to you. That sounds like distressing.
I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm not like worried I'm going to get banned or anything for it, but
yeah, it's probably not a big deal.
Yeah, probably still right to send a ticket. I now have 3,000 followers though. Not bad.
Cred. Street cred.
Yeah. Man, I need to host debates more often.
Yeah, we had a good I think we had a good thing going for a little bit there with the one-on-one like public option versus
so
single payer system debate.
So I actually I loved that. Like I think cool. You've probably seen it before, Puff. I said I'm trying to like organize like one-on-one debates, but it's so tough because I can't get like a lot of conservatives that want to participate.
Yeah.
Wait, does this man know about the Twitch coalition?
I'm a part of it. I haven't checked it in a few hours, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of conservatives on there either.
Yeah, they've sort of vacated it a little bit more recently. I think they've mostly moved over to just hanging out primarily in Killer Stephen's Discord channel. There might be another one that I'm not familiar with. I think they hang out in the Machines Discord community as well. So if you can get into either of those Discords, which you can, I think.
So you weren't here yesterday, were you?
No.
I'm gonna make
there was
this.
some drama with Killer Stephen's Discord, right?
Yeah, they invited. So I was actually going through like Reddit and stuff. I had some viewers trying to help me like figure out like YouTubers to invite and stuff. So I was doing that. Yeah, and then someone was like, "Hey, you should join like Killer Stephen's Discord and talk to him." So I joined it, and I've noticed he was like on stream. So I was like, "Oh, I'll wait until later tonight when he's not streaming and ask him about it." And one of the guys in there, I think he was a mod, but I might be wrong, was like, "No, just come into Discord right now and like just ask about it," because there were a few other streamers in there. So I was like really nervous, but I went in there and I just gave my spiel, like, "Hey, I'm just looking for some people that want to debate stuff and everything, whatever." I got one guy who kind of wants to debate a topic. I don't know how cool he is with me now, but
which one? Well, you don't have to say if you don't want to. I'm sorry.
I
forget we're on there.
Whatever. Yeah, he was fine. But yeah, after I gave the spiel, they were like, "Yeah, you can go ahead and keep hanging out, whatever." So I hung out for a bit, like probably 20 minutes or so. And then one of them was like, hey, Leon, are you streaming right now? And I'm like, yeah, I was streaming when I got invited to join you guys in the call.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they banned me from the server.
Damn.
Well, I was told I'm kicked, but I actually cannot even see the server on my list. So maybe I'm unbanned. I don't care. I don't intend to join again. But yeah, and then I had a bunch of his viewers like message me on Discord and come over to my chat, like just being generally toxic.
Okay.
Nice. And I get there are, you shouldn't be over here streaming, and I'm like, hey, you guys invited me. I've been streaming for like 5 hours.
Yeah, I think it's just like a miscommunication issue, it sounds like.
Yeah, and if they had like, and one of them did. One of them's like, hey, this is what happened. We talked about it. It was a misunderstanding. Sorry for banning you. We just would have liked to have known. And I would have been okay with it. But I had so many of them like messaging me on Discord and coming in telling me I'm being like rude and hypocritical and being like disingenuous to conservatives and all this stuff. And
yeah, those guys are super paranoid because of how Red Pill Gaming has been, banned off of Twitch multiple times, and they don't want to be like the the next one.
And I even tried I told him, that's not my point. I'm like, I was just invited in here to invite you guys to like a debate, literally like one-on-one. I even like told them I'm not like trying to surprise anyone. Like literally tell me a topic you're interested in. And I've got a list of other streamers that have topics. I'm just trying to match people.
I don't know if you want to be heard talking about this stuff, but I think your stream is silent.
Oh, is my stream silent?
I think so. I didn't know if you were doing that on purpose or not, but I'm pretty sure it's...
I did not do it on purpose. I don't know what I did. Let me see.
Probably for the best anyway, since we were talking about Discord communities.
Wait, I did want to ask one thing though. Killer Stevens, you said he owns the Discord server and also streams?
Yeah, he was just on Raj Royale. He's kind of like maybe like towards the front of the small right-wing streamer pack, I would say. His name? He's a cool dude, Killer Stevens.
On Twitch, I'm pretty certain it's just Killer Steven with a PH. I'm pretty certain it wasn't him, or if it was somebody in his community, they did it on their own. I don't think it was somebody in his community either, though, because if you go look at Sheepdog TV, somebody did that to him also. He's
really?
very right-wing streamer.
Oh, Sheepdog was another person I was going to invite.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They did that to him also, and they got him hard. He went from like 2K to 30,000 followers. And a lot of them have like the same exact format. This is what...
that happened to him the other day, right?
Yeah. This is what Killer Steven was telling me, too, that like he actually gave me a link. Here, I'll send it to y'all. Of his like followers, but basically it's like I can't post it in chat because it's sub only. I'll post it in here.
It shouldn't be sub only anymore, but you can post it in Discord.
Oh no, it's not. You're right. I'll just post it in here. But yeah, if you look at his followers, a lot of them are basically like the same format, except there's also a lot of ones that use like low tier racial slurs in the name. Like not the hard ones, just the like the ones against Jews or ones against Hispanics.
Yeah, and I want to clarify, like, the whole thing with, like, Killer Stevens yesterday. Killer Steven didn't talk to me. He didn't message me. Like, that's why I said he may not even be aware that it even happened.
Sure,
I don't have any problem with him. It's just, like, the people in this community, the one person who is like, hey, misunderstanding, sorry, you can come back, I'm cool with. It's the people that came in and kind of, like, mildly harassed me that I wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a pretty major, like, misunderstanding. You could probably, like... float some like good faith there.
For sure. You're not banned or anything from there either.
I mean, not you, but like them, they could.
Yeah, I think they were just like annoyed by it. And there's like a lot of people there too that like kind of go from 0 to 100 like real fast. And you just kind of got to be like, you kind of have to, I don't know, you just kind of got to deal with that.
That's what happens every time anybody like me or like Mindwave like speaks up in that Discord.
Yeah. No, same here. You gotta be an edgy boy. Like learn how to deal with it.
Puff, you said that this guy was a pretty cool guy, Killer Stevens is?
Yeah,
I've heard good things about him, yeah.
What good things have we heard about this guy? I hear he's conservative. I have an initial...
Well, I mean, like, you're probably going to just disagree with him on, like, the entire political spectrum, most likely. But
like trans rights?
I don't know how he feels about trans rights, actually. But
I don't know.
Generally, he's, like, pretty willing to have a good faith discussion. He knows that he's, like, not... Like, he doesn't conduct himself like he's an expert, which I appreciate. Pretty much in anybody, honestly. And also, like, I think he's mainly just like here to have conversations. I don't get the vibe that he's like trying to attack anybody or like make anybody feel bad. So it's generally like his just general demeanor is pretty positive, I would say.
Yeah, like I disagree with him on like pretty much everything, but whenever we try to have a conversation, I don't know, like on the internet especially, it can devolve just to like people hating on each other. But like
he's super respectful. I think it's like the thing I'm trying to get to.
I can disagree with him on like a very base level, but at the end of it, he'll just you can just kind of like laugh it off and still be like cool.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to watch this guy stream a little bit and like see if I can't get in a conversation with him. But like, these are the sorts of ideological things that when I disagree with somebody on,
dude, you should just like you should show up for the he does like an open mic thing on every Friday night. So around this time tomorrow night, he'll probably be doing it. We can hop in there.
Today's Thursday, right? Doesn't he normally do them on Thursdays? Oh no, today's Friday. I'm an idiot. Sorry, I'm dumb. I'm pulling a Leon. Oh wait, no, today's Friday because it's 12.
Yeah,
it's 12:18.
Okay.
He does like the last one I was on was on Friday night at least.
Oh, okay.
There's two things. Unfortunately, every Friday I work, specifically every Friday night. So I don't know if it's got like around this time or if you're saying it's around 7 or 8 or something
it's
like
around
Central.
Like midnight to like 4 a.m. my time.
Oh shit. Maybe I could then. That'd be cool. I was just gonna say though that like of course you can have a respectful conversation with somebody who like you ideologically disagree. I don't know. This sounds like just a more cordial, I think, or no, not cordial, or yes, cordial.
Yeah, I think cordial works.
Yeah, more cordial trending up, which is to say like
pretty much
probably
smarter, honestly.
Well, I was gonna say probably not somebody I would still be like friends with or call myself like enjoying having a conversation with. Like having a conversation with trending up when he's sitting there like literally denying gender dysphoria or like trans people in general, saying that like these people are just have daddy issues, etc. so forth. I would never
way cooler than trending up.
Well, I don't know though. Like you said, he's a conservative, and I automatically make assumptions about this guy's political views. I don't know. I'm not trying to like sitting here and hate on him on Leon Cypher.
Yeah, I'm definitely not saying that you have to like him. I'm just saying that he's like, if you want to have a conversation with a conservative, he's probably way more conversational and cordial than somebody like Trending Up. I don't even know if I'd ever want to talk to Trending Up ever again. That dude was a fucking.
I don't know this guy.
I forget that I'm in public right now. I need to shut up.
I love fucking Killer Stevens Discord just because I'm a little edgy boy that likes arguing with other edgy boys.
Yeah, it's fun though.
That's a place where I get to argue with other edgy boys. And at the end of the day, everyone is usually pretty cool with each other, except for like a couple individuals who are just literal pieces of shit. But that has nothing to do with Killer Steven himself or like the other people there. Those are just people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Ramsey hates me, and I think everybody else is pretty chill with me.
Dude, Ramsey and I have been in like literal yelling matches, and then I'll come back the next day and we'll be cool. Like there's
maybe it's just how he is then.
Ramsey and I, like the first night I ever talked to him, I was like, this guy fucking sucks. And then the next night I talked to him, I'm like, he's okay. And then like we had so I was having a conversation in there about how like the Holocaust happened. And Ramsey like knew way more about it than I did, and was like very much like, yes, the Holocaust happened. Yes, 6 million Jews died, blah, blah, blah. And like, I was like, Ramsey, take it away, bro. You know way more than fucking I do about this shit.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't know, even though there are people that I'm just like completely ideologically against in there, I like interacting with those people, and sometimes you'll have different things in common that you wouldn't know about or that you wouldn't.
It's probably a good way to craft your arguments or your argumentation skills too.
Oh yeah, dude, exactly. I don't know. I don't really have anything bad to say about a lot of people there other than I think some of the politics are shit. But like, that's if you're in a political discord, you're gonna be with people whose politics you think are shit. Most of the people there think my politics are shit. So like, cool. Yeah. I don't really give a fuck, right? Like,
yeah. Okay. So completely fair point. I just want to like firmly plant my sword in the ground here and just say that like, just because I disagree with somebody politically doesn't mean that they have to like literally deny a class of people existing. And I guess when it comes to somebody like Trending Up, like I could disagree with somebody like that on single payer, and maybe specifically I could like, if you pressured me hard on this enough, I could say like, no, I hate him because he thinks that private sectors owning healthcare is a good idea when I know that it's marginalizing poor people. But like, that's a much more nuanced conversation than saying something like trans people don't exist. And that's something like where, I would say, I don't give a fuck that like you're a conservative. It's this specific issue that you hold that I generally associate with conservatives. But that also like literally just marginalizes people that have no reason to be marginalized. It's purely like, it seems purely malicious. You're a piece of shit for it. I don't know.
Personally, I think Mexican people don't exist.
Oh fuck.
It's hot takes hour, everybody.
I think Leon's still streaming, so you got to be careful with that kind of game.
I don't think that. Okay, no, you're right. I do need to be careful.
People don't exist in video games. They're underrepresented.
Yeah, There you go. Yeah.
But yeah, long story short, I don't know. I like that Discord. Those guys have been like, I'm pretty sure I've gotten in like comment yelling matches with Killer Steven before, and then we're just like cool the next day. Like, I don't know. But yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying about like disparaging an entire class of people who already have it really fucking difficult.
Yeah, I would be willing to grant a certain level of patience to somebody who wants to have like a nuanced discussion about healthcare that I would not be willing to grant to somebody who is like, trans people are all mentally ill. Like those, I can't take people who say that seriously.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, and similarly, right? Like when I'm trying to describe those people, I would be much less inclined to say, "Oh, they're just a cool person that I disagree with," and much more inclined to say, "No, that person's like a fucking bigot that marginalizes people that already have it very hard in society."
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can manage to find somebody who like has that belief, please send them my way, because that's most of my list is people that want to talk about like gender or transgenderism. I've also figured out a lot of these people that post stuff on like Twitter, YouTube, Reddit. When I'm like, hey, would you like to debate someone about this openly online? No, they want to like hide behind their keyboard and they want to type it, but they don't want to actually talk about it.
Yeah.
I had one guy come on my stream that tried to defend the idea of genetic inferiority of certain races, which was.
Ooh.
I liked talking about it, but it was
It's an easy argument.
Oh yeah,
that's for sure.
Oh yeah, especially when they're only like
easiest, but fairly easy. Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, I just didn't want to like undermine like what you do, because like I do a lot of these discussions also.
Oh no, trust me.
They're definitely not the easiest, but they're not the hardest also.
Yeah, trust me. I know what you meant. Like. It's like arguing that like the Earth is round. Like, yes, there
is.
There is like complicated stuff that goes behind it, but at the same time, it's not a complicated argument to defend.
No.
Wait, when you're saying that you have to defend the idea that like race doesn't actually impact IQ much any more than like environment, or like it impacts it rather significantly less than environment, is you're saying those arguments to you are like open shut, case closed kind of things?
I'm saying that the arguments that I've heard, especially from this particular person or people that try to make those arguments, do not convince me in the slightest and are easily accountable by environmental factors or by other factors.
Yeah. So I would agree, but like, what about when they start saying like, look at the bell curve? Have you read the bell curve? Do you not, have you heard that? Like Charles Murray knows this issue.
Like the bell curve is just saying the same shit though, right? Just with more words.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can like look up like 2 Wikipedia articles and disprove the whole bell curve.
Yeah, I know. I completely agree.
What is the bell curve even trying to say? I've never been clear on that. Like, what specifically is the overall argument?
It's like the idea that like Übermensch and Untermensch, right? Like it's the idea that like extraordinary people are very few and far between, and the average person, there's a lot of them, right? So like, do you know like what a bell curve is?
Oh, so it's supposed to be offering an explanation for excellency, or for a bell curve distribution of excellency.
Basically.
Could be wrong, but it might have been the first like piece of literature that introduced the idea that Ashkenazi Jews are like predisposed to being of higher IQ for specific genetic reasons, and that like they suffer from a lot of like that they excel.
That sounds familiar.
I think this was the book that popularized that idea, that they score very high on like math and science, but very low in like social intelligence or whatever. And I think actually, I know that you're going to say this sounds familiar. I think this book was more so trying to prop Ashkenazi Jews up rather than bring them down. But that the overall discussion was to say that like there's certain breeds, if you will, of Jewish people that are far more intelligent than certain breeds of Black people, and that like you can use quote unquote scientific data like this to suggest that we should engage in eugenics, because not because of any sort of like anti-moral nationalist reasons, but for purely moral reasons, right? It's the idea that we want to create a homogenized society that's all of the same intelligence, and we can use things like eugenics to pursue that goal. And that like, in fact, race realism is something that we should be advocating for on a moral level. If I recall correctly, I think that's where this book gets like.
These arguments really piss me off, because to me it's just fucking lazy. Like they see a phenomenon like, oh, Ashkenazi Jews seem to have like a lot of people that like tend towards this certain trait, right? And then they just go, okay, it's genetics. And it's like, what? That's lazy as fuck. Like, why don't you actually look into it and try to figure out why this happens? Just saying like, guess that's the way it is. Like, that's fucking, it's such a lazy argument that I'm
arguing from culture is always going to be like more compelling to me, just on an argumentative level, but then also just like on a personal level, more interesting.
Oh, for sure.
I agree with what both of you just said, especially the idea that environment plays a much larger factor in all these cases than hereditary or genetic reasons.
Mm-hmm. Have you, speaking of Hereditary, have you watched the movie for tomorrow?
I was planning on doing it right after the
Nice,
fucking the shit ended, but here we are, 12:27.
Am I following you, Wired? I need to. Oh, I think I'm already following you.
Leon, I hope you're cool with
Good
it
shit.
when we just come in here and like steamroll your stream for.
I know, I love it. As I was saying
Okay.
earlier, I love streams when I can just have like people together talking. It's so much better than me just just kind of talking to myself half the time. But
Yeah, I think it's fun too.
Where can I watch Hereditary, by the way? Because I really want to see
Amazon
this movie.
Prime.
Is it free on Amazon Prime?
Yep.
No shit, dude. I might actually watch that instead of playing.
Dude, make sure that you are sober. Make sure that you have company in the form of an animal. And
I got my dog. I got my whiskey. I mean, I don't have my whiskey.
Were you there when I was talking about my horror story about like watching that movie by myself?
I don't think so.
So, okay, so just for context, like, well, I can probably get into this without plugging mine and Wired streams. I don't want to do that. But basically, for reasons completely unrelated to Twitch, we'll say, Wired and I are both going to be watching the movie Hereditary, or at least reviewing it for discussion. And I had to choose to not rewatch it because I have actual, like, I realized that I have actual trauma from that movie. And the reason why is that I elected to choose, I elected to watch it at like 1 a.m. at night, completely by myself and extremely high. And it was a really bad time. So anybody out there who's thinking about watching Hereditary under the influence of a drug, just don't do it to yourself, okay?
I feel really bad because I was trying to invite my girlfriend over so we could smoke, watch the movie.
Oh, I mean, you guys can try it if you want to. I think the main issue was the fact that I was extremely
You were
high,
alone?
not the fact that I was a little, like, you know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, like you went far and away above the
Well, like,
threshold.
yeah,
that
I
you-
mean, like, Leon, is it okay if I talk about drugs on your stream? I don't want to, like.
Sure. I
Oh
don't
shit.
I don't. You don't have to say yes.
Yeah, he's,
Like,
he's trying to run. No, he's trying to run for office at some point, man. This.
Okay, so like
20
Leon
10
hates
years
me,
from
and
now.
that's just canon now. So Leon disavows everything that I'm talking about. All of it is really dumb. You shouldn't do it. But when you are extremely under the influence of pot, you tend to get kind of like glued to your seat a little bit if you're like far enough into your, you know, your drug use. To the extent that it was really hard for me to like move and like stop watching the movie. So I really just kind of felt like I was in a waking nightmare from which I had no escape.
That movie seems right up my alley.
And a
so
video
I really
game.
want to do it. Bruh, I'm like looking for a job, so I had to stop some bullshit.
Yeah, that's how it be sometimes. It sucks.
Yo, if y'all ever talk about The Witch, fucking put me in on that shit because that's one of my
Oh, yeah,
favorite
for
films
sure.
of all time.
We're looking at getting guests for the thing, and Leon, if you like movies, you're more than welcome to be on for one as well.
I don't watch a lot of movies, but sure. If it's something I'm really interested in.
Cool.
That's actually exactly the perspective we're looking for. So you'll fit
Yeah.
right in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I have a lot of problems with friends where I don't get like movie references or like I don't like I can't name a lot of actors or actresses off the top of my head. I just don't participate in that kind of stuff.
That is okay. You do not have to be that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to like I want to turn like, you know, I want to create a forum for movie discussion. I feel like there isn't a lot of it on Twitch, but we don't have to like focus on that right now. We can talk about politics.
We can do whatever. I do have something from CNN I wanted to talk about, but it's
Yeah,
not
for
that big a
sure.
deal. Okay, so CNN politics. They posted the winners for this debate. Well, winners and losers, but the winners are good. Their number one.
Castro.
Who do you think their number one winner was?
Joe Biden.
It was Joe Biden.
Fucking
him.
CNN. God.
Especially the first 30 minutes. Who do you think their second was?
Kamala Harris.
Nope.
Bernie.
Nope.
Elizabeth.
I
Beto.
hate Bernie.
Beto.
What?
Beto's the number 2. You will not
Barely
guess
even
their number
noticed
3
Beto.
though.
I didn't even watch the debates, and I know that these are bullshit.
Number 3. I'm gonna say Andrew Yang.
Nope.
Is it Amy?
Nope.
Oh,
It was
Jesus, the
Barack
fence
Obama.
what? Are they memeing? What?
Because they invoked him. Because throughout the debate, they invoked him so hard.
The entire night.
Don't do the memes. Don't like you're CNN. Like take yourself a
Yeah.
little bit seriously.
I agree with that. that is pretty lame that they actually said that.
What a cop out answer. That makes me actually angry.
Yeah, Obama's number 3. Kamala Harris's opening statement was number 4. And then their losers were
Weak
Julian
sauce.
Castro, Andrew Yang, Elizabeth Warren, which I disagree with, and fourth was the economy.
I thought they all did pretty well to the economy.
It's literally their. I even like
That's
was looking. I'm
insane.
like, this isn't on their like opinion. Like, nope, this is on their like CNN politics
Oh
page.
my god, is this real life?
Yeah, economy got last place in this debate.
Nice.
That's fucking hilarious.
But
Yeah, no, I agree. That's pretty stupid. That's a really dumb poll. Obviously an opinion piece, but also like, or not poll. I should have said poll. That's obviously an opinion piece, but also like kind of hilarious. I don't know. I'd have to read
It
into
was an
it.
opinion piece, or it was not an opinion piece.
It's
No,
on
it
CNN
was an
politics, but
Obviously an opinion piece, though, right?
Yeah,
Like there's no
Okay.
way that they can cite Barack Obama as a winner and be serious.
He was there.
No, it's like yeah, it is kind of sad to see us not actually.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, I hate to see it. I also kind of have to wonder like the legitimacy of ranking things like this outside of polling data, though. It's like, hey, we're CNN, and this is our opinion on who's the biggest winner. It's like, what's even the point of that? Like, unless you're going to cite polling data, I don't really see it being necessarily useful for a news organization to come out and say,
I agree.
this is our reason. This is our reason why we think Joe Biden, like, obviously just promoting liberal biases, and like, I wouldn't want to see CNN publish something like that if it wasn't strictly polling data. So, I don't know. I'm like doubly ashamed now rather than singly ashamed.
let's see. You say here's one on Vox, but I want to see if they did any polling data for this. Probably not. Yeah, I don't see my polling data. They rated whoever this is rated Beto O'Rourke as the big winner. Okay.
Beto.
What?
Oh my god. Sorry. Yeah. What were you saying?
That's pretty much it. Oh, their second winner is also Barack Obama.
God damn it.
Beto pisses me off because I was saying this in Puff Steak stream earlier, but Beto could be one of the best senators in America if he would just drop out of the presidential race, go run in Texas, and be the like tangentially progressive adjacent senator that Texas needs, dude.
Yeah,
being in
he like
Texas,
unironically has some good things to say. Like,
yes, he does. And like as being in Texas, he would be the most progressive senator that we have that I can think of. Maybe I'm wrong there, but he would be fucking
Probably
great
right.
senator. And that
Guys,
would help even the
I don't want to sit here and like jump on this too hard to make a debate out of this in and of itself, but you guys know who he'd be running against, right? This isn't some like spot that's this isn't like some empty Senate seat like it was in 2013, right? He'd be running against John Cornyn.
Cornyn, right? Yeah. Well, fuck John Cornyn.
Yeah.
Well, there are
Well, yeah,
other-
fuck. Firstly, partially fuck John Cornyn. He's actually passed some somewhat progressive some somewhat liberal policies, but he's been in there since 2002, and this guy has astounding what's it called? Like when you look at the
Popularity?
elections, popularity, yeah. When you look at the elections that he's been in, and fair enough, they're against usually Republican candidates, but if anything, I think that's like even more reason as to why somebody like this is like useless to run against. Is just like if he's beating out fellow Republicans in the primary, like imagine what he'd do to a Dem, right? I'm not saying that Beto's time is being used necessarily like well or utilitarianly, if that's even like, I'm not saying that Beto's spending his time well running for presidency. I'm just saying I don't know if he wins against John Cornyn in any world.
So I don't know exactly how it all works, but I know that there have been like 4 Republican senators or something in Texas that have all dropped out. So there's a lot of like empty seats. And at the same time, he almost beat Ted Cruz, who, if I'm not mistaken, like is the single most popular politician in Texas. So
Pretty sure,
I'm
yeah.
not saying Beto would just run through and win it, but
No.
like Beto would have a very good shot.
This is yikes. Firstly, there's only 2 like senators per state, right? Like unless you're talking about like the local level senators or whatever, there's the 2 different, there's like you can be a state senator.
Oh, no, that is exactly okay. I totally got mixed
Yeah.
up. You're right. These are
Yeah.
local level. These are Texas senators that I was thinking of.
Yeah.
These are not national senators. Yes.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
100% right. I got mixed
What
up.
conversation we're having.
Real hard there.
So yeah, okay, and maybe he should go run for that. But I thought that the majority of people are saying that like John Cornyn's up for re-election here in 2020. Beto should be spending his time running against that guy. If that's what you're talking about, I just don't see him winning against that. Like that's one of those people who's like a career politician in Texas that the people trust, and that it takes nothing short of like a scandal or this guy going out and murdering 2 people in cold blood on some crazy rampage for him to get out. Like,
hey, you don't know what Dirt Beato's got on him.
Maybe, but I mean, and he has like to be fair, he has had some like unpopular opinions, but for the majority, like I think the majority of people that do favor this guy, and again, he's been in there since 2002. I just don't. I'm not saying I don't want him out. I'm just saying I don't know what somebody like Beto can do against him if he barely.
I would assume that Beto would know what's probably best for his political career at any given time. So I'm assuming that like maybe this presidential run is hoping to provide himself a little bit more like popularity before he goes into like a different Senate seat race.
That public
for somebody who isn't John Cornyn.
Did y'all see the Texas state representative that gave a death threat to Beto?
What?
On Twitter, yeah. Because Beto wrote, what's his name? Briscoe Kane. Beto wrote, "Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15." And Briscoe wrote, "My AR is ready for you, Robert Francis," which is the worst conservative meme ever because they love Ted Cruz, whose name is Rafael Cruz. Like, Beto has been called Beto since he was like 3, and Rafael changed his name to Ted because he knew it would work well for his fucking constituency.
Just seems so wrong.
But yeah, then Beto said, "This is a death threat, Representative. Clearly you shouldn't own an AR-15 and neither should anyone else." And then Briscoe goes, "You're a child, Robert Francis." It's like, bro, you just gave a death threat to a fucking presidential candidate, and you're calling him a child? You look like a fucking, like I said, you look like a 65-year-old Elijah Wood with a meth problem. Like, you're not allowed to be talking to fucking anybody.
I think I did say that. That was on Twitter, you said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did say that. That was
pretty He deleted it because he's a coward, but...
What did you guys think about Andrew Yang's big announcement?
About
he knows a lot of
like where he's trying to bribe people to be interested in him.
Kind of.
Oh, like the 10 lucky winners will get to sample UBI from his campaign fund. Yeah, I thought that was actually pretty interesting, like unironically, even though I was joking about it just now.
Yeah.
So is it true that his UBI proposal is, oh my God, I can't think of the word, but basically like if you're using government subsidies already, then that would be taken out of your UBI. So like if you're already
using that on Dave Rubin, but he's like backed off of that since it was so unpopular.
Because that would completely defeat the purpose.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it wouldn't entirely defeat the purpose. Like as he's proposed, it's like it would and as people have mathed out, it would just effectively make them. I think we talked about this earlier when you were in chat, right? Is that it would just drop it down to like 600 or no, that was the person that was in here before you. Sorry, was that it would drop the money down to like around 600 to 500 for most American households that do use these subsidies.
Which are the households that need it the most, though.
For sure, yeah. These are the households that we would not want
should be using the subsidies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I haven't actually seen him drop off that. I thought he still pushes for that sort of. That's like one of my chief complaints with UBI as he proposes it, is that you would have to forfeit your subsidies.
That proposition would like hugely disproportionately benefit rich people because they could just opt for the money and then like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's that wealth redistribution, boys. I'm telling you, it's for
I don't think it would necessarily hugely benefit the rich people because if they're already rich, an extra $1,000 a month doesn't necessarily help them at all. But it definitely would disproportionately hurt the people at the bottom who do need them.
Yeah,
it's just the idea of why are we giving rich people? Is the question.
Like more advantages.
Yeah. What's the point of that? You know, even if it's only a fractional amount compared to their total. It's like, what's the point? Why?
I would be down for the UBI, except like if you make over a certain amount of money, then I don't know, maybe you don't get it so that we can actually use this money on the people that need it the most. Because like, if you already make like $300,000 a year, an extra $1,000 a month, you're not even going to notice it. Like it's going to be like nothing.
I'm certainly more down for that, but again, like I still can't help but like realize that seems to betray like every basic understanding of economic theory, which is that like a VAT tax would obviously be imposed on the poor and indirect. Which is to say that, like, yeah, we can give poor people more money, but rich people find a way to abuse that in a way that, like, dramatically reduces the effectiveness of giving them this money.
Oh, yeah, like if landlords knew that everyone had an extra $1,000 in their pocket every month, you don't think, like, prices would go up? If you gave it to people in a way that, like, that people like landlords wouldn't know, so if you gave it to them in different, like, ways, like subsidies or, like, food stamps or, like, what's it, the single mother, whatever the fuck you call it, yeah, then landlords can't just like put a flat like rate raise on people. So I don't know. The UBI idea like sounds cool, but I feel like the way that Andrew Yang wants to implement it has a lot of issues.
Yeah, for sure.
Yang is still a lot better than a lot of other candidates, though. Like basically,
I actually prefer him to a lot of the moderates at this point.
Yeah.
At least he's trying something, and he's better than literally every single Republican candidate.
And it seems like he has good intentions. I mean, I know it's impossible for me to know what his intentions are, but like, I don't know. He seems pretty authentic.
Yeah, he seems like a good dude. All right, on that, I'm actually gonna go play Borderlands now. But it's been fun, boys.
Oh yeah, that's out today.
Oh yeah. Are you playing on PC?
Oh yeah.
You have to play through the Epic client though. You can't play.
Yeah, it has to be from the Epic client. I think it's for like a year.
Yeah, it's some bullshit, but I want
6
to play
months
it now. So.
Yeah.
Anyways, y'all have a good night. I'll keep lurking on the
Yeah, you
stream over
too.
here.
All right, yeah, I'll see ya.
Have a good one. Nice guy.
Trying to figure out if I should go to if I should go to bed or not. I can't figure it out.
It's about 2 a.m. for me. Hey, Turing, how's it going?
Is it here?
I haven't actually gotten to talk to Turing yet. Everyone tells me I should.
Turing's here. Nice.
Yeah.
Turing Pharmaceuticals, boys.
No.
Yeah, Turing's cool.
Martin Shkreli in the chat, boys. No, I'm just fucking. Is that, or wasn't it Turing Pharmaceuticals? Wasn't that like?
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah. Is that what that guy's name is? Yeah, I don't actually know who this person is. But... I'm sorry. That was incoherent as fuck. I don't know why I brought that up.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. People have been telling me I need to invite Turing to our like little round table Mondays.
Yeah, you for sure should. He's cool. He's kind of like, I mean, I would understand if Turing's like Turing seems to keep pretty busy is all I'm trying to say. But it'd be so cool if we could get him into a call with us.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally his call. Obviously, I'm not going to try to force anyone in here, but
oh yeah, I know
yeah,
for sure.
it's an open invite to all streamers, so that's when we get people like Osiris, who's really cool, but he's not a political streamer. I'll be there, sure. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I guess he isn't. I always feel like Osiris is a political streamer, but then like I guess his actual stream is mostly just like video games.
Yeah.
Which is probably like more fun, honestly.
Just yeah, we do it at 8 p.m. Eastern every Monday, Thursday. That time's a little bit rough because sometimes people like can't be there on time or whatever. But yeah, you're welcome to join. Say right now we've just kind of been hanging out talking about the debate. I don't know how much longer we're going to be on though, but you'd be welcome to join us as well.
Yep, just chilling. I'm trying to think of like other points that we haven't brought up yet about the debates, but I already exhausted all of my bullet points.
Yeah, I feel like we've gone over like all the big things right now. Is he joining right as you leave? I don't know if he's joining. I was just saying he'd be welcome to, but I think we're pretty much like exhausted on this topic. Yeah, I might go ahead.
Whoa, someone's keyboard's going wild.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my mic is super close to my.
No, I actually got a stealth keyboard, but I still feel like it's pretty loud.
Nice. Yeah, it's hard to have a quiet keyboard, or it's hard to find one, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. That's like one that's mechanical but also quiet.
Not until Monday. Okay.
Did you say you were clearing out, Leon? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, I think I might go ahead and leave. My sleep schedule's been awful, so I should at least try to fix it. I don't know if I will, but...
Yeah, thanks for being a good influence on me. I actually needed that.
Oh. Yeah, so yeah, like I said before, I'm trying to like organize 1v1 debates with other people on stream. If you guys have like any topics you feel really good about and would love to debate someone, let me know and I'll just try to find someone opposite to talk to. The conservative viewpoint's been the one that's tough to find, but I'm trying.
Yeah, it tends to be a little bit more difficult. I think there might just be like fewer conservatives on Twitch overall.
I think there's fewer conservatives on Twitch, but like I said before, I'm trying to like reach out to like YouTube and like Reddit, like Twitter people.
Mm-hmm.
But once you like, hey, would you like a platform to talk about this idea with someone else? They don't want any part of it. I had like in the most recent response on Reddit, some guy is like, Trump is clearly not racist. I'm like, okay, well that's debatable. So I message him like, would you like to come talk to some people about this? And he's like, oh no, we definitely know Trump's not racist. It would be a waste of our time to even talk about it. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know if obvious is the right word, given that a lot of people say the opposite, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the meme is for, like, these sorts of things is that I think Twitch is actually a fairly, unfortunate, like, platform in terms of its viewer base, but in terms of its, like, broadcaster base, I think it's a lot more even, if not maybe left-leaning skewed. So like when the people themselves that are watching the stream don't want to they just want to like spout off their sound bites and they don't want to actually justify it in chat. That's where this disconnect comes from, where it's like, man, is Twitch left-leaning? No, it's probably true that like when you go to a high-profile streamer and a black person comes on stream and everybody says Triard7, it's probably fair to say that most of those people are racist conservatives. It's just they don't want to actually talk to you about it in their stream or in Discord. They just want to shout this shit out and don't have to justify.
Yeah, thanks for the sub, by the way. Enjoy your tinfoil kappa emote.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, I get quite a few viewers that are actually pretty conservative. And for the most part, like 99% of them, I have no problems with. They'll, I disagree. And I've had a few, I even get them in like Discord to talk. I think I've only had like one person like abuse that and say something they shouldn't. But otherwise, they've all been really good. But yeah, there's just not a lot of... That's why Raj Royale actually had like, I call it a conservative night. Where he put like... Yeah. Oh my god, that was such a...
Pretty much what it was though, yeah.
I hated it, but I couldn't look away. I had to.
Yeah. Raj Royale is sort of a beautiful mess.
I love it. I've been trying to get on that show for a long time, but the guy who like screens everyone it completely ignores my messages on Discord. I don't know if he thinks I look boring or I don't know.
He probably like looked at your stream and thought that you wouldn't fly off the handle about something irrelevant within 5 seconds of getting on the Raj Royale show, and then he was like, no, can't do it, not dramatic enough.
Oh, okay. So the thing with that, because I've had some viewers like mention that too, I feel like I get really energetic when I find a topic. But I'm not someone like Wes, by the way, that can just flip, like, it's like flipping a switch, and he's like jumping up and down, standing on his chair, like... I'm never going to do that, but I can get super, like, if somebody says something I think is either, like, demonstrably harmful or just plain stupid, I can get really energetic. That's why I love when people come in here and, like, say stuff about, like, trans people aren't real or whatever. Like, stuff like that is just stupid, like, and I can go for days.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Cory Booker got more airtime than Bernie tonight. I think he did.
That sounds right. Bernie didn't speak very much, ultimately.
I looked this up earlier. I know Biden got the most, and I think Andrew Yang got the least.
Yeah, they kept, like, directing questions at Biden, just, like, on repeat. I was, like, really shocked. I don't know. It just seems kind of, like, blatant at that point.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a lot of them weren't getting time. What? Oh, this is wrong debate. Yeah, there was definitely a problem with who got the most airtime.
Yeah, for sure. I think like I'm kind of expecting that to be like the discussion that people have about this debate in the future.
It's that Biden bias, boys.
Biden bias.
I think it's true. Let's see. I thought I was like scrolling through chats and I saw someone else's Twitch, but I can't find it. And topics got the most. This is old. Oh well. It'll probably be easier to find tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I guess there'll probably be a lot more content tomorrow.
Yeah, here it is. Order goes Biden, Warren, Booker, Sanders, Harris, Castro, Pete, Amy, Beto, Yang. Yeah, Biden actually got about little more than 2 times the amount that Yang got. Or Yang got.
Wow. Yeah, Yang, that's true. Yang barely like spoke at all during the whole thing.
Yeah, and that's he didn't get called on a lot. Whereas it felt like there was a long time when like Sanders and Warren didn't get called, but they kept going back to Biden. Yeah. And that felt weird because there were even times where like Bernie's got his name like invoked, and I'm like, oh, Bernie will get a chance to speak, and then they just went right past him and went to Pete.
Nope.
Yeah. No, I noticed that too. Like I said, it's that Biden, the CNN especially, but ABC as well, tend to favor more liberal. Not like leftist, but liberal politicians for the reasons that, for the reasons that they benefit big business and obviously CNN.
Yeah, it's an issue.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
I mean, just like when you look at it that way, it just seems so ludicrous that we like entrust private companies with the administration of these incredibly important like debate spectacles that we have.
For sure.
Yeah.
It just like at face value, it's just like so shocking to me that nobody would think like, well, Like the role of a lot of politicians is to find out how to regulate private industry, but let's just give this responsibility over to the private industry. Okay.
Yeah, even the DNC, they said something where the candidates can't debate each other unless it's like a DNC sanctioned event.
What?
That's crazy. I think Sanders was talking about wanting to host his own like a climate change debate with someone or something like that. Maybe it was a
I would
healthcare
drool
thing.
over that as a Bernie bro.
But the DNC is like, nope, can't do that because we're not sanctioning the event.
Wow.
Like you're literally like silencing them at this point.
Yeah, SMH.
Yeah, Bernie's been pretty vocal about his disdain for liberal media. I've noticed. I don't know if you guys watched the Joe Rogan podcast conversation that Bernie had on it. It's like the only Joe Rogan.
Good.
It's the only one that I've ever watched by Joe Rogan. I'm not usually a fan of his, but he talks about how like in I think Nordic or at least Eastern countries, they do it way differently. Like they allow airtime, they force news outlets to give airtime to candidates that run for office. I was kind of interested as like to what if we're currently meaning about how shitty it is in the current system that the private enterprise has a control over candidates we see and what candidates we don't. Like, how would you feel about these organizations to give?
Wait, like which organizations? Sorry.
CNN, basically big news organizations. Maybe either being completely nationalized or conversation around general elections being forced to allow airtime.
I feel about the nationalization or publicization or whatever of private news media, because I know that can encounter issues in the opposite direction as well.
Cult of personality, boys. Stalinism. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and like fucking state-run media is such a meme that I don't think I even need to explain like why that can be bad.
No.
Yeah. But Bernie talked about it not much less from the purview of like much.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up. Sorry.
No, you're good. Am I better now? Hopefully, maybe.
Yep.
I think so.
Okay. He was talking about it much less from the perspective of literally nationalizing news organizations and much more from the perspective of just forcing them to allot airtime every 4 years to these electoral events.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess how would you feel about that in comparison to like literally nationalizing news and making it something it has complete control over? Because of course I agree.
Be on board with that.
Part of the problem I have with these kinds of things is who decides this. Like who decides what's a candidate? Like, can any person that just says, I'm going to be a candidate, and they just start getting airtime? Like, same thing with the Yang's, like, Democratic Bucks thing. I'm like, who gets to decide, like, who you can and can't support?
I guess there'd have to be some sort of, like, selection process still.
Yeah. See, I see that as, like, a reasonable criticism, but whereas, like, I can't tell if you're presenting this as, like, an issue that de facto, like, means that this is a ludicrous proposal, or if it's something that you'd be interested in, like, labbing out and trying to theory craft like, well, can we find an actual like way in which we regulate who is and who isn't a candidate without going too absurd in one of the two extremes of like allowing anybody to be a candidate and you can give $100 of your democracy bucks to any person in the United States, or you can only have this one candidate or these two candidates, and the news is now completely revolving around like the news is all hocus pocus. It's all just Stalinism, cult of personality, Russia, Soviet Union.
It's definitely a relevant question for sure.
Yeah. I think there's a middleman. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm pretty like willing to like discuss like any ideas, even if I dislike them. Like the only ones are things that are like obviously like racist, sexist, whatever. Like I don't even want to tolerate those.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump out, guys. I'm so tired.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna log in a sec too. I just need to find someone to host or raid, whatever.
Hey, but it was a good conversation, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
later.
Thanks.
Thanks, Leon. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
You too.
Bye.
Peace out.
Okay, we gotta find somebody to raid. Let's see, who's still going? The Freedom Bucks. The Freedom Bucks I might be on side for. I would have to like read more about it, or it might have to be altered. I don't know enough to immediately say no. The idea is fine. The thing before I would get on board with the Freedom Bucks, you'd have to end Citizens United. To me, that's a